Good morning, viewers. Thanks so much for joining us. STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centres, where we're at this weekend. I'm joined in co-commentary once again by Sten Muckner. Sten, thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah, Brendan, Grand Prix day, and I think we're in for a great day.
Absolutely. I must say the arena's looking a picture. Nice chilly winter's morning here in Brits. As you mentioned, yeah, we're in for a real treat, but kicking us off this morning is the iFarmer 132 phase competition. And number one, we've got Tack and Togs Font Arum. This horse is owned and ridden by Thomas van Reykevorsel. I'm sure he's going to give us a nice trip around here so we can see the course this morning.
Brendan, they start off at number one there, jumping into a spooky corner of this arena. They also sometimes battle a little bit with that corner. Then a big left turn to number two, there at the Peter Morrison Oxer. Then their first related distance, this Farnham vertical, 7 strides on a right curve.
Just for any of the viewers who are unaware of this arena, it's not a big arena. It's quite intense. The jumps come quite quick. It would almost be an indoor feeling. I find that because it's quite square, the jumps come really quickly. Sten, you mentioned triple combination in a two-phase competition, which is quite new for me.
Yeah, not something we see too often, but nice for the horses to get to jump through a treble before the championship day. You mentioned this arena is quite square, Brendan. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the dimensions are something like 57 by 58 meters. Wow. So it's very, very square.
Amazing.
Thomas just touching the back rail of that STOKKIESDRAAI Oxer. And that's the first jump that's in the time section. I think their time starts straight after the treble. So maybe not going foot flat down in the speed section, but a really good round. I see Thomas really happy with his horse.
I think just again, you know, in the morning here in the shadows, this is a fairly daunting arena at the best of times. I think that STOKKIESDRAAI jump that Thomas found the back rail of Brown Oxer, sort of quite difficult to judge where the poles are and that type of thing. It does take some jumping.
It's quite a square Oxer, and there's not a long approach out of that corner.
I think that's almost nailing it. I think just because it is square, I think the approaches are short, which obviously means that you have to be really organized and have your horses underneath you and
have a lot
really
of canter. I think, yeah, they've got to be pushing, yeah. And all of us know that, though, so we train for it before these shows. So next up at number 2, Callo Joe Cool, ridden by Rainer Korber.
Looks like he's enjoying himself here this morning.
I did say to you that that corner
It's tricky, huh?
can sometimes be a little tricky.
It's also right by the restaurant there. STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre has a fantastic restaurant. It's well known for its milkshakes and whatnot.
Sure. Well, shows off the second time over that Oxer. Joe Cool, still a young horse at only 8 years old. And with pedigree like that, by Coleman out of a Quidam de Revalmere, you'd expect this horse has a long career ahead of him.
Yeah, really. Piloted by one of the best. I suppose you never stop learning in the sport, and I was in co-commentary down in Shangweni with Jess Lupini, who's heavily involved at the Weston shop, and she was explaining how these hats that Ray's riding in here this morning are so closely designed to motocross or motorsport helmets. That sort of safety is such a big aspect in our sport these days. It's great to see that our riders are getting safer and safer as they try and do their sport. Gee, this horse is opinionated this morning.
Enjoying the fresh, cool weather this morning for sure.
Yeah. So Sten, you mentioned there that the time starts after the triple combination. So obviously Ray just building his time, trying to get a little quicker and quicker, and not run legs off this horse, but definitely put in a smooth time.
Yeah, so after that little play before number one, he really jumped beautifully.
Did he go through the start? No. No, clear round. 44.08, Ray Korba.
Next up, the Pocket Rocket at number 3. We've got Callo Concato with Paul Kent. I mean, this horse really has springs in his feet.
He's magic, isn't he? Really springs in his feet. He's just super athletic in the way he goes. Expression for me is something that we often chat about in the commentary box here. It's something that you really can't, create. Horses just give it to you in the way that they do it. This horse has always got his ears pricked, locks onto the jumps.
Oh.
Another one in the corner there.
I think we can see it on our screens. As they approach that number one, there's a few photographers behind that fence and also the sponsored flags.
The banners, yeah.
Which these sensitive type horses can sometimes take a little bit of getting used to. Oh.
He doesn't look like he's enjoying it this morning.
Very uncharacteristic from Concato. A guy that usually loves his job. But like we said, this arena does take a lot of getting used to. You'll see the horses that have jumped in here that are a bit more experienced in this arena really enjoy it. I think they always jump well off the surface.
Sure.
But the horses, a little greener, and the younger horses often take a bit of time. It takes a bit of getting used to.
I must say, I've brought very brave very brave young horses in here, and they've gone a little green sometimes. I think it does take time to get used to these sort of very intense arenas. It almost gives you a little bit of a gladiator feel here, almost like a Colosseum feel, that there's sort of all surrounded. There's sort of larpers all the way around and grandstands all the way around this arena, which sort of does make it feel quite intense. And then, as you say, chucking the dimensions in their very square arena, this is it is a tough place to ride, I must say.
Talking about gladiators, next up, Stacey Lee Weston, riding Western Farriers in Quazi.
She revels in opportunities like this, Stacey. She loves the competition. She's been riding a fantastic wave of form. Let's see what she's got in store for us this morning.
Another homebred horse by Consuelo out of I'm Great. Out of I'm Tops.
Yeah, I'm Tops. Yeah. Stacey's done a marvelous job at breeding and producing her own horses. She's very disciplined in her way.
Trains out of the Farnham setup with Barry Taylor. I think her and Barry have a really good relationship.
I agree with you.
He tells her exactly what she should do. She sometimes listens and wins, and other times she doesn't listen and doesn't win. I'm joking. She wins enough.
Just again, though, wanting to get a little quick around the corner to that STOKKIESDRAAI oxer. It is a fence for me in the past that I've noticed does take a little jumping.
Yeah.
Crafty course building from Kate Launder. I'm excited to see what she's got in store for the riders in the 150 class. Dan, you mentioned that there's
44 horses in that Grand Prix today. South African show jumping is strong at the moment.
Sure. Very exciting times.
So again, we're seeing a slightly more cautious round. Not pedal to the metal yet. These 130 classes are often very quick, so they are going to have to go fast to finish in the top 10.
Yeah, I think, and I suppose not championship day yet.
Yeah, so sure, but I mean, a win's a win. Tara Lowe always said if you don't win on day one, you can't win them all. So that always comes into play. Next up at number 5, James Kane Berman riding Callo Chilton. This horse really put on a performance yesterday with James.
I'm quietly going to say that this is one of my favorites that I've just been noticing.
Was you and about 20 of the people that were sitting with me yesterday when we were watching this horse jump. And James, a horseman of note. He has fantastic feel in bucket loads. He's He does it in his own way, James, in a sense that if you were to ask him what he's just done down that line in the 7-stride related distance, he wouldn't be able to tell you.
Sure.
He'd just tell you, oh, well, I felt I needed to move forward, or I felt I needed to wait. He's just a natural talent, a very good horseman, all-round horseman. Played a lot of polo cross.
Yeah. Very much horsey families, children both right. Whoops.
So, Brendan, that's looking like it's going to be the line that's the test. There's STOKKIESDRAAI, 4 strides down to the other STOKKIESDRAAI vertical. That oxer ride's big out the turn.
Yes. And I think just obviously beginning of the time section, that everyone sort of a little jumps out the treble and wants to put their foot down, slightly changing the rhythm, and then needs a little bit of careful jumping, as you said. STOKKIESDRAAI down to the... Is that also is it STOKKIESDRAAI? Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
the vertical, yeah.
Look, even though this horse did have a little mistake there and it didn't necessarily work out today.
It is glorious, isn't it?
This horse is magic. It really is. I think that's seriously one for the future. He's a magic to look at, really good-looking type of horse. I think I'd get up in the morning to put my breeches on for that guy.
Every day of the week.
Yeah.
So from one Callo horse to another. Next up at number 6, Callo Castino, ridden by Jonathan Clark for owner Melanie Friedman. Melanie, one of my neighbors in Sun Valley, one of your neighbors in Sun Valley. Castino is sort of new-ish to this level and definitely a new partnership with Jonathan.
I hope Mel is recovered. She had a nasty tumble on
her
birthday. Yeah. So Mel, if you're at home watching, I hope your back is feeling better.
Brendan, she's way more committed than that. I've seen her here this morning already.
There you go. Okay,
she's recovering from that back injury, and I don't think she'd miss this horse's round for the world. Yeah, there she is, videoing next to us on the stand. You heard a little hup at the jumps. Chatting to Jono yesterday, he said they've had this horse's saddle adjusted or changed, and that it's made the world of difference in the feeling of his jump. Jono says the horse feels better in front, a little looser in his body, obviously with the saddle fitting better.
Isn't that interesting, just I suppose, how the sport is going and how things are becoming so more technologically advanced? This is such a sport of percentages, so I think, as riders, we're always trying to make the horses feel as comfortable as possible, obviously in their mouths, in their saddles. Jono's putting his foot down a little bit to the last. Mel's egging him on behind us here.
Yes, please.
There we go.
Well done.
Good boy.
And Brendan, I'd venture to say our first real competitive second phase, and Jono goes clear in a time of 38.84. So that's what the rest of these riders will be looking to hunt down.
No, Jono never here to make up the numbers. He likes winning prizes. Good, smooth, competitive round there by Castino. Next up, we've got Forsyth
John Tilley, with Janine van Wyk. Janine hails from Swaziland.
And this horse obviously bred by Grant Langley.
Yep. Janine purchased her as a young horse and has done the production job with this mare and really is looking a picture.
Oh, well ridden down that line. Middle to middle, positive.
Janine did a lot of her riding out of the Forsyth stable as a junior. Was a very accomplished and competitive junior rider in equitation, show jumping, dressage. Wow, horse really put in an effort there.
And moved off her leg very well down the distance.
And Janine's been doing a lot of traveling up to Joburg from Swaziland. And it shows in her riding at the moment. She's looking competitive and confident.
And she nipped inside there. Jono went
inside.
round.
Go on. Yeah. And move up to the last.
Jono's time, 38.84.
Just taking a little check to the last.
Oh, Jono's still quicker.
Still quicker. So Janine, lovely clear round, and 39.88 puts her into second place at the moment. Just ahead of Raina Korba on Callo. Joe Cool sits in third, 44.08.
Sten, I had the had the privilege of watching a bit of the Aachen show jumping that's recently taken place, and something that's really striking me is the pace that these horses and these riders are going at. You know, obviously
Not the size of the jumps. Did you see the Nations Cup? Did you see the Nations Cup, the team event? The one oxer 160 tall by 1 meter 80 wide. I don't know that. I mean,
crazy in that massive arena, but
and
just
those guys barely put their leg onto the jump.
well, that's the
Horses
thing.
all jumped
You
in.
see, that's the thing, is that there's so much ground speed involved with those horses. Natural blood, natural ground speed. It's incredible to watch. Such a privilege that the world's getting smaller and we're able to watch these classes.
A young man that that has amazing ground speed himself, Barry John Taylor, on track at the moment, riding number 8, Colorado's Christy.
He looks like he means business this
Yeah.
morning.
Barry loves a win. Oof, he is tight there to number 8. Great ride.
7, 8, 9 down there. He'll definitely want to get inside here.
Yep.
Oh, he's quick.
He is very quick.
Come on, BJ.
He's going to have some, yep, 31.66 into the lead by
Into the lead.
just over 7 seconds.
A little fist pump there for the good morning crowd that's come out to watch this morning.
That's going to take some beating. Well done to Nikki. Yep, BJ, just one more for the camera.
He liked that one. I'm not sure I've met anybody that's got fire in his belly like that, man.
I mean,
It's
Brendan,
crazy
and
to
you know,
watch.
he sends us stuff on Instagram all the time,
Every
and you
day.
think it's just you, and then it's no. He sent the same thing to me. He sent a different thing to 17
He's
of
so
us.
passionate about this sport.
He
and
knows exactly what's going on at every big show. He's watching the new horse, you know, every new horse that jumps up a level.
Yeah.
He knows it
Yeah,
all.
agreed.
New jockeys, the works. So next up at number 9 on track we have Callo Corrigan with Martin Swanepoel. Good to see Martin busy in the show ring again. I know he's been spending a lot of time watching rugby and cricket with his kids and watching all their school sports. So
Fair
good to
enough.
see him.
having a bit of balance in his life.
Yeah.
I think if he had his way, he'd be at a horse show every weekend. This horse is an 8-year-old by Corinth. Out of a heartbreaker mare. Ooh.
He had one very small mistake in a superb round yesterday.
Oh, a fraction open there. That was unlucky. It looked like we wanted to be quite competitive. Were you saying in
In the speed class yesterday, but Cheapers, this horse really jumped a good round, yeah. You know, sometimes also just being out the ring a little bit. I always found when I had a lot of horses that were competitive in the open classes all at the same time, and you're sort of fighting for pole position a lot at a lot of the shows. I thought that if I missed one big show,
yeah,
I was going to be half a second or a second behind.
Well, I mean,
where I could have been if I'd been at the show before.
Sure.
You know, compared to the riders that hadn't skipped one show.
Sure,
I always feel like, you know, and Barry, the man we've just seen in the arena, Barry always says it.
Wow.
One round in the ring is worth, 15 lessons, he tells them.
Fantastic round there from Martin. Unfortunate 4 penalties there at 5.
Really soft rub at 5.
Yeah. He looks like
Good
he's got some
round.
big jumps in him, that horse.
Yeah, I agree. So next up at number 10, we have Gledsmeer's Cosmolido, Andrea de Klerk. Lady who trains with Jason Phillips. Consummate professionals, Jason.
He had a little win yesterday, didn't he? I think, as per usual.
He schooled them yesterday in the 130s. You could see he barely even got into third gear. No disrespect to anyone else that's in that class, but Cheapers, he can go quick on that Fandango.
Oh, yeah, he's magic. They just suit each other so well.
Nice and positive there to number 4. Takes the long route round to number 5 just to give herself time to get the horse back to her. Hopefully she's going to stay inside the time allowed. Now she needs to move up. Can anyone get close to that time of Barry Taylor's with 31.66?
It's unfortunate 4 penalties there. Another one just falling victim to a soft rail at the vertical after a big effort at the oxer. I wonder who's going to go and give Barry a run for his money. I always think that we've got the best seats in the house here, so I'm going to stick around and see, that's for sure.
There's plenty quick ones to come.
Yeah, super round there. Unfortunate 4 penalties for Cosmolido. But Andrea looks very chuffed with that. Next up, number 11. This is Riley with Suzanne Fouché. I must say, I've seen this horse go absolutely blitz like crazy, crazy, crazy fast. I think that she's got a fantastic relationship with this horse. And I think when she puts her foot down, it's something to behold.
Yeah, trained by Sue van der Merwe, Brendan, you were saying, and from out of their stables in Pretoria, and they definitely know how to go quick.
This horse is by Rex Grannis Z out of a Rico mare. So I'm sure the viewers recognize a lot of that South African blood around.
Good, clear through the first phase. Let's step up the pace here. Hunt down that time with Barry Taylor's. He was really quick there to the oxer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gets away with a little rub at the vertical. Turns up quite tight to number 8.
Wow, big jump there at number 8, the Talkcraft. This horse is looking an absolute picture this morning. He's shining in the winter sun.
Gets the 9 down to that Double H feeds jump, and it's tight here on the big one. Yep, move up, come on. She's not going to get Barry's time.
Let's see if it's going to be good enough for second. I think that. Oh no! Unfortunately, got a fraction deep to the last.
Heartbreak at the last. What a good round.
Good time.
Unfortunate fall.
That's not over until you've cleared the last, unfortunately.
So next up at number 13, Chelsea Gertenbach, Capital Clementine.
Lorette Knowles-Taylor walks past us
taking her
this
job
morning.
very seriously.
I must say, I think that both Chelsea and her sister Kayla ride beautifully, so well produced. They come from a real horsey family.
Yeah, I sometimes have to stop myself from going on about how beautifully these two ride. Almost sound like we've got favorites, but they really do. I mean, the two of them are so organized. They have such feel.
And she's an interesting young lady. This an amazing artist. I don't have an artistic bone in my body. Yeah, and this lady, like, is it like does she do it with a pencil or something?
Art.
It's crazy what she does.
Unbelievable. We've just, I wouldn't even know the correct art terminology to use. Sorry, I'm less cultured than that. But we've just got a second drawing done of our daughter now. We had one of Zach done when we were my little boy when he was young, and she's just done one of our daughter. Oh, big shot at the Double H feeds. And you can't believe, I mean, they look better than the original photographs.
Incredible, isn't it? Yeah, very talented.
And as beautifully as she draws, she rides.
So not going too fast today, but super clear round.
Yep. Nice clear, and a time of 38.23. That puts her into second place at the moment, just behind Speed Merchant himself, Barry John Taylor.
Nothing wrong with that. She looks very chuffed with life.
Next up at number 13, the ever chirpy Lorette Knowles-Taylor riding Martin Collins, Cassius Clay for owner Michaela Corsten. Brendan, Michaela is still on maternity leave. She hasn't had her kid yet, am I correct?
I think you are correct.
Pretty sure it must be sometime soon. So Michaela, if you're listening on or watching on the live stream, wishing you all the best. This is the coolest little horse around. Jeepers, he's a competitor. Lorette loves him, I think, as much as Michaela does. Oh, cheeky. That he is. He is cheeky. Lorette just leaned forward and scolded him in his ear like a little boy. And canters through the treble like he's schooling through an exercise at home.
He did look very well this morning. I think it's such a balancing act, getting the horses well enough that they can perform, but not too well that their brains take over.
Absolutely. You want their bodies feeling amazing, and you want their brain on their job at hand. Ooh. So, like you say, good in his body, his brain maybe a little bit elsewhere this morning, Cassius Clay. That number one into the corner for me is quite a tricky question. For often, the 130 horses are your younger horses. They're new to this level. They wouldn't have spent a lot of time in the main rings.
Yes,
so
yes.
Quite a question, that.
And I suppose this is all school fees, just sort of making sure that the horses understand their jobs. And sometimes you have good days and other days you have schooling days.
Yeah, every day is a school day, I think. So, next up at number 14, Pandine Charleston, ridden by Adrian Brink for Pandine Stables.
I must say that I hate putting the mockers on people and that type of thing, but this guy really is a grafter. He really is at all the shows. He puts in the effort. He's always doing his thing. He's always at lessons. He's always with his clients.
Runs a busy setup, I think, at Pandine Stables.
And has put, I'm sure, bred and been putting together a really quality string of horses. Or getting some of it, a lot of the horses up into the open grades. I think giving credit where it's due, he's done a marvelous job.
Yeah, Adrian's a guy who, I use the phrase quite often, but in a positive way, has horse sickness. He's just obsessed with the sport.
Totally.
He could ramble off 7 generations of this horse's. If you were to ask him how this horse is bred, he could go back to its greatest great-grandmother and tell you exactly who rode her, what she did,
absolutely,
where she was produced,
how she was. Sickness, you are 100% correct.
And he loves it. Charleston's still relatively green at this level.
Yes,
Adrian doing a good job here.
Yeah, makes a good jump there at the last. Still, as you mentioned, every day is a schooling day. Adrian will know that. He's still putting in the hours as he does, and I'm sure he's going to be reaping the benefits of it in the not-too-distant future, that's for sure.
Next up at number 15, Brannock Lord Latano, ridden by Hayley Wyndham Quinn. Hayley recently engaged to Clinton Delahunt. They're building a fantastic setup right next door to Kalo Equestrian Park. Wow, it's a beautiful barn. Wishing them all the best with that, Clinton and Hayley. Hayley's horses have recently made the move up, and I think she's been training with Rainer Korber. Really scraping the barrel there when it comes to trainers, isn't she? I mean, jokes aside, he's just a magician. And I think Hayley will be reveling in the opportunity to train with someone with such experience and such good feel, and to be in the hub of South African show jumping there in the heart of Kyalami.
Sure,
just what a treat. I mean, there's nothing better you could do for your riding.
And yeah, absolutely. I think being able to sort of solidify the love for the sport in Cape Town and then come up here and really put your sort of skill to task is sort of what I think so many people have done. I suppose we did it moving up from Natal. A few people have moved up from Cape Town to do the same thing. I think just the idea of this sport that's thriving in Gauteng or even in South Africa at the moment is crazy to see how many people are traveling to shows and getting involved. It's very exciting for our sport and for our breeders out there. There's going to be like lots to go around, that's for sure.
Hayley riding a super stylish round here.
Oh,
Sure.
excellent.
Great clear in a time of 42.44. Real smart round.
She's an elegant rider, isn't she?
Very elegant, and I think not long before we see her in the bigger grades with her sister.
Sure, absolutely.
Shannon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting times. On track, we have number 16, White Waters Olavi Shailai. Sorry for my pronunciation. And Hannelise Comfort, riding for Cry Comfort. You spoke just now about Adrian and his breeding program and his commitment to the sport. He has another family that's
amazing. Yeah,
just
really
entrenched in South African show jumping and seem to produce horse after horse that jump to the top.
amazing. Just a real horsey family. I mean, this horse is owned by Cry, who, as you say, has been heavily involved in producing horses and riders in South Africa. I'm sure that Cry would have owned this horse's father.
She's putting on a quick time here.
Light little rub there. Yeah, so I think that Back on Track was owned by Cry.
Beachhaven on track.
Beachhaven, sorry. Yes. Is it clear?
So 4 faults in the first round in a time of 40.50. Next up at 17 we have Capital Kenzo, Aaron De Santos, son of Kronos. Aaron had a nice ticket in the 130s on this horse yesterday.
This horse was produced by or bought by Liam Stevens off the auction, is that correct?
Correct, I was his underbidder. Sometimes friends should talk, because we could get the horses for less. But yeah, it was a horse that I really liked. I think Kronos has got some amazing progeny on the ground. I mean, you look at Domini's horse.
You're putting me on the spot now. We'll get back to it.
Another one finding the front rail there of the treble combination.
Oh, Domini's horse is on the tip of my tongue.
You know what sometimes helps is to look at the paper.
There we go, Collier. Fair enough.
Yeah, Collier, another one of Kronos' progeny that's really showing his form in the top levels of our sport. And I really believe in this horse. I think when the jumps get bigger and bigger, I think he's going to show more and more ability.
He makes a beautiful shape over the jump, I must say.
Yeah, he's just got so much body still to work with. And he's got to put, he's got to learn to put that all in the right places. And at just 8 years old, I think he's still developing in his body. And
for sure.
I do think he's going to be a horse that'll jump big jumps and jump them well. So again, one down in the first phase, one down in the second phase, finishes on the 8 faults, but in a nice time.
Right, next up, number 18. This is Shani Swanepoel. She brings in her own horse, Rumpus. She's another sort of one who's just quietly been building a really interesting string of horses over various grades. She produces her own young horses. And
Brendan, have you seen this horse jump before?
I don't think so.
Because I don't think I'd ever seen Rumpus until yesterday. Rumpus had a really, really good ticket in the 130s, jumped amazingly, and I just thought exactly what you were saying now. Quietly just producing horses like the Bay horse that she jumped in the Grand Prix, I think in the World Cup.
I think the world of that horse. I think that she's done such a good job producing him and taking her time getting to know them. She's naturally competitive, but... yeah, just again wanting to be competitive and trying to...
Made the inside turn there to the Oxer.
Rumpus's ears are pricked this morning. He's looking dead keen to get to the other side of the jumps, that's for sure. So again, mentioning that we haven't seen a lot of this horse, he'll probably be quite green at this level. So
after putting in a really big effort yesterday, maybe feeling his body a little today.
And definitely big things to come from this horse. He looks like got a fantastic shape. Ears pricked.
Yeah, lovely
naturally
expression.
Quick. Yeah.
Yeah, finishes well over that back and track oxer.
And I'm sure she'll be in the Grand Prix a little later.
Yep. We're going to see her late in that Riders Grand Prix. Next up at number 19, Tula D, ridden by Alison Koch. Alison had a beautiful clear round in the speed class yesterday. She'll be looking to replicate that result today.
Interesting there by Tulano Fantiritov.
Another one of our neighbors.
Oh, I was about to say, like, she's like almost really my neighbor. I mean, I'm still obviously learning the whole Sun Valley crew and whatnot, but I think she does live 2 properties away from me.
Literally, she's across the road.
Yeah.
You could walk home at our next dinner party. Trained by Tracy Carney, who's really amazing at just feeding Alison a lot of confidence. She likes to do things correctly, does Alison. And she likes to have a good time as well.
I really like this mare.
Originally produced by Lara Neal. Homebred.
I want to say homebred.
Yeah.
I want to say homebred, but I don't. I wonder who the mom was. I'll ask Laura and find out.
I have an Ubergabe mare, Brendan.
I wonder who that was. But obviously Tulano, a horse that is very close to my heart, was owned by the Neils when I worked at the Neils, and he's had such ability, that horse, in his body, and as a producer of horses has proved himself time and time again. Sten, you mentioned that she was looking for a good time. Really smooth there from 9 to 10. She'd want to leave this one up.
Yep. Oh, gets away with it. And puts her into second place. Go, Ali. Fantastic. Brendan, smooth, organized. Yeah. She never looked like she hustled the horse at all.
Absolutely. I think from 9 to 10 really made up good time. And then just, I mean, maybe if she wanted to dare it, left out one to the last, but she left it up and it worked for her and good enough for second, as you mentioned at this stage.
From a daughter of Tulano to a son of Tulano. Tel Aviv up next. Callo Tel Aviv, ridden by Shaitan Hendricks. For Shawnee Gage. This little horse jumped beautifully yesterday, really jumped beautifully. Had a lovely clear round in the 130 speed.
He, for me, he's just a grey version of his father. Tulano had that beautiful hind action canter. Maybe has a slightly better mouth than Tulano did himself. He had a little tricky mouth, but this horse looks like
maybe Shaitan's hands are just better than what yours were. I don't know.
That's no doubt. That's for sure.
But I think, like you say, a rideable horse in a little snaffle looks like an egg butt snaffle. And you'd expect no less coming out of their stable yard at L'Avenir. Rides that line beautifully.
Shaitan's hands are really balancing.
You don't have to be nice now just because I said he's got better hands than you.
It's something that I look at a lot, and I do mention a lot. I must say, I think he creates so much stability and balance from having such level hands, never using one more than the other. Just this is another smooth round getting put together. This is a young horse at this level, beautifully piloted around.
Clear in a time of 40.11.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Puts him into 6th place. Brendan, that horse we watched at Shongweni looking a little green in the main ring, making like 1 or 2 green mistakes. Yeah. You know, he jumped good rounds, but with 1 or 2 green errors in almost every round. And I watched him yesterday and today now, looking like a schoolmaster.
Well, just again, look at the horse's demeanor as he walks out on a long rein, super relaxed. Doesn't look like the horse has got tension in his body. He sort of understands his job, and I think good on Shaitan. Another one well produced there.
So starting on track, number 21, One Insurance Capital Casmigo with Harry Butcher.
Sten, I think you started this horse's father's career, if I'm correct in saying.
I had a hand in it. I think I rode him after Ray rode him. So I rode Castigo from the 120s to the 130s for about 6 months to a year. And it was a privilege to be involved in his production. I mean, he was just an amazing horse. And
It
in
was
fact,
an amazing
Brendan,
horse,
I rode this horse on the auction.
Oh, really? Interesting.
That he was bought off.
He's for me, just got the stamp of everything of a Grand Prix horse. He's big and scopy, rangy. I mean, they harry a little big into the Stokkiesdraai oxer, and that's for a big horse would have to be a big effort for him to back up, and he does it real easy.
If I'm not mistaken, purchased by the Neils off the auction, and then Gareth produced this horse up to Grand Prix level.
Yeah, I think Simon Henry in the beginning, and then Gareth finished it off.
Yeah, sorry, they purchased him off the auction, and Simon produced him for a bit. And then Gareth rode him. And then they sold him on... So not maybe to Simon Murray, who sold it on to Harry.
I think, yes.
Just
fantastic horse for Harry to
big
have.
Big smiles for Harry all round. Clear in a time of 42.73. Lovely round from that horse.
I think if Harry sticks to his guns, a guy who's trained by Dominic Alexander, I think that both of that horse and rider combination will definitely get round a Grand Prix in the not too distant future for me.
Absolutely. Next up, number 22, Capital Salvador, Emma Wales Smith, riding out of the Charlie Crockart equestrian setup.
A speedy Charlie Crockart equestrian setup.
Short reins, tall bodies, and quick across the ground.
Get moving, yeah. No
is
one's
what you'd
adding.
expect from all of them. I was so glad yesterday I walked a distance that I thought the riders could definitely go in 5 strides. And the first 10 horses, and I told my clients to go in 5, and then the first 10 horses, everyone went in 6. But don't worry, at number 11 was Charlie, who pulled on the 5.
Just proved your theory correct.
I was very happy to see that. Emma, a really dedicated young rider. Puts in the work. You see her at every show,
yeah,
Brendan.
Agreed. And benefits from that ground speed. I think that she's often at a good takeoff spot with good balance because of that ground speed that takes you to that place. Quick there.
Really good shot off the turn to number 10.
I mean, no one has even come close to Barry's time, but we still got a way to go. But there we go. Big smile. Is that good enough for second?
Goes into second place in a time of 37.01. Fantastic round from Emma on Capital Salvador.
Yeah, she's got her fan
Salvador
club.
can sometimes be a little tricky with Emma, so that was a really good round. Really, really well put together round.
Next up, number 23.
Bokatov, Kiss and Tell, with Sean Neal riding for Delman Mining and
I
Civils.
suddenly thought that was maybe his wife riding, but then he didn't have a ponytail as he cantered past.
And definitely nowhere near as elegant. This horse was part of the Philip Smith last year, and the equitation competition. And when all the riders were interviewed by HQ magazine and asked which their favorite horse to ride was in the competition, Kiss and Tell was the resounding winner of that. So
amazing. So he obviously feels as good as he looks.
Yeah.
It's very good looking. Not often do we see
Inside
these
turn.
Palamedas.
Gets away with it. Sean trying to hunt down his trainer's time. A young man that doesn't like to come second, which we saw is part of his genetics when I watched his kids jumping at junior champs.
Hey, wasn't that incredible to see that both of Sean's son and daughter both won their respective South African champs on the same day, 45 minutes apart.
Yeah. Time of 34 flat, so still some 2.5 seconds off Barry John Taylor's time, but a very quick effort.
Nothing wrong with that, Shawnee, on his very, very good-looking Kiss and Tell.
Kiss and Tell slightly blonder than Sean. Groom Thomas here giving him some advice on how he could have been a little faster.
Thomas doesn't like to be on the second or third podium. He likes to be on the top, that's for sure.
Oh, but a gentle fist bump now to his fellow grooms here at the back. On track now, we have number 24, Favor the Bold with Sandy Alcock.
This horse is so naturally quick. I don't think that she'd have to rev him very fast to put in a good time, but obviously needs to keep the rideability and leave them all up is the name of the game.
I mentioned to you that Bacon McVeigh fence yesterday, Brendan, that caused a little bit of trouble in the 130s at jump number 1.
Yes.
Favour the bold as, or does she call him bold?
Yes.
As she would name him. Had a little stop at that and then redeemed himself with a super round.
But
So
I mean, and this horse is real brave. So
Yeah.
I must say, you mentioned that plank definitely got the horse's attention yesterday.
well, he's making up for it today. Look at him go. This could be, she goes around that finish. Barry was inside, but she is really quick here.
5, 6, 7, easy up on the 9.
Little wide, but still quick. Moving, yep, really moving up to the last.
She has a good shot.
I think she's got him. 30.92.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, our new leader, Favour the Bold, and Zandi Alcock. Taking some 7/10 of a second off Barry John's time.
Thoroughbred power, huh?
Yeah.
It's incredible just to get them across the ground. That horse moved from 9 to 10 to 11 so
She really
easily.
and from 10 to 11, I think she was really quick. I'm a lady that's trained originally by Raina Korba and now Jonathan Clark. If she was slow, you'd be surprised to see her slow. So good reason to be quick with those two trainers.
Next up, we've got number 25. This is Taryn Elnett. She brings in her own horse, Dubliner. I stand to be corrected that she's had a win this show already. I think she had a little win on the second day. I'm 99.9% sure. I'm on the Farnham group, and everybody was congratulating Taz. I've known her pretty much her whole life. She's a young lady who's been very dedicated to the sport. Taryn's dad, Sean, is a farrier who's been, I think, been Farnham's farrier for the best part of 20 years. I stand to be corrected.
That's why you can sometimes see him in the mornings. He looks a little bit like beaten and quiet. I would be if I had to shoe for. Well, let me just keep quiet now. Yeah, Sean, a great guy. Massively involved.
Yeah, hugely involved. He'll definitely be here today.
In Taryn's show jumping career. Yeah, I think he's almost more competitive than she is and always there to back her. Takes it very seriously. This is a mature round from Taryn. She had that fence down at number 2, so she's just giving the horse a nice gentle school around. She'll be setting him up for the championship class that they have tomorrow. Very sensible, because I mean these horses jump 3 classes in 3 days.
I think sensible is a very good adjective there. Fantastic. Yeah.
Very mature riding from Taryn. From one sensible, mature, beautiful young rider to another. Next up, at number 26, we have Capital Claribel with Holly Smith.
She's magical, this mare. She's just, I love the way she does her job. She looks like it's so effortless, even though it's definitely not. She's putting in a huge effort when she's in there, but her ears are pricked. She watches the poles and she's always locking on from a fair distance away.
Watched her jump yesterday really well. She had a bit of an uncharacteristic show, Brendan, at Junior Champs. This horse, she almost looked a little impressed once or twice. Didn't love the activity around the arena, was over jumping a little bit. But I watched her jump yesterday beautifully. Holly's obviously gone home, done her homework.
Yeah.
Under the guidance of Dominic Alexander, would have got everything right at home and has brought the horse out to her next show, looking schooled and organized.
A little bit settled, absolutely. You know, when you've got these careful, explosive, springy horses, you know, some days things do bug them, and you've got to, you know, as a rider, be professional enough to take it as a schooling round and try and learn a little bit more about the horses, allow them the time to learn themselves and get settled in and become more, I suppose, ring mature. Oops, he adds for the first time in the class.
But goes clear in a time of 38.78. That puts her into the prizes at the moment. Lovely round by Holly Smith.
Shame she apologizes as she canters past here. Sorry, girl. She said I didn't mean to make you work so hard at the last.
It's okay, because Claribel was produced originally by Chris van der Merwe, so she's probably seen that distance once or twice before in her life.
She's used to that thing.
Starting on track now, we have number 27, Napolitano Z, with Zara Didiluri.
Another one that rides out of the Charlie Crockett stable yard.
How could you tell? Short reins, good ground speed.
Good body position.
I don't know if you heard it, Brendan, but the way that horse kicked off the ground at number 1 sounded like a gunshot.
It's the way these surfaces are prepared these days. I think the name of the game seems to be to really water them as much as possible and then roll the water into the surface, so it sort of does create that firm sort of kick that the horses are getting, and you can hear it 100%.
Yeah, for sure. The Peter Morrison. Oopsie. Just a little miscommunication there. I think Zara was wanting the horse to move off and go on one less, and the horse not quite understanding. And Brendan, just getting back to that, the team from Peter Morrison have just been unbelievable this show. I watched them in this arena yesterday. I mean, they've left literally no stone unturned. I mean, this arena's been watered, harrowed, rolled, watered, harrowed, rolled, watered, harrowed. I mean, they've just ensured that the going has been fantastic and fair for everyone.
Sure.
It's never been allowed to get deep. The ground has been unbelievable, and I think huge shout out to the ground staff from Peter Morrison and their team, and to Betsy and Rita and Kate for just ensuring that the horses get to jump on such good going the whole show.
It's definitely been something that's become more apparent in our sport, you know, as I suppose the world gets smaller and we get more advanced in how things are being run abroad and in Europe and that type of thing. We keep learning and keep developing. And it's fantastic to see our South African community jumping on the bandwagon and really pulling together and trying to put these venues together that allow us to have these fantastic series around South Africa where we get to show jump around the place and do what we love. And again, as you said, to Rita and to Kate and to Pete Morrison and all the guys in the arena prep, job well done, that's for sure.
Don't leave out Betsy. She'll be heartbroken.
Dear
Betsy.
We all love Betsy.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think it also just goes, Brendan, towards putting the horses first. You know, we want to look after them. We want to keep them sound. We want them to jump at their best.
Sure.
So providing the best surface possible.
And I must say, the more, I mean, I'm fortunate enough to be involved in a show venue and arena preparation is something that keeps me awake at night, because I think there is a science to it, and if you get it right, it's amazing, and if you get it wrong, it's really not. So it's definitely something that we keep developing on as a South African community, which is very exciting to watch. So it lost her line there.
Yeah, I lost her line, ran a little deep, the horse there. And looks like he's maybe getting a little onward bound now, some tension.
Gives him a little pat as he finishes off there. Maybe a little tense after making that mistake. It can happen a little bit.
Yeah, she does give him a little pat, yeah. Yeah, I think that big oxer, that STOKKIESDRAAI oxer, because she really was having a treat of a round till there. That big STOKKIESDRAAI oxer really proving difficult to ride out of that turn for these guys. So at 28, we have Data Sciences, Baloo, ridden by Rainer Korber for Slade Equestrian. This horse originally produced by Ryan Wallbridge for Grant Langley from the Langley Equestrian Centre.
I wonder why Ray has got a sheepskin on the saddle.
I saw it yesterday. I wasn't
100%
100% sure. I must say, I've always thought of them as sort of for elderly folk who go hacking.
Yeah, a little bit.
And yet, I had a horse that I was riding for Tanya Siciliano at Burlington. And I put one of those little saddle covers, or whatever you want to call them, seat comforters.
Is it not called a bumner?
A seat comfort. I don't know the correct terminology, but I must say it's quite comfortable.
Okay.
Really quite comfortable. Baloo just getting a bit quick in the 4 strides there.
It always fascinates me, just the amount of technicality that goes into the sport, just with the the options of saddles and bits and different pieces of equipment that can help our horses
Yeah, I mean,
be
we're
more
always
comfortable.
we're always learning, aren't
Yeah,
we?
it's amazing.
You can't keep up with it. You always seem to feel like you're one step behind.
Well, it keeps feeding our horse sickness, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, number 29. This is Callo for Quita. Kim Erasmus in the saddle. Whoa.
Yeah, I was going to say, talking about blood and spring, this one has more than enough for a whole string of horses.
This horse has got real energy. He's tricky in the warm-up. I often see her sort of hiding in the corner, waiting for her opportunity to get to a jump, and then she lets the horse jump and then goes and stands back in the corner.
Brendan, another young lady that trains with Ray Corber. So I think, I mean, in terms of having someone knowledgeable on the ground that can help you with horses that are a little bit sort of trickier or harder to deal with.
And that's Ray's game.
That's what I was, yeah. I mean, you couldn't ask for someone better in your corner. She comes quite patiently out the turn there to the oxer. Really gets away with it, just knowing your horse. I've seen a lot of the other riders have had to really ride forward to that oxer.
Yes.
Kim just being patient, biding her time, trusting the horse's scope.
Just talking about hearing the horses leave the ground. This is another one that really leaves the ground with purpose.
Yeah, sounds like a drum set when it leaves.
So she decides to go around there, obviously not wanting to
light the horse up too much.
Yeah. Definitely.
The day before championship day, yeah, you called it.
Super ride. Wow, big beautiful jump at the last there.
Now it's going to be to get her to stop after that. She knows she's done well, very proud. So last before the rake break, we have Capital Hilltop Shai Wright riding for Andrew Wright. Sure, really jumped number one.
Shai's an event rider as well as an open show jumper. It still fascinates me that people are brave enough to go galloping around those very solid jumps, but this girl does it with ease. Yeah, super through the triple combination. Gets organized around the turn.
Goes around to that oxer. Yep, good ride.
Just they're using her upper body to help the horse stay away from the vertical there as her reins get a little long.
She really does have good body control, and Brendan, you mentioned she does eventing. I think it comes a little bit from that eventing.
Yeah, definitely.
Being so tall with her
that
body.
was smart riding for me. She did 10 down there and
she
then
added, but then turned really tight.
Yeah.
Fantastic round in a time of 39.47. That puts her into the prizes at the moment. Shai asked us to say some nice things about her. Well, it's easy to say nice things when they're riding well.
Yeah, you told her ride nicely and we'll say nice things. She did just that, so good round into the prizes.
Well done, Shai. That's all thanks to the cup of tea she bought us. So I think, viewers, we're going to take a short break. As we mentioned earlier, these guys have been amazing with their preparation of the surface for our horses. We're going to take a short break while they rake harrow and water and roll the arena. And we'll be back with the second half of this class for you shortly.
I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Okay, guys, thanks so much for joining us. We're back after the break. The arena's been rolled and prepped for the second half of this class.
Kicking us off, yeah. Sorry, Brendan. Number 31, Cortina RLHZ with Amy Hay.
I think the world of this horse.
Yeah, I love her.
Yeah, she's got
We watched her in that Tri-Nations.
Yeah, she really put in a fantastic effort there with the
Portuguese
Portuguese girl, yes.
Yeah. Amy's done a really great production job on this horse. She is quick as well, so if she's clean in the second half of the course, we're going to see some lightning quick turns.
Beautiful shot in. Good body position.
Ops to go around. I guess this horse still a little bit green at this level.
And I suppose it'd be quick enough if she leaves. Oh, man. Unfortunate there.
Brendan, I'm going to venture to say that the riders that have turned inside number 2 to that STOKKIESDRAAI oxer have almost ended up with a better ride than the riders that have tried to go round and give themselves space.
And be a little careful. Yeah. Wow, that horse jumped that really well there. Foot of room at the Double H feeds plank. She looks like a fantastic horse to have in your string. One
Brendan,
that you could really count on.
You said she would be naturally quick. Time of 38.87. I mean, without even trying,
Sure.
She wasn't far off the pace of the top riders. So, yeah, naturally quick horse. So it seems like Elmo van den Hoek Z with Rochelle Kluk is not here. So we're waiting on Lady Valkyrie and Douglas McLaren Picketh to make their way into the arena.
Yeah, he's trotting up, just gone behind us here. Lady Valkyrie is by Brannick Viking out of a Randall Z mare.
Striking horse. The flaxen mane like
Yeah,
that. They're
very
always
interesting, isn't it?
good looking.
Douglas is trained by Rogan Askin, if I'm not mistaken. I think that looks very much like a Rogan setup in this horse's mouth with the Hackamore bit combination.
Maybe even a Rogan Hackamore.
I'm sure the Rogan Hackamore, definitely. I'm a huge fan of the Rogan Hackamore, I must say. I've had horses that have had fantastic results with them.
I really do enjoy a bit in my horse's mouth.
Yeah, I think it's horses for courses. You know, it's weird.
I'm teasing you.
Look, I mean, I think it's strange. I've had a mare in my yard that was quite sassy and fiery and whatnot, and it's sort of taken a lot of her tension out of her body by taking the bit out, and just she goes in a straight Hackamore without the combination. Douglas has got looks like a snaffle along with the Hackamore this morning.
Yeah, looking smooth and organized so far. Really good with his body through the treble.
That was well ridden. Even looking through the turn there, looking early.
Goes around to that oxer.
And also got too deep for me.
Quite deep, but it really did well to leave it up there. Douglas didn't panic. Good shot at 8.
Yeah, that was well ridden there on the 9.
Ops just to wait that little bit at the end so he gets the tight turn. You mentioned that earlier, Brendan. And now moves up.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. Great time of 34.66. That puts him into 4th place at the moment.
Good round there. Hey? Really accelerated up at the end.
Really good riding. So that just proves my theory about the Hackamore. Was it me that said that Hackamores are great? No, I'm teasing. Really, really good round. Looks smooth, quick.
And I also thought really organized from Douglas. Really looked where he was going.
He had a plan and he rode exactly to it.
Agreed.
Congrats, team. So, one of your favorite up next, Brendan. ACT, Painters Solana, ridden by Olivia Garton.
Yeah, I don't want to put the markers on anybody too early, but This horse has just got so much quality. It suits Livy down to the ground. Wow.
The self-produced horse, homebred. Whoa.
Big explosive jump. Another one that's naturally quick. Livy won't have to sort of rev her too fast to make her quick there. She's looking like she wants to get inside. She's not here to make up the numbers. There's the shot you were after, Sten.
Yeah, and I just think that that really does ride well going inside.
Oh,
to that
Livy
oxer.
nearly getting jumped out the saddle there, but doing well to recover quickly on the 4. A little deep, yeah.
I think you mentioned it already, this mare naturally quick.
Good on the 9 there.
She's moving.
Come on. Time to beat 30.92. I think she's going to do it. Oh, no, she's
Just off that winning time.
So close.
Time of 31, Brendan close.
Sure.
31.10, just 0.2 of a second behind that winning time. Well, that leading time, sorry. Great round, Olivia.
Just for me, I think the mare does it with such ease. You know, I think there's so much left in the tank there.
I think she should have maybe flicked her tail a little less, jumped a little less high behind once or twice, and she had that time perfect.
For sure, but I think, again, that's going to be one to watch on Championship Day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Super speedy combination.
Oh, just a lovely, lovely round. Next up, a man who recently had his birthday, Graham Wynn, riding Maxstar's Conte.
Yeah, happy birthday for the other day, Graham. Another year of experience under the belt. Sure.
Another year of horseman excellence. Maxstar Conte is by Kanan out of a Randall Z mare. Big horse, Brendan. Although he's only 9 years old, you would almost say still looks a little young in his body.
I suppose
still
just because
has a bit of growing to do.
Yeah, he does look, he's very big, so his body would need to just catch up a little, but I must say that the Canans around the world just keep putting their hands up. I think there's obviously been a few bred around the world, but even recently, with the Olympics coming up, there seems to be a few Canans that are still around there, really looking like they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Graham just getting organized around the turn.
Brendan just showing his experience. If I'm not mistaken, this horse had a little whoopsie yesterday in a distance,
Okay.
where he didn't quite lock onto the fence. So Graham just giving him every opportunity to get straight and organized from far away from the jumps, so that this horse knows exactly where he's going.
I suppose just building confidence is the name of the game.
For sure. Yeah, good round. Shame, an unlucky rub there at number 10. He
I
really
must say
jumped.
he's a beautiful type of horse.
Yeah.
Very good looking.
So with all the poles back up and ready, next up at number 36 we have Afrizan's Callo Conde Rebel with Katja Riccardi.
Another lady who's been riding under Ray Corber for a few years. Really becoming accustomed to jumping around these open classes.
Also finished with a really nice ticket in the 130 speed yesterday. She'll be looking to replicate that result today.
Yeah, good middle to middle on the 7 there, well ridden.
Horses really have jumped that KUDA treble really well, hey Brendan?
I must say, yeah, I think good course building from Kate. I think it's testing enough. This is a World Cup show. This is it is supposed to be a testing show. So, and as you mentioned, you know, I think that it's jumped well enough. These riders are all sort of mileaged enough to be able to handle the test like that.
Really good turn back from 9 to 10 there by Katja. Nice and positive to the back on track. Oxa. She looks pleased as punch with her horse.
Unfortunate fence down there, but good round.
So, next up, number 37, Selahoff Cascada. James Kane Berman returns to the ring.
Such an interesting guy to watch ride. I mean, he's definitely not built like a rider. I mean that with all due respect. He's a big guy. You definitely wouldn't want to get a smack from him, that's for sure.
Well, I saw in the fun polo match at Shongweni, one of the guys, maybe one of the other professional players, got in his way, and I must say I thought it was quite physical. I didn't realize that polo was that. The guy nearly got sent out the whole arena. I mean, James shoulder charged him that the guy nearly fell out the arena. But it's funny, the next day I almost greeted him with like a morning sir, because I was quite respectful all of a sudden. He makes that inside turn now to the STOKKIESDRAAI. Oh. Gets a little deeper, gets away with it. Clears the fence that he had the problem with on his previous horse, on Chilton.
It is amazing how these bigger guys can still ride light. You know, they can hold their body positions away. It's crazy.
Just his body control and his strength and his balance. It is incredible, Brendan. Come on, move up. He's not going to be in that winning time, but still could be quick enough for a good ticket here. Yep. He shakes his head,
enough for
and
sixth at this
I'm
stage.
pretty sure that shake of the head would be because of his ride to that STOKKIESDRAAI Oxa. He maybe got a little deep off the turn. Luckily in show jumping, he's still shaking his head. Luckily in show jumping, there's no comment section. They just say clear and fast.
Absolutely.
So back with his second ride of the class now, Paul Kent, Callo Constantino. This horse about 3 hands taller than his last horse that he had in this class. Unfortunately, it looked like Constantino not quite locking on to that fence at number 2. Oh, and something he's just really not enjoying there. Sometimes jumping into the corners of these arenas can be quite tricky for the horses. Paul just walks him on a long rein into the corner just to let him see what's going on there. So, next up at number 39, we called her Gladiator earlier, Stacey Lee Weston, coming back on Western Farrier's Quetzalcoatl. I think Paul's just going to give his horse a confident building retirement jump.
Oops. He's not happy today, that horse, at all. Strange, a little bit uncharacteristic, to be honest with you, but...
No, not something we're used to seeing from that combination of horse and rider.
Sure, Paul will go back to the drawing board, sort his life out, get his horse checked out, and kick on to the next show. It's what we do as riders.
There's your hackamore, Brendan.
I'm
no
telling
bit.
you. I'm telling you. Let's see how good Stacey's steering is today.
Gives him a little tap behind the leg over number 1. Gives her a little tap behind the leg over number 1.
Oh, big jump there.
Stacey's going to have to keep her heels down here. She almost looked like she got bumped out the saddle a little bit over number 2. Using that stick to good effect on the takeoffs. You mentioned earlier that she's riding a wave of form, and it's just amazing when riders are riding at the top of their game like this. They get from one horse to the other, just effortlessly. And this horse so different to the grey horse she had in the ring earlier in the class. And you see how she just makes a transition between the two horses so easily.
Absolutely. I think just that's the sign of a true professional, being able to ride multiple horses at different grades. Just again, I keep going back to it. I was lucky enough to watch a bit of the Aachen Grand Prix. That was all the Aachen show that happened, and it's amazing that all those top riders have got horses in the 6 and 7-year-old classes, and then they've got horses in the smaller Grand Prix. They ride all day, every day. It's what they do. That's sort of, for me, the only way that you can keep up with everybody. As you said, you don't want to even miss a show. You don't want to miss a round. You want to make sure that you're up there with everybody.
Oh, giving you a pat on the back. Weren't you on a horse this morning at 6:30 before we came here? Might have been while we sounded a bit out of breath when we first came into commentary. But I think, Brendan, like you say, you've got to ride. The only way you get better at jumping jumps is by jumping jumps. Absolutely. And doing it with some good education. So Stacey finishing on just the 4 faults. Next up, number 40, Speed Merchant himself, Jonathan Clark, riding for Linda Ellerine, back on track, Habanero S. Another horse that had a great outing yesterday. Finished well in the tickets. Real smooth operator, this mare. You thought I was going to say Jono.
Well, I think we speak a lot about Jono. I think everybody knows what we think of him by now. His results always speak for themselves. But I think that they look like they suit each other, these two. Jonathan rode this horse's father and mother, so he'd know the combination very well.
Makes that inside turn. Yep.
Oh, it just gets a little flat there on the 4.
That 4 has ridden long after that oxer. It walked normal, but it's definitely ridden a little on the long side.
Because potentially the riders get a little deep to the STOKKIESDRAAI oxer, which then they pitch short.
I think that board at the bottom of that brown oxer draws them in. They get a little bit deep, jump high, and land short. So finishes off nice and clear over his sponsor's jump at the last fence there. Comes home on just the 4 faults, but he'll have his eyes set on the championship class tomorrow.
Absolutely. Next up, it looks like we've got number 41. This is Diamond's Applause. Janine van Wyk brings in her second ride for the day.
A horse that she purchased from Anthony Kay, Ebenflow Stables in PE, and a good purchase it was. This horse has been really successful with her.
I think Penny, as she's affectionately known.
Precious Penny, I think.
Yeah.
Another horse that Janine purchased as a younger horse and really has done an amazing production job. I guess I say that, but I mean, there's something that Janine's been doing her whole life, is producing horses. Took a small break to produce 2 children.
And now she's back producing horses, absolutely.
Back at it, riding at her best.
This horse is, I mean, again, I don't like saying too much, but it is looking more mature these days. I wonder if she's found a nice bit for her that seems to be working.
Yeah, but the horse is looking, she could sometimes look a little bit like her mind wasn't on the game.
Absolutely, but I think maybe that was just a bit of immaturity. You know, shame she was young at her game, and now obviously enjoying a little bit of mileage and a little bit more experience, settling into her rhythm. Yeah, super.
Yeah, and I think with Janine riding with such confidence, it's really helped the horse come on.
Yeah, agreed. So not her day today, finishing up on a score of 4 penalties there for Diamond's Applause. But
so a young man that sits in second place on his other ride earlier, Barry Taylor, comes back, number 42, riding Brett Latimer's Oxford Super Deluxe. Full brother to Special Deluxe that we've seen quite a lot of.
They're both very fiery characters, both of these brothers that are owned by Brett Latimer. I must say, at this stage, being masterfully sort of produced by Barry.
And both very aptly named.
Yes.
Special Deluxe and Super Deluxe. Two very descriptive names that suit the horses. This is the younger brother of the two. And it's just been incredible to watch how this horse has come on. Under the guidance of Barry. It's just, he really does know how to get the best out of horses.
I think also Barry struggled with his health a little bit, but he seems to be up to his best. And it's almost like these two horses have given him a new lease on life. He's looking hungry. He's looking keen to get back up there. He mentioned to me the other day that you only need one good horse to win a World Cup, and he's not finished yet. So I'm desperate to see what the future will hold for Barry with this string of horses.
He has had a lot to say with the string of horses. Ronnie Healy, if you're listening, Barry did say that he's getting a bit irritated that none of us can beat you, so he's going to make a comeback to the top of the sport, and he's going to show you how it's done.
This horse really does make a fantastic shape over the jumps. Barry just opting there to go around, giving him an easy ride.
Yeah, this is one that would be a production round. He wouldn't be running this horse against the clock like he did with Colado's Christy. Yeah, just that gentle touch going into the treble.
Yeah.
But for such a young horse, a really great round.
He would have learned a lot from that. And I must say, just on the whole, the horse looked pretty level in himself. He can be sometimes quite spicy. And
we mentioned it about Tel Aviv, how much he's come on in the last show or two. And the same here with Barry's horse, just looking like he's really settling into his stride.
Agreed.
So next up at 43, we have Callo Zambuca with Martin Swanepoel riding for Chantal Swanepoel. So Zambuca by Sampras out of a Lisbon mare. Relatively young horse, just 7 years old.
Oh, looks like he's got a
striking big white face.
And a almost a little bit typical Lisbon jump in the way that he goes there. Very organized. Lisbon on the dam side looks like it's coming through there, which is quite interesting.
Gets through that tricky line there, no problems.
Horse goes in very classical tack. It looks like he's got a rubber mouthpiece. No martingale. Martin with his signature neck strap. Whoa, very good in front there.
Another horse that goes with a really nice expression. Ears always pricked, eyes locked on the jump. Fantastic round. Clear in a time of 41.69. Really, really nice round from that young horse.
So I see that horse is owned by his wife. I wonder if she's eyeing that out, thinking, I wonder if that would suit
Martin,
Chantal.
don't do it. I've done it. You don't get them back.
Okay, so next up, number 44. This is Callo Shahrukh Khan and Thomas van Reykevorsel. He's really been putting a good partnership together with this horse. It's been having some fantastic moments.
And then maybe a moment or two yesterday that were not so fantastic.
Oh, really?
The horse went a little green on him once or twice. So he'll be looking to improve on that today.
It's funny you mentioned that.
Yeah, I mean, a horse that we've seen only in the prizes for 3 shows, and now, I don't know, maybe not enjoying this arena, maybe something bugging him, just not quite feeling himself.
It is, yeah. I mean, it could be so many things that could distract horses from their job. Yeah, I mean, maybe putting it just down to greenness, in the sense that maybe that the horse is a little novice, these horses would have been produced up to the 130 level in the second arena, and then they sort of step up to the main arena. It can be a little distracting for them, and I suppose can take a little time for the horses to settle in.
Yeah, this horse just looking a little tense.
I mean, you mentioned maybe yesterday it didn't go according to plan, and then again today I had little whoops, but then looks like the horse is settling in.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes these rounds are the rounds that you have to ride as a rider to get the horse confident again, get them back up and running. And it's important to get them to see the finish and see the finish with confidence.
Yeah,
as Thomas did so
absolutely.
well there.
That's a good thing, a good description, I would say, just to make sure that the horse finishes with confidence that he wants to come back tomorrow to do his job again.
I'm going to step out for a moment to go help a pupil. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Brendan.
Can I go and do your real job for 5
much
minutes?
more knowledgeable than me. And I'll see you guys back in 10 minutes.
Next up, we've got number 45. This is Volstans Above the Clouds. Horse owned by Cry Comfort and ridden this morning by Hannelies Comfort, affectionately known as Fling. He's a horse that doesn't stand over a huge amount of ground, so he has to put in a really big effort to clear these jumps. Hannelies has very short reins to make sure that the horse stays organized, has his hocks underneath him so that he's got enough push. Big ask at the treble there. The horse tried in the middle. Sure, gets away with the 5 there. It would have suited that little horse then, rather going on the big 4, I would imagine. Looking like a speedy round. She needs to leave these last 2 up. Flying to the last. Wow, 32.16. Good enough for 4th place at this stage for Hannelies Comfort. And Volstans Above the Clouds. Yeah, fantastic round. .46 up next. This is Chianti's Touch. Horse is owned and ridden by Ashley Fox. Big, good jump at number 1. Ashley's really built to ride. She's tall and elegant. She's got long legs. Very good upper body. That was a real soft fence at number 4. The horse just coming down on the back rail. All the oxes these days are all in safety cups, so you don't have to hit the fences very hard for them to fall, unfortunately. Sure, this horse has a very expressive jump. Still a young horse. I think it's a 7-year-old. So this horse is really just starting out its open career. You're super at the last. It's a really interesting horse to watch for the future for me. Looked like it jumped that round pretty easily. Let's take a look tomorrow in the championship class and see how he goes. Next up, number 47. This is Garlic Kervik. Jessica Thompson in the irons. This gelding is an 8-year-old by Contendro out of a Conrad mare. Cool. Just keeping her body away from the horse's shoulders, allowing him to jump really well through his back. Oh, man. Another one just getting a little deep, hitting the front rail of the triple combination. No problem down that tricky four stride. This horse looks like it jumps the jumps with ease. Got a lovely way of going, beautiful rhythm. Unfortunately, finding another fence there at the last. 8 faults there. Right, next up, number 48, Callo Conchavella. This horse is owned and ridden by George Perbrick. It's a real personality, this gelding. It's part of the family, that's for sure. It's often very competitive. George likes to go quick. Oh, getting a little deep there, but horse makes a big effort. George making sure he does the right number of strides, adjusting his hat before the KUDA triple combination. Nips inside. Disciplined on the 9, wants to get the little inside turn, which he does. Time to beat 30.92. Yeah, good round, 31.47. Good enough for third place at this stage. Callo Conchavella and George Perbrick. Right, on screen next we have number 49. This is Conquistador. Horse is owned and ridden by Jenny Jacoby. Conquistador was an 11-year-old gelding by Connoisseur. I'm sure the viewers at home will remember Connoisseur jumping in the 150s with Nicholas Sam Riley. Whoa, whoopsie. Sure well set. Sure, Jen, well set. It's never easy to unfortunately end up in front of the saddle, and it's pretty difficult to get back in the saddle from that position. Looks like Jen's going to opt to retire today. Okay, 51 up next. This is Check Me Z. Horse is owned and ridden by Charlie Ann Crockard. feel like we've mentioned Charlie a bit this morning with all her pupils that we've been watching go. Now we get to see the lady herself. This is a new combination for Charlie, recently purchased from overseas. She's a real speedy mare, this, matched by Charlie's fire. I think you can only imagine what can happen when they get it right on the day. Charlie hails from Zimbabwe, does a huge amount for their equestrian fraternity, producing young riders in Johannesburg. And exceptionally competitive herself. Yeah, she is so naturally quick, this horse. Sure, really quick turn there. Time to beat 30.92. It looks like Charlie's going to be there and thereabouts. She got a little slow at the end. Zandi breathes another sigh of relief. 31.51. Good enough for fourth place at this stage for Check Measy, Charlie and Crockart. She's got enough left in the tank for the championship class, that's for sure. So next up, this is Amy Crossley with Penmarine's Darwin Amazon Z. Wow, what a jump over number 2. Here's a exceptionally good looking horse, this. Beautifully turned out this morning, all plaited up. No trouble through the KUDA triple combination this morning. Sure. Jumps that tricky 4-stride with ease. He's got lots of step and ability, this horse. Unfortunately, looking like it just gets a fraction deep there, but it still looks like a fantastic combination, this. I think my co-commentator Sten is watching his pupil. She apologizes about getting a little deep at the end, but still puts together a good round. Nothing wrong with that. So next up, number 53. This is Callo Lennox. Angela Speechley in the irons. Sorry, Spensley. Another good-looking son of Lisbon out of a Grannis mare. Oh, falls victim to the back rail of number 1, unfortunately. Looks like she just lost her line there and lost her rhythm, so she's elected to just go around, set herself up, organize her life. It is very difficult when the rounds tend to unorganize you, and I think just being professional as a rider and taking your time to do a circle and gather your thoughts is so important for just the general production of your horse? It's definitely keen this morning, this horse wants to get to the other side of the jumps. So leaving all the jumps up, I think. But, oh no, sorry, hitting the first roller, number 1, in a little circle there at 5A. For Callo Lennox and Angela Spencerley.
Next up at number 54, we have GCS Max Fantastique NPS, ridden by Nariska Prinsloo Hill. Don't blink because you'll miss this round.
You're back from your real job, bud?
Yeah.
You must be happy enough with your rider?
It's a new partnership, and Amy's still getting used to the horse.
Yeah. Horse looks like it's got all the ability, sure.
He's an incredible horse. I think when they look back on his track record in Europe, he's jumped up to the 145s, and I think with a couple time faults once or twice is it.
Really?
So
wow.
He's got a real clean record. I think his length of stride just catching her out from 8 to 9 there.
Okay.
She was pulling on the 9 and still got there too deep.
Sure.
But I think that's where learning the horse will just, you know, that takes time.
Takes
just jumping
time,
the horse
of course.
in the ring.
Paying your school fees.
Risk quick inside here. Oh. And then still getting the force so easily.
Easily there. That horse landed and really moved. She's quick around here.
Zandi will be watching, holding her breath, I think, here.
She's got to be fast these last two.
Maybe going fractionally wider there than Zandi. 5 seconds to come home.
Ooh, she had one too many pulls for me.
31.05 puts her into second place, just ahead of Olivia Garton, who sits in third on ACT Painters Solana. 5/100ths of a second.
Wow, that was close.
And if you thought that was quick, one speed merchant followed by another. Next up at 55, Callao Fandango, winner of yesterday's class, with Jason Phillips riding for Tatum Hoffman.
Let's see what Jason's got. Oh, a little back rail of number 1.
Brendan, can I tell you, with this horse's sort of show plan in mind, I
Not
almost
the worst
wouldn't be upset if I was Jason.
yeah.
He can give this horse a little bit of a school round the rest of the round.
He would for sure be eyeing out the championships tomorrow.
And just keep a lid on the horse a little bit. Also, I always think to myself, on a horse that's this careful and this competitive, almost a nice thing to have a pole down on day 2, because you know, on a law of averages, if you've had a pole on day 2, day 3 you're going to be clean.
Hopefully.
Usually. And if you've had 2 down on day 2, for sure you're going to be clean on day 3.
Yeah.
So
uncharacteristic of this horse. He usually is quick and fast, but we never know what's going on in their bodies.
there you go. I think that's Jason for today, definitely. And thinking about tomorrow's class, he'll have this horse ready, rearing to go, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Next up, number 56, Camaro. Greg Scott in the saddle.
Riding for Rebecca Oppenheimer.
So Greg is one of my neighbors, and I often see him on this big, good-looking horse going and doing his track work. He spent lots of time outside the arena. It's a 12-year-old gelding by Casino out of a Grannis mare.
Yeah, has a beautiful canter, lovely way of going for such a big horse, like light on its feet, and really springs off the ground, as you see that at number 1.
He looks like a big horse, I must say. Greg's a tall enough guy.
Brendan, everyone's tall to you and I. I think Greg's only the same height as you and I.
Easy down there.
Just looks like a lovely type to ride, doesn't he?
Do you know if this horse has jumped any big classes? Because it really looks like it could do it with ease.
I'm not sure, but I do know the horse has been in the country for quite some time. They've taken their time getting him up and running.
Okay.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, though. It looks very organized.
Looks easy.
And at 12 years old, yeah, I mean, that could have been a 160 oxer.
And it'll jump it, yeah.
Greg turning up the heat here a little bit. Being competitive, yeah.
And off he goes to the last.
Touch on the back rail, gets away with it, 36.66. I'll leave out some of the words that Greg just mentioned, but he said this horse is definitely a jumper. Definitely a jumper. He said it a bit more enthusiastically than that, with a big smile on his face. But he has mentioned to me before he loves riding that horse, and he just looks a lovely type, doesn't he, Brendan?
He really does. Looks like he loves his job. He leaves the ground like weightlessly, as you mentioned. 57 up next. This is Quisto 2, Kalo Brimacombe.
Also a more experienced horse, jumping down a few levels. Kalo here putting in the work, putting in the effort, while her trainer is swanning it around Europe and Monaco. Where's he now? Spain,
Mallorca.
I think. Mallorca now.
Oh boy, when you've won as many Grand Prix as that, then you must go to Mallorca. I like it.
Yeah, Kalo trains with Ronnie Healy. Really confident young lady, rides beautifully.
I think just mentioning that bringing the horses down to create confidence, fitness, whatever it would be, is so important. I feel that, you know, being able to listen to them and what they need, whatever it would be in their bodies or in their confidence or whatever it would be, is so important as a rider to create longevity in you know, in your partnership with your horses.
Yeah, I think it's always about keeping your horses happy and confident. When I was still a bit young and green, I was quite taken aback when I would see Liam Stevens on Wonder winning the Grand Prix on the Sunday or whatever, and then the next week he'd be jumping at Burlington in the 120s on a Friday morning.
Sure.
And he always said to me to make Wonder feel like she's King Dingaling or Queen Dingaling.
Yeah, yeah.
And
give him the sweetness, confidence.
Yeah. And Kalo doing that beautifully with Quisto 2 now. Next up at number 58, it's riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud, Rainer Korber, riding 334 Kazarati.
It's a cool name, like Maserati, right?
Kazarati by Casal out of a Diorado mare, 7-year-old. If I'm not mistaken, a horse we saw piloted by Chris van der Merwe at a few shows. Now we see Ray Korber in the saddle.
Casal, a really interesting. Just, I mean, either on the father side or the mother's side, it's always interesting to see what he's been producing in his life.
Absolutely, and if you look through the 334 Sport Horse stud, their sort of pre-auction catalogue with their mares and that, you see Casal comes up a lot in the pedigrees.
Okay.
Obviously a favourite of Gubbert's.
Yeah, agreed. I think and I think with good reason. I think there's very interesting Casal blood that he's brought in.
Brendan, I mean, you look through that catalogue of his, where he talks about breeding with black mares, the black type mares.
Yes.
And you look at the pedigrees and that coming through in that stud. I mean,
interesting.
Wow.
Right? Yeah.
Just
So
the
exciting.
mares that he's bred with, he's just really. Yeah, it's exciting for the sport, and Ray making that round look comfortable, easy, classy. I mean, to have jockeys like that in your stud, you think that horse goes from being piloted by Chris van der Merwe, a young man who's won however many titles he has in this country, more than I can count.
Many, yes.
To another man who's classed in the same league.
Absolutely. Another unbelievable consummate professional. Exciting times for the 334 stud.
Next up at 59 on track, we have Moon Zapper, Alexandra Wexler Snow.
Was used to be ridden by Rochelle Pastana, and
Rochelle
before that,
Klook,
oh, sorry,
and before
Klook,
that,
sorry.
Pippa Baxter,
Yeah,
am I right?
yeah,
Philippa
yeah.
Baxter. Guy that knows how to go quick. We've seen him in many a podium finish. But sometimes, as we see there, these horses that are quick thinking as well, and sometimes their brains get a little bit much for them. Alexandra likes her horses a little bit hot and keen. She does a really good job at keeping a lid on this guy. You see she didn't panic like when he made the mistake there, gives him a little pat. Good shot off the turn there at that oxer.
Yeah, that fence has fallen.
That has definitely
Fair
been
amount,
the bogey
yeah.
line. I mean, I think a lot of the Grand Prix riders will be looking at that, hoping that that line maybe moves a fraction further down the long side, give them an easier approach to that oxer.
For me, the three and four stride distances, you don't have any time to adjust. So sort of
If
what
you don't
landed
nail
in-
your ride to the first jump,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
in trouble at the second.
You've got a fair amount of work to do before the last.
Now this long approach to the last. Leaves it up. See lots of voice command going on there.
Settling
Chatting
back
to
down,
her
yeah.
horse. Yeah. And he gets a big pat. So, our last horse in the class up next, number 60, Cias Asario with Johan Lotte riding for Gemma Null. So,
Looks
yeah,
like
nothing's
he's-
changed.
Looks like he's having a little look at that inside turn from the KUDA triple combination inside that left turn to the STOKKIESDRAAI oxer.
This horse really is a speed merchant.
He's looking quite suave these days, Johan. Looks like he's got a new...
Stylish. Brendan? Not aware of that's gone on.
It's definitely the summer of life that we go with these horses when we take them up and down the grades, making sure that they're suited for the events that they need to jump. I mean, if you
Dare I
wanted
say a little equitation
to,
inside
I mean, you want to
turn
look
there.
at how to ride that inside turn there. That's exactly how you needed to do it. Smooth and elegant. No stress to the horses.
I'm going to tell you,
Rhythm.
Han, that you called him elegant.
And suave, all in the same round.
We're more accustomed. One for me.
So that finishes up the class. Zandy Alcock, Favor the Bold.
Tops the tables
Yeah.
out of 60 horses.
30.92, anything at 30 seconds to do any form of a jump off was quick. Just going to wait for the official results to get published and we will keep you up to date. There we go. So in first place, Favor the Bold, Zandy Alcock, time of 30.92. Second place, GCS Max, Fantastique NPS, Nariska Prinsloo Hill, George Perry and Crockart. I think she's got a little. Seventh place, Voltstance Above the Clouds, Hanley's Comfort. Bokertov, Kiss and Tell, Sean Neal in 8th. Lady Valkyrie, Douglas Picketh in 9th. And finishing out the top 10, Quisto 2, Kyla Brimacombe. Good class, Den.
Really good class. Brendan, a lot of the riders looking like they weren't quite in fifth gear, obviously with the championship class tomorrow in mind, I think. Yeah, not flat out today.
Definitely not. I think that Zandy's horse goes at that speed anyway, and the others were all. I think they've all got something left in the tank for tomorrow. I do agree with you 100%. I think that's part of having these shows that are over multiple days is definitely trying to pick your class, deciding which is going to suit your horse the most. You obviously can't try and win all of them, so. I'm sure a lot of those riders are going to have a championship podium in mind.
Just a little mention, Brendan, of Alison Koch finishing in the prizes yesterday and in the prizes today in a tough field of riders after not having the best show at Shongweni. Just really good effort to turn it around that quickly in a matter of weeks.
For sure.
Shows you the influence that her coach, Tracy,
yeah, well done,
has.
Tracy. Absolutely. She, as you were saying, she's been instilling confidence in Alison for a while now, and it looks like it's working.
See George Perbrick making his way in for his rosette. He skipped work this morning. I'm sure if his bosses were looking, George says he's feeling terribly ill this morning. He had to scrape himself off the floor to get on his horse, and he would never be able to concentrate in the office, obviously, but one gentle show jumping round is okay.
Little high five there from Charlie and George.
Stablemate, I think. He stables at Charlie's yard and trains with Charlie.
Trains with Charlie, absolutely.
Charlie's got her work cut out if she thinks she's going to get George to ride with short rein, sitting tall and
looking as well presented as all the girls do. Big thanks to iFarmer for sponsoring this 132 phase class. 2,000 Rand for first place, 1,500 for second, 1,000 Rand for third.
Yeah, Stuart and the iFarmer team always heavily involved in
Absolutely.
sponsorship. I know this show is one of their favorites. They often stay here in the chalets at the showgrounds and enjoy themselves a good evening at the restaurant here.
It's always very vibey here in the evening. We've been accustomed to having a few raucous evenings at the STOKKIESDRAAI restaurants, but there we have Zandi Alcock receiving her first prize there. I think she left her horse in the stable, perhaps. She looked
For
a little
safety
bit, well,
reasons.
I'm sure, absolutely. Second place, GCS Max, Fantastique NPS, Naruska Princely Hill. Third place, ACT Painter Silana, Livy Garten. She's really on form, that mare. It's going to be an exciting one to watch. Callo Concha Vella, George Perbrick. Got enough reason to skip work today, nearly on the podium.
Charlie Crockett receiving 5th place there on Check Me Z. And rounding out our arena finishing places, Barry Taylor riding for Nikki Whitfield, Colado's chrisy. That's a relationship in show jumping that's gone on for years.
Amazing,
Barry and Nikki have had a real long-standing relationship together. Yeah, just nice to see them always in the results, and
I suppose good to see Barry and Nikki back together with their horses and doing what they do.
I think Barry's been the ground person for her horses of late, and to see him back on top in the saddle, really cool.
Absolutely, yeah. So big thanks to iFarmer for sponsoring this class.
You think, yep, Zandi cancers off on foot. There you go.
Punching the air. Naruska going to lead them off because Zandi's horses not here today. Salon a third place there.
4th place, George Perbrick.
With the longest reins you've ever seen in your life.
Charlie will have something to say about that. Charlie not as young as fit as Zandi. She's not cantering off. No fist pump from Barry John here in the lap of honor, but he'll be very pleased with his result today.
Yeah, good setup for his championship class tomorrow. So that's the first class of 3, Sten. We've got the Grand Prix coming up next. You mentioned the 150 KUDA Riders Grand Prix.
They had mentioned an approximate 12 o'clock start for the Grand Prix, so we do have some time before that class. And then
you mentioned 44 starters in the Grand Prix coming up. I mean, gee.
Yeah, that's a big class.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, we said South African show jumping is alive and well. When we start getting over 40 horses in our 150 classes, really exciting. And I mean, if you start looking through the list of horses, I mean, gee, there's going to be a really, really strong field of horses and riders in that class. And then we've got a 135 two-phase competition sponsored by Protein Feeds that's going to round off the day today. But I think what we're going to do is let Kate Launder get building with her team. It looks like the truck's driven in to give the arena a little bit of a prep for the Grand Prix. I think join us in a little bit, and we'll touch base with you guys shortly.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Afternoon, viewers. You're joining us here for the big one this afternoon. This is the 150 KUDA Riders Grand Prix. This course pitched by Kate Launder this afternoon. STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre is the venue. Sten Muckner, you had a little wander around.
A little bit of time, but it's they don't jump well into that corner. So triple bar left turn to the vertical, Then it's a steady 7, I think, on the outside curve to number 3. Then the riders have a bit of a breather. They keep double on 2 strides.
That is really, if we look at it, I mean, it's almost just in front of us here. That funny little water tray at number 4. I mean, that's almost a right angle back on yourself.
For
slightly
sure.
even more back on yourself
Yep.
to a big square double. I think that's going to be tough.
Oxa jump.
And keep going, or what else would you say?
Then 9 strides. After the double, 9 strides. I think the riders are going to have to be very strict not to fall right, because that 9's going to get a little short then.
Okay.
And then I think the 3, if they do fall right and get there on a tight 9, I think the 3 strides from 6 to 7 is going to ride a little long.
In the last class, we just saw that similar line there. It walked, it was on 4 strides, and it was
Yeah.
the other way, but it walked, I mean, it rode quite tough, I thought.
And I think that number 7's quite a big oxer, very square, jumping into the corner to get your horse to jump the back rail. I think you're going to be wanting to ride them up to the oxer.
Okay, leaving room for leg, okay.
Then they make a right turn to our sponsor of the class, the KUDA treble combination, 2 and 1, nothing too complicated
Sure.
there. I think pretty straightforward treble combination. Then the first sort of question about time around the track, I think the riders are going to be looking at either going inside those pot plants, which will be quite a tight left approach to that oxer at number 9 coming away from the gate. Otherwise, maybe just going around, but then they're going to have to be very aware of keeping their ground speed up.
It's wily
Sticking-
course building there. I mean, that's a really, I mean, for me, a big test at the triple, and then a real sort of time test straight after that with the
Yeah.
big oxer jumping up the hill.
Absolutely, and they're going to have to make sure they stick to the 375 meters per minute. Again, 7 strides on a curve, pretty normal to 10. Then I think the same as we saw at Shongweni, just before that last line, a lot of the riders by that point, you're thinking, phew, I'm still clear, I've got to be quick. I think the riders are going to have to be organized at the back of number 10 before making that right turn to a pretty big square oxer, that Peter Morrison oxer, coming back up the hill along the long side. And then 5 strides, pretty normal, back to the Double H feeds jump, jumping into the corner. Again, just testing the horse's care. So all in all, I think a fair track. I think the guys are going to have to keep their ground speed up,
I
not
think
fall
ground
behind
speed
the
and
pace.
discipline for me are going to be
Yeah.
the things. I think if I look at how quickly
In
or
this
how,
arena, exactly.
how close the jumps are, I mean, there's not going to be much time to get organized between fences or between doubles or whatever it would be. I think that most of it's going to be related, and I think if you've got a horse that maintains a good natural rhythm, I think it'll help you a lot in these type of arenas. I think that if you've got horses that are a bit unorthodox, you need to be really giving yourself time to stay organized and leave
The
room for
jumps,
leg.
the jumps come quickly now. I've jumped a clear round around a Grand Prix here, just stroke my ego for a minute when I did do some show jumping. I've jumped a clear round on Callo Padre in here. Everyone knows him for how much he bucks and plays.
Yes.
Can I tell you, around that Grand Prix, I don't think he bucked once. There wasn't time for bucking.
Sure.
There wasn't time for playing. And I think today is going to be a lot the same.
Absolutely.
Looking at the field of riders, I mean, top class riders in this event.
Proper. I mean, basically, this is our World Cup field. I mean, these days, bar a few of them that are all on their way up. I see there's the 334 stallions are in here. They're obviously still getting up and running, being as young as they are, but a really stacked field this morning or this afternoon. Nariska Princely Hill is going to kick us off with Oregon Fundin Bishop, and then we've got NCT's Callagher Lord Chris will be in second. George Kootlis, another really sort of established World Cup rider these days.
You look
I must
at-
say, the list goes on.
I was going to
and on
say,
and
you
on.
look through
Yeah.
those names. There's very few of these riders that haven't ridden up at World Cup level. Interesting class. It would be hard to pick a favorite, I think.
I think just something that is always exciting. I mean, I've been a disciple of Barry's for years, and a huge follower of him and Farnham and all his journeys, and he's been instrumental in Ashley, his daughter's success as of late, and he's been producing horses for her and getting horses ready for these Grand Prix. She looks like she's got hope, and then I'm sure she's going to have Tiny in this as well. Who is Largo S, who's actually second horse, number 27. And if all goes according to plan,
Largo had a little tinkle around the 130s yesterday. I heard them discussing a new bit and just changing the chain behind the back. So a little tinkle around the 130s yesterday, and I think I'm about to take the words out your mouth, but I think, if all goes according to plan, this weekend could be young Ashley Taylor's first World Cup.
Incredible. I mean, what a moment for Barry and for Law, and of course for Ashley.
I think we might even see a bit of emotion out of
reckon,
Barry John for once.
I reckon. I mean, I think it's
definitely a tear or two out of Lorette.
Definitely.
So yeah, that's an exciting one for this show. But just getting back to today's class, I mean, really one that sort of hard, like I said, hard to pick a favorite out of the field.
Absolutely. I think just there are a few rider combinations that have been riding some wave of form. I think you can never leave Tamara Rueda out whenever she's around. She's on the podium. Jean Corber's in there. She's exciting. Hannah Garton with Pollyanna. She's becoming a real crowd favorite as of late. So this is a really, as we said, stacked card. 44 riders in this 150 Grand Prix. Fantastic for South African show jumping and for where it's going.
So I think there we see Oregon just making his way up to the gate. Nice experience in at number 1 to show the other riders the track and sort of feel out the time allowed. Kate did mention to me that they were going to wait till they'd had their first 3 riders just to set the time allowed, because she wasn't 100% sure. They'd made some adjustments to the track. They'd remeasured.
And Nariska looked very relaxed when she was walking the course today, so she's obviously full of confidence riding her big horses.
I was going to say, confidence there's no lack of with Nariska.
For sure. So this being a Grand Prix, we are going to be taking 25% into the jump-off at this stage. Sten, your maths is better than mine. You said 44. We got 11 in the jump-off.
Yeah. So 11 horses or all the clear rounds.
All the clears, of course.
And I've got a feeling we're going to have more than 11 clears here today.
Well, there you go. Put your neck out. Let's see.
Absolutely.
I think that's a pretty safe bet, to be honest with you. I think the standard and the level of riding as of late has been really impressive to watch. We've been lucky enough to have a fantastic seat in the house where we get to watch all the riders and all the rounds and that type of thing. I've been impressed every time I've left these big shows with the level of horsemanship and horsepower that we have in this country. And here we go, kicking us off, number 1, GCS Max, Oregon Van den Bishop, Nariska Prinsloo Hill. Is this the blanket monster?
This is the blanket monster.
Okay. He's been at his game as of late. I see on Facebook he's been chewing blankets left, right, and center.
I must say her commitment to keeping him blanketed is outstanding.
It is outstanding. You're right. I mean,
it's something else, because I would have run out of money by now.
Or enthusiasm at that stage.
Absolutely. So Oregon, a 10-year-old stallion by Hunter Skendro out of a Nabab Derev mare. And that Nabab Derev line always on the dam side seems to be quality.
Super scope as well.
And he has bucket loads of scope, this horse. Making her way to number 1, that triple bar jumping into the spooky corner here of this arena.
What's your feeling on a triple bar at number 1?
I love it. Helps you sort of set your rhythm, get going, gives the horses confidence. A little trot step around the turn from Oregon. See the steady 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, that is a little steady,
huh? Yeah, absolutely. We called it. I think that's going to ride. You have to be really patient through that line.
Leaving room for leg, I think, is something that's going to be so important around this course.
Makes that first tight turn back to the double. Beautifully through there.
Oh, he really sat and pushed out that vertical.
As we said, a patient 9. Keeping your line to number 6 allows you to ride up on the 3 to the number 7. Set the horse up here for the treble. Oh,
sure, he left the ground
classy as ever.
There. This is the little test you were talking about with time.
So she goes just around those pot plants. 4, 5, 6, 7.
That was an easier 7 you mentioned. Huh?
Yeah, more normal 7 strides there. I think that oxer there at number 11 is going to take some jumping coming up the hill that late in the course.
All right. So finishes up on a score of 8 penalties there for GCS Max, Oregon Van den Bishop, and Nariska Prinsloo Hill.
Yeah, I think for a horse
for time.
No, so they'll only set that. I think we'll only hear about that in 2 horses' time. But I think for a horse like that, young and inexperienced at this level, I think Nariska giving him a pat on the way out, she'll be pleased with that performance today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's all about producing and teaching horses to jump this level. I think it's all about muscle conditioning and brain conditioning. Right, so next up, number 2. This is NCT's Callo Lord Chris, owned and ridden by George Koutlis.
See him just doing 1 or 2 transitions there before he makes his way to number 1, making sure that Chris is paying attention to what's going to be required of him here. Whoa, good jump over number 1.
This horse is by one of your famous or favorite sires.
Yeah, Lord Zed. I think George rode that perfectly. I was about to say he's a young man that would know patience in the first related distance like that, and did it really well. A little deeper that oxer, giving him some encouragement with his tongue, and the horse jumping beautifully.
7, 8, good on the 9.
See, the horse is really having to make an effort. I think,
you called that,
back
definitely.
rail.
You said
Yeah.
number 7 was going to take some jumping. Both the first and second horses really had to put in a big effort there.
Super George, keeping him together here.
He's got nice short reins, staying organised. It's definitely the name of the game with this track.
See a little bit more flowing on that 7. Now I think be organised, be patient here out the turn. With leg to the oxer, good ride.
Good shot. Come on.
Yep.
Yeah, boy.
Let me tell you, that's how to ride that track. Good job, George.
Boys are back in town, buddy.
I say it every time, but you cannot believe that this young man is only early 20s, Brendan.
Yeah, really. He's got a mature head on his shoulder. He's put a fantastic relationship together with that horse. Fantastic. Really, really, really good riding. He's not an easy horse. I think for all the viewers at home, George spends loads of time
easy
in
as
the
that
warm-up.
looked, yeah.
Yeah, he's very scared of other horses. He spends most of his warm-up running away from everybody, so really difficult to get him in the right mindset, but George has done a masterful job. It's the way to do it. First clear of the day, George Koutlis. Callo Lord Chris.
Next up at number 3, Callow's Larison, ridden by Shaitan Hendricks for the Callo Warm Blood Stud. This is a pair that I think this is their 3rd Grand Prix now, and they seem to be getting better and better with every outing.
Shaitan giving Larison loads of space on the waiting 7. They're very aware of that. He's got big step, the stallion, so he'd need room.
Just touching that off. I think you called it, though, Brendan, scope for days, and it's just learning about how much space to give this horse.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know that space, it changes as you go up the grades. You think what is room at 130 is not room any longer at 150. And you have to adjust, and that doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
The rider and the horse have to adjust to that little bit of room. Oh, gentle rub on the back rail, or those safety cups giving way.
He is definitely looking more mileage at the 150 level, this horse.
Brendan, in previous classes, we've seen this horse come in and have a few early rails and then settle into the round.
Yeah.
Today he came in bang on, 1, 2.
Absolutely. Definitely looking more mileage.
Looking more organised, understanding what's expected of him.
I suppose Shaitan also learning him a little bit more.
Brendan, one rail in front of vertical and touching off one rail behind in that treble combination, the back rail of the oxer. A massive improvement, I think, for that horse. Really, really coming on in leaps and bounds. Gets a big pat on the way out.
He looked quite relaxed this round.
And you know what Shaitan's been so good at is not getting worked up about 1 or 2 results that he wouldn't have wanted with the horse, where he had a handful of rails.
Of course.
Today, the 2 rails, that's already, I think, a massive improvement for that horse, and I feel that horse will be jumping clear rounds in the Grand Prix by the end of the season.
Yeah, agreed.
In fact, I mean, he might go one better than that, and next show be jumping clear rounds, but really looking the part.
Absolutely. I think the process is working. I think the time that they're spending on the horse, getting him up and running at this level, is definitely starting to pay off.
Next up at number 4, R&R Capital Coleman, ridden by Dominic Alexander for NK Sponsor. The master himself. Jeepers, he's stylish, and you were talking about people riding a wave of form earlier. This man is on an incredible wave of form.
He really is there, just giving that horse a little bit of room on the steady 7 so that he's got loads of space to jump that oxer.
Coleman, one of 4 horses that Domini has jumping at Grand Prix level. And Coleman seems to be... Did he just do an easy 8 down there?
And then it almost sets you up. I was going to say that.
I wonder, Brendan, though, I wonder if the 8 is going to let you jump too big into that 3 strides.
And then you'd run out of room.
And then you're going to run out of room to put your leg onto that oxer.
The one thing you mentioned when you walked, that
Yeah.
you did think the riders were going to have to leave room for a little bit of leg at number 7.
I thought you wanted to be gentle on the 9 and then squeeze up. Having said that, Domini has won 1 or 200 more titles than me, so I would respect his decision. How did he jump that oxer?
Easy up on the 5. Oh, unfortunate 4 penalties there. That horse is also looking like he's matured, huh?
And Brendan, a horse of his that he's left out of a Grand Prix or 2 and not put up a level because he's had so many others to jump.
Yes.
And the horse getting his turn today and really, really looking the part.
Fantastic
Really
son of
jumped
Coleman.
a super round, didn't he?
Sorry, of Colnado, Coleman. Big pat there from Domini. He looks like he's over the moon. Okay, number 5 up next, Hope van Ossoff.
A young lady that you've watched grow up for years, Brendan.
Yeah, I think Ash has got this is an exciting weekend for her. I'm sure she's been planning this for years and years. She gets to firstly pilot her cheeky partner Hope around this 150 class, and then she brings in a fantastic horse Largo S a little later.
A little rub at number 1, but gets away with it. Just for those of you at home sitting thinking, you know, how lucky Ash is to have the parents and the horsepower behind her that she has. That she definitely does have, and she has the backing and support of her family. But let me tell you, this horse has been piloted by 1 or 2 other big professionals in our sport, and this young lady gets an outstanding tune out of this
6,
horse.
7, 8, 9. It's just every time I see this horse jump, I'm in awe of Ashley's feeling. He really is a tricky customer. He can.
I'm not wrong in saying it. Hey, Brendan, I mean,
you are
I really
100%
feel
right.
like she gets, and that's no disrespect to anyone else.
Oh, I mean, even
It's
to
just
Hope, to be
really
honest
a
with
feather
you.
in Ash's cap, because she, at her young age, come on, and see, he's just maybe on
Come,
one
Ash.
extra out of each turn.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe just trying to get a little bit careful around then.
Paying the price there in those two fences.
I mean,
9
for
and
me
10.
to see this horse jumping around 150 Grand Prix is such a feather in Ash's cap. Takes an army to get horses up to this
Wow,
level.
what a
Fantastic
round. Well done, Ash.
And for sure, she's not done for this round or for this class or this show.
You spoke about him being a little cheeky, also maybe losing a bit of concentration, turning up towards the restaurant there. You said this arena rides a bit like a stadium feel, and
Sure.
definitely that horse noticed the people and the crowd and the
does that.
and
I
the
mean, you could
entertainment
hear
around the
Ash
arena.
needed to use her voice once or twice because he does suddenly go, oh, what's that over there, and lose concentration. But masterfully piloted around this afternoon.
For a young lady that wasn't so interested in horses as a very young child, flip, she's taken to it.
Really amazing.
What an outstanding round. Next up, at number 6, we have riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud, Chris van der Merwe on 334 Brandon.
Brandon is an 8-year-old Holstein stallion by Brunsau out of a Coleman mare.
Just recently jumped his first Grand Prix at Shongweni at the previous World Cup qualifier and gave an absolute exhibition.
Really did.
Looks like we're in for more of the same today. Chris mentioned to me that in that Grand Prix at Shongweni, he put his leg on once at an oxer. Just goes to show the amount of blood and push and jump that this horse has.
It's incredible.
He said the horse didn't forgive him for like 3 classes after that for putting his leg on. It jumped 6 feet over the jump. Oh, enough time to have a stumble on landing, pick his head up, and canter down the 3 strides, clear that next big oxer.
He is amazing. This horse really is an athlete.
Another one touches the back rail but leaves it up. Chris's ground speed really good.
Good shot.
To see how this horse starts to take control towards the end of the track. Really enjoys his job. Sure.
2 to go. I think, as you mentioned, ground speed should be good. I don't think he'll be worried about the time.
Oh,
3, 4, 5. Yeah, boy.
Fantastic
Super riding, Chris van der
round.
Merwe. 3-3-4 Brandon. He's definitely going to be a crowd favorite.
even a little half fist pump there from Chris van der Merwe. And dare I say it, you mentioned Brandon quite cheeky. I think well suited to his jockey, Chris van der Merwe,
Yeah.
just as cheeky.
Super
An
riding.
amazing round from those two, and I think with quality like that being produced from that stud,
It's incredible.
sooner or
He just-
later we're going to have taller uprights in our game.
He's just trotted past us where we're sitting now. He's so modern in the way that he's designed. I mean, he just looks like he can get in the air so easily. He looks basically weightless as he trot past us here. What an exciting horse for the future and for the 334 stud.
Absolutely. On track now, number 7, Protein Feeds Pilgrim, Lisa Williams, riding for Lisa and George Williams.
So this horse is a big horse. She'd want room here.
As you see, she takes the outside line that she can stay cantering in the 7.
And it's
Lays a little
spooky
toe.
there.
Yeah, lays a little toe on the front rail. Sure.
Yeah, that was a
She's
good
going
shot
a little
there.
wider, but she's definitely keeping her pace up. I mean, noticeably quicker than the other riders here to number 3.
So you see, for me, I'm not sure a horse like this would suit the small arena. So Lisa would have to really make sure that he keeps his ground speed up so that he can keep his push.
She rode that 9 beautifully.
Come on, Pilgrim.
We did call it. That's going to take some jumping. That
Shame, he
number
really
7.
did try there. He threw
Yeah.
his front feet at it.
I don't know if she almost maybe got a little tight on the 9, a little too tight, more than what you would want. As you just mentioned, this horse big, and riding him in this arena takes quite some ability.
Whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's been really interesting to go through this little commentary journey that you and I have been going through and sort of watching these horses throughout this year. Because even this horse, at the beginning of the year, he looked a little green around this level. And really, I mean...
Was that before or after he was second in the Outdoor Grand Prix?
But even,
I'm
but I mean,
teasing
even
you.
then,
Yeah,
he has his moments.
We
you know?
both know he jumped,
And-
that arena would have suited him.
Yeah, of course. He can run
he
and
had
jump a little.
space to run, and he jumped everything and cleared everything by a foot. And you see, like, just the technicality in a smaller arena like this coming into play today.
Sure.
His job becomes much more difficult for a big jumping, big stepping horse like that.
He looked like he handled it today really well, I must say.
Mature mind. Next up, Brendan, one of your favorites
Yep.
at number 8, 334, Finale U with Leona van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
Oh, she's magical in every way, shape and form. For me, this 11-year-old Holstein mare. She's by Dollar de la Pierre, out of a Carthago mare. And she's just, I don't know, for me, she's everything in a show jumping horse. And I mean,
Brendan, am I right in saying she has one foal on the ground already? I
think so.
And it could well be by Brandon, the stallion we've just seen.
I mean, if that's not enough to get everybody excited, gee whiz, I mean, to have just such incredible pedigrees that are going to be coming available to the South African public is so exciting for us. Oh, big effort there jumping out. Yeah, I must say, just it is unfortunate when these good horses do find little soft fences here and there, but still, this is a long game, and you've got to be able to be in it to win it, that's for sure, and being able to put together fitness rounds here and there, for me, is what's going to make them good on the big day.
Yeah, I mean, you take that rail out of it, and really just a treat to watch this mare, isn't she?
Absolutely. She's so rideable in the way she goes. She tries so hard. Yeah, well written down.
For Cantari,
Okay.
one of the other 100 stallions that Chris rides. So sorry, my correction, but yeah.
So the foals are on the ground, and the breeding program is working, and for everybody out there who's wanting to see when the 334 horses are coming, they're on their way, that's for sure.
Buy a Grand Prix stallion out of a Grand Prix mare.
Sure.
Yeah,
Exciting
times.
Yeah,
Exciting
really,
times.
really exciting times.
So, a man that you referred to as suave earlier, what was the other word?
Hottie Lottie was another one that you chucked
that's
in
what
there
I
as well.
threw in there. Hottie Lottie, Cash Lotta, the man himself. Johan Lotte riding for Nova Zonnestraal, riding their entry Nova Zonnestraal's Forever de la Rock Z at number 9. Frenchie, as he calls him.
He also looked very serious when he was walking the course today. Looked like he's got his game face on.
Frenchie, a horse that spent quite a lot of time in the 140s. Johan had a stallion Pour Moi that he rode for Nova Zonnestraal that he jumped the Grand Prix on more than this horse. So this horse was afforded the time to spend a little bit more time in the 140s and just get settled at that level. And now has made the step up to the Grand Prix. This is a venue this horse has always jumped very well at. He's jumped and won classes at night here.
Yeah. Wow, that must put in a
jumping
huge effort.
Out the saddle over that oxer.
Oh, beautiful rhythm down here to the Baker McVeigh vertical.
Good shot off the turn. Johan really looking on it here today.
Good on the 9.
That ox is going to take some jumping for these horses today,
especially
the more.
Toed it on the way up.
He did like a double take in that.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not always smooth sailing when these horses go up a level, but there's no one else you would want producing a horse than Johan Lotte. Unfortunately, that horse finding that maybe all a bit much after that big effort at the STOKKIESDRAAI Oxer. So it looks like Johan might be taking an exit fence just to finish on a nice confident jump for this horse. Yeah, jumps it beautifully.
It really is a production job, this, and it takes time to get these horses up to this level and making sure that all the buttons are in the right place.
And Brendan, I mean, the other thing is you don't know how your horse is going to react until you put them up a level.
Sure.
And that being said, it also doesn't mean that because today didn't go according to plan that next time won't. It's all about, you mentioned it earlier, having your horses fit and well, having them confident in their bodies and their brains. It takes a lot for these horses to be at this level.
And I suppose, as you mentioned there, it didn't work out for Johan today, but every single rider in the world comes back fighting, so you've got to go home, you've got to
and
put
no
the
one
pieces
more so
back.
than Johan.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
can guarantee you that.
Absolutely. So, next up, number 10, this is Equine Performance Products Will. This horse is owned and ridden by Hannah Garten. Very disciplined, structured young lady. I'm always keen to see how prepared her horse is and how she's prepared herself for these big classes. Very mature and structured in her way. It really shows with her results, to be honest with you.
As our viewers can see on the screen, I think the course designer Kate Launder just making sure that the class stays as fair as possible. The rail that was on the top of that oxer at number 9, one of the lighter rails, so it has to be replaced with another light top rail, just to keep the class fair for these riders.
I suppose just to elaborate a little bit on that for the viewers at home that wouldn't particularly know, this is being an FEI show. All the top poles on these jumps are much lighter than any of the other poles. I mean, I'd love to get an exact weight on the pole.
Yeah, it's in the teens. Let me have a look up on that. I'll get back to you shortly.
It just shows you basically that our sport is going along the way of lighter equipment and shallow cups and all that type of thing. It really demands for careful show jumping from our horses, very accurate riding from our riders. So it looks like the jump's been all set up and replaced. So unlucky there, just finding the back rail of number 1, that triple bar.
I
I mean,
wonder if
Sten,
the
you mentioned
extra-
that you like a triple bar at number 1. I must tell you, I also quite like it. You can sort of ramp them up and put your leg on a bit positive.
But I wonder if maybe replacing that top pole, just taking a few extra moments, and the horse walking around for a little bit of extra time, sometimes they can switch off a little bit,
I get a bit
because
cold.
now looking quite the class act. I mean, I know I have favorites, but Hannon's definitely at the top of the list when it comes to favorites. She's just an absolute treat to watch. Beautiful young rider.
Such good upper body control there. You see that horse puts a big effort in at number 7. Her body doesn't move. Yeah, good shot at number 9. Will is the first of 2 horses that Hannah's got in this class. She brings in Pollyanna a little later. So she'll be chuffed just to get around this course, get a feel for things, and then she can bring her big mare in a little later. I'm sure she'll be eyeing out the shots at the jump off this afternoon.
So Will finishes on 8 faults in a time of 76.77. Time allowed has been confirmed at 79 seconds, so none of our riders, in fact, sorry, just Oregon so far having a hassle with the time in a time of 82.97. All the other riders coming home inside that time allowed. Brendan, next up.
Number 11, this is Odina van Berrymar. Very, very interesting new partnership for Charlie and Crockart.
And this would be this pair's first Grand Prix together. This mare's right up my alley.
She really, I must say, she would suit you down to the ground.
She just touching the back rail there. Real little lover of jumping. I watched her in the warm-up yesterday. I actually could not believe how she kicks off the ground. It had me completely flabbergasted.
I think you nailed it there where you said lover of jumping. You know,
Yeah.
I think that she goes with her ears back because I think she's got fire in her belly, but she looks like she loves
I think she
it.
goes with her ears back because she's irritated someone's not letting her get to the jump as fast as she'd like. Charlie does an amazing job. I mean, we wouldn't expect any less from Charlie, the master of faster. I think when this pair gets a chance to really show their turn of speed, it's going to be quite something to watch.
Wow, that was a big effort there. This mare really is looking like she's stepping up to the bigger grades with ease. Beautifully ridden at the last shot.
You know, Brendan, I mean, when this mare... Sorry, I'll let you finish. She went round there in.
No, not at all. Please, I love hearing this. She's up your alley. Tell us what you...
But when the mare first came in, I thought, you know, Charlie, I really felt like if you went overseas to find a horse, why would you bring back a 135, 140 speed horse? And I'm the first one to eat my words when she told me, no, this is a Grand Prix jumper. And yeah, I've obviously still got a lot of learning to do in the sport because the mare is outstanding, and I think there's room for more growth. I mean, that mare's only been in the country 6 months.
Absolutely.
There's a hell of a lot more strength and power that's going to come from that horse.
I think she was definitely bought with competition in mind.
Yeah,
that
for
was
sure.
Yeah,
She's
I
always
mean,
going to be competitive.
Yeah.
But just, I mean, outstanding.
exciting for Charlie to have a really top string of horses coming back up. Next up, number 12, Othello van het Keiserhof. This horse is owned and ridden by Amy Hay, another one who's produced by Charlie.
I think, as he's more affectionately known as Otti, originally purchased from she just go in 6?
No, she's at 7.
Oh, 7, a little
she
wide.
went a little
Yeah, okay.
on an outside curve, I think, and the horse landed and waited.
So this horse originally purchased by Michelle Van Eck and Joe Roberts.
Yes.
And then sold to Amy, and he really is, I mean, Charlie's mare that she's just ridden, I said, was right up my alley, and I think this is another one I'd love to have a go on. That ox is
tough,
is big.
You've got you need so much rideability.
My wife's coming up in 1 or 2 horses, and I'm definitely going to be holding my breath when she's kicking down towards that on my mare. Otti looking like he's getting All keen here towards the end.
Amy doing a great job there, sticking to her guns, using her voice, asking the horse to back up and wait for her. Wow, good round. Excellent round. I think a
And
big
if I'm
cheer
not
there from Charlie.
mistaken, that is Amy's first Grand Prix in the bag.
Excellent riding. Fantastic horse. Smiles all round. She looks absolutely pleased as punch.
Yeah, smiling from ear to ear, and I think her parents, who are so supportive of her, if they're not here, they'll be watching
cheering
on the
from
live
Zimbabwe,
stream.
yeah.
A really proud moment for all of them. Fantastic to have your first Grand Prix under the belt. Well done, Amy.
So on screen now we've got number 13. This is the Dalman Mining and Civils entry, Dartoli, ridden by Gareth Neal.
An experienced mare, a World Cup winning mare, making her way back to the top of the sport after a little layoff. And it just looks, and I mean this with the greatest level of respect, but it looks like an old shoe for Gareth. Fits like a glove. I mean, you put it on and it's just comfortable.
Absolutely. He did say that obviously it's great to have her back up and running in the big classes, and maybe this show would be one that they're going to do the Grand Prix and the World Cup, just depending on her fitness and how she feels today.
Yeah, I heard him speaking to you, just mentioning her show fitness. He doesn't have to do too much at home with her. It's more about just having her ring fit and ready. A little deep in there.
How does
Squeezes
she
out,
push
but,
there? Hey?
But it's also
Wow.
just how well he knows it. He didn't panic for not even a split second coming into that double. And if you wanted to know how to ride it, that looked like it. That quiet ride at the vertical and
then you
riding up
press up.
into contact at that oxer. Jumped it beautifully.
Gee, she made a real effort in there, got her knees round her ears in the middle of that treble.
Time to adjust his reins. Big shot there. Sits patient on the 7. Easy as you like.
Course, really, I think what Kate's pitched today with all the twists and the turns, it really does mess with your rhythm. You've got to have reactive horses.
Great shot.
Yeah,
Yep.
Gary.
And our third clear. Quick time as well, 75.18. That's our second fastest clear round so far, and that will come into play in organising the running order of our second round.
Yep. She's looking like she's back to full fitness there. Dartoli, Gareth Neal. He'll be over the moon with that. I suppose I'm going to have to do this one, considering you're going to struggle to chat. Next up, number 14. This is Pamelia, who's owned and loved by Kirsty Mukna. It's a very special mare, this. I know viewers at home would remember Sten telling us that this was his 21st birthday present, that he has then followed the...
My 21st birthday present, her wedding present.
There you go. Yeah. She's a very special mare, this. A huge part of the Mukna family. Kirsty jumped her first Grand Prix down in Shangweni.
In fine style, had one down late on in the track.
Oh, let's see.
But this mare really is going well at the moment. She was 5th in the 140.
Good riding.
Let me
there.
tell you, this young lady can ride a horse. She's phenomenal on the young horses, the experienced horses. She does so many good things on the horses.
And I must say, but
she didn't even ask me to say that.
I think
Come on.
Come on, Melina.
Sorry.
I think that it's been amazing to see what this horse has done for Kirsty's ride.
Right up.
Come on, Melina.
Scope for days.
They say good horses make good riders. And, I think that Kirsty's put in a magical partnership together with this horse. They look like they really understand one another. She might just shorten her reins here and stay organized.
Hello, Brendan. Hello. Little bit wide.
That's fine. Keep your body, Kirst.
Sit up, sit up.
She
needs a bit of space.
two
She
from
doesn't.
home. She's
Now be
organized her
patient,
legs.
be patient, be patient.
Come on, girl. There we go.
Yes, man! Hey, what a round! What a round! Kirsty Muchner, take a bow.
Oh, amazing.
You know, she
Amazing.
looked ready for a clear round. I thought at Shongweni made one little mistake late in the course,
I
and
agree.
the men never pushed hard enough.
Yeah. She looks like she learned from that little mistake. Not that it really was a terrible mistake, but
Kirsty came to me today, and you know, give her dues where it's due. I mean, I said to her, please, after number 10, that vertical, don't rush down that last line. You clear till there, be
Stay
patient.
organised.
Your horse has jump, and
Sure.
she did that so well.
No, she really did. Fantastic. I know it does take a huge amount of people getting these horses to this level. I know that your name's on the program here, but you're not riding that horse, unfortunately. But happy love,
Can I
happy
tell
wife.
you, I've wondered for years. Let me talk about Lawrence. Yeah. So next up at number 15, Callo Lorenzo Lawrence Moe. It's another young man who's in fine form.
Yeah, we'll get to talk about Kirsty a little later in the jump off again. So absolutely, Lawrence has put a fantastic partnership together with this horse now. He's made the trip back from Europe.
Yeah, I mean Lorenzo, not the easiest horse in his years of production, but of late he's just been showing he's a top class prospect. Won three, Brendan, two or three, two 140 championships in a row.
Yeah, on the trot. Yeah.
And I think he's a horse that goes through little patches, like where he's got to be kept together. He's got quite a busy brain. I think Lawrence is.
Yeah, and a huge step, I would think. It's difficult to keep that under wraps.
Step and scope and
Yeah.
ability. Yeah, just to give him the time to concentrate at the jumps takes a lot, I think. You watch Lawrence's body control and his strength in the saddle, I mean, second to none.
Fantastic, absolutely. I think you would have to have a very good body position to ride a horse of this caliber, because I think you'd get jumped out the saddle quite quickly if you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, while he was overseas, Charlie Crockett piloted Lorenzo with quite some success, and you think again, a lady with real good body control and ability, you know, just consummate professional, and Lawrence has taken the horse back and really is looking like he's ready for a World Cup, Brendan.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, I'll take that back. He jumped his first World Cup at Shongweni.
But I think, as you say, mileaged in the 150s now.
Yeah.
The horse is looking like he's getting
Comfortable
he's
and
comfortable
easy.
at the level. And I suppose now it's all about polishing it. So I think you've got to. And then after they've proved that they can jump it with things up and trying to
and let your nerves settle.
Absolutely.
And not, yeah, there's a next up at riding at number a relatively new partnership, Brendan, one that would be settling into the confidence that they know their ability at this level now. I wonder if that triple bar being set a little bit close to does make jumping towards the flags.
I wonder. Kayla keeps this horse very organized with a very typical short reins.
Body control for days. For those of you watching, Kayla doesn't go to the gym twice a day. That's a body protector underneath her jacket, a hard body protector, not an inflatable one. She's had one or two really bad riding accidents in recent years, so she does.
I mean, really bad.
Yeah,
she almost
really
like nearly had to learn to walk
punctured
out again or
lungs
something.
and
It was
broken
crazy.
ribs, and
Yeah.
she's I mean, and she comes back. These girls are more man than me. I mean, these young ladies are more man than me. They come back fighting. Keep it together.
Putting together a really good round here.
Yep.
Yeah.
No music.
Did she have one down? Oh, she hit number one.
Oh, sorry, the back rail of number one.
I was
of
also
course.
getting excited there for
Shame,
Kayla.
and she gives a little shake of her head with a smile on her face, though. She'll be happy with how that horse jumped. Cheap as he just towed the back rail of that triple bar.
She has done a beautiful
was
job
so
with that horse. She hasn't
unlucky.
had him for very long.
And you know, Brendan, Yanni Kleinans did such an amazing production
absolutely.
job on
Yeah,
the horse, but a
agreed.
totally different style. Yanni almost runs the horses to jump a little bit
Yeah.
and gets amazing results from it.
For sure.
And you can see Kayla's got the horse much more connected.
Yeah.
Yanni had the horse connected from like running into the bridle.
Pace, I think
She's
he's much-
almost
she's
a little
strong.
bit. She's almost a little bit more classical in her way of going.
Sure.
But Jeepers, the horse has adapted well.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
And
right?
they're looking in fine form. So next up, at number 17, Western Farrier's Lure de Mal, and you mentioned it earlier. Our gladiator rider, Stacey Lee Weston.
She had a good shot at number 1 there. I'm not sure that this mare would be everybody's cup of tea. She's quite unorthodox in the way she goes.
You know, at
That was a soft
Shangweni,
fence.
she had a bad fall in the warm-up just before the World Cup, and a hell of a World Cup class it was. That was
Yes.
a big track.
Yeah, it was a
And this
staunch
pair
track.
came in and had 2 down around the World Cup, your first World Cup, after a spill like that in the warm-up. It just speaks to this mare's ability and
Yeah.
her talent.
And Stacey's
I've
guts.
took the words out of my mouth. I mean,
She's amazing, isn't she?
I don't know many other people that would have scraped themselves off the ground and come in for a performance like that. It was really something to behold. You know, she can keep it together here till the end. She's still got a good chance of going through to that second round, Brendan, because our 4 falters are still in with a shout here.
Big effort there. So at this stage, 4 clears.
Oh, yeah, that vertical goes at number 10.
She
Brendan,
still is a lovely horse,
I was
must
about to
I
say,
love her.
as good as she is, you know, that's why it's show jumping, not show winning.
Yeah, of course.
You know, some days your horses jump a fantastic round. I heard Lawrence Modes, after he came out now, walking behind us, saying, oh, just not feeling it today.
Yeah,
Lorenzo,
yeah.
just not feeling it. And I mean, that round now from Lure de Mal, little rub in front there.
Yeah, a little
then
sort of soft fences
and then
here and
touch
there.
number 10 off really gently.
Yeah.
On another day, that was a clear round.
Absolutely.
The mare jumped absolutely fantastically.
18 up next. This is Diamonds Dundee. The horse is owned and ridden by Lara Neal.
Dundee and Lara dressed in KUDA today. Beautiful KUDA numna, and I saw Lara sporting a very fancy KUDA sponsored show shirt. Show blouse. Would you say that for a lady?
I
A
would
show
say.
blouse.
Just
This pair mileaged at 150 level.
sure, jump that oxer with ease.
The only thing more stylish than Lara's turnout is Dundee's style of jumping, technique. Speaks volumes to Lara's groundwork,
well
her
ridden.
flat work, and her production. When a horse this big can be piloted so easily by such a small lady.
And I mean, while we're talking about her and what she's been producing as of late, Lara is a mother of 2. Both of her children were part of the rest of the Neal clan that went down to SA Champs and were victorious in their various disciplines. So it's a real riding family between Gareth and Lara and Sean and Catherine, everybody out there on the farm. Now it's all 4 of the children that ride, and
And
a
what
real
a-
family affair.
And really, what a way to grow up, show jumping with your cousins.
Come on, La.
Yes.
Yeah.
And those of you who've seen Gareth and Lara at some World Cup events, you think you've seen them nervous before the World Cup? Let me tell you, when you watch their kids jumping around the 80s, 90s, 1 meters, then
Scariest
you
thing
see
you've done in
real
your
nerves.
So there we go, second fastest clear there for Diamonds Dundee and Lara Neal. 5 in the jump off so far.
Brendan, you mentioned second fastest clear round so far. That'll come in handy when they're doing the running order for that second round. So at the moment, our 5 clear rounds: Lord Chris and George Cutlers, Diamond Dundee, Dartoli, Gareth Neal, Pamelia, Kirsty Muchna, and 334 Brandon Chris van der Merwe.
It's
Next
looking
up,
like a sharp jump off already, yeah?
are we going to have our 11 maybe? Next up at number 19, Equifox Casino, Gail Foxcroft. Brendan, she showed me her show preparation. I know, because we always tease her about it. You know how often she jumps a little anthill or a brush fence.
Yes.
Do you know what her show prep was for this show? I'll give you one guess. You're allowed one guess.
I mean, I can only imagine it. I mean, because she calls him her bestie. So she goes, I can imagine that she went hacking in Helderfontein with her bestie. and maybe did 3 or 4 jumps, but I doubt it.
I'll give you one hint. He had no tack on.
Loose jumping.
No, she platted him and then put him in the paddock next to his bestie, with his bestie, and his bestie jumped out the paddock. I think it might have been JFK. So they ran up and down the fence for half an hour, and she said, oh, he looked tired after that, so she felt too bad to jump him. She brought him to the show.
Isn't that a male? Gail is just, she's such a horsewoman.
Then she came yesterday, jumped the 140s. I think she jumped 2 jumps and then did like a U-turn and jumped the last double because he needed to jump a double, she said, and walked out patting him to death. I mean, he must think that he's the cleverest horse around. He gets to win classes.
Come on.
4 fences down, comes out to the Grand Prix, not having jumped at home.
And jumps a clear round.
Gets given a long rein and probably going to go back home. She told me he's going home today to go back to the paddock so that he can come back for the World Cup on Sunday.
Well, there we go.
So he's not hanging out at the horse show, going back to his friends.
That's how you handle your bestie, Gail Foxcroft, Equifox Casino. That makes it 6 clears so far.
And again, a quick clear, putting it as our second fastest clear so far. So a horse that we alluded to earlier as being one of the greats, one of our favorites at the moment, a horse that's in fine form, son of Kronos. Up next at number 20, Capital Collier, Dominic Alexander, riding for owner Holly Smith.
Kronos is in his famous hackamore that he seems to have had so much success in as of late. Dominic just obviously finding a sweet spot with Collier.
How did he jump that?
Gets up there easy on the 7. Wow, this horse has got real ability. I think, Sten, if you remember in Shongweni, I think this horse you said was one of the horses that you could have put the jumps up 3 holes and it could have still jumped it.
Absolutely. Dominic came out the arena on Athena yesterday and he was chatting to his pupil Tracy Carney, and she said, wow, that horse just jumps so well. And he said, yep, Athena really does put a smile on his face.
But not as much as Collier,
no,
I'm sure.
And then they asked him about, well, if Athena puts a smile on your face, what does Collier do? And if any of you viewers at home or anyone listening at the show wants to know his reply, you're more than welcome to come to me after the class, because it was quite something to giggle about.
I can imagine exactly what he would say.
Little rub there at number 9. Gets away with it.
Yeah, he must think the world of this horse, and for good reason, really. He really has come into his own in the 150 classes.
I'm going to wait till he's jumped this last line.
He had a rub there. I don't think it fell.
Brendan, that's the first time I've seen this horse rub a fence in about 2 shows.
Jeez.
Not have one down. I just mean actually toe.
Yeah, like touch one.
Think about Shongweni. He cleared everything but 2 feet.
Incredible. Hotting up to be a good jump off. That's 7 in the jump off so far. 3 clears in a row. Capital Collier and Dominic Alexander.
Talking about hotting up to be a quick jump off, or second round. Next up at number 21, Capital's Moonlight Funet Kieserhof, ridden by Kelly O'Connor, owned by Kelly O'Connor. Talking about speed, I mean...
and also just general production for me. I think that Kelly's taken her time with this horse, and
Brendan,
he's really got to this level now where he's looking comfortable and confident. And I must say that I thought the World of Hero, which was a horse that Kelly O'Connor had success on in the past, that
winner
jumped the
of
Derby.
South African
champs in the Derby. I mean, not taking anything away from her, she was magical, but this horse looks like he does it with such ease. They look like they suit each other down to the ground.
Kelly's professionalism, her patience, her ability to produce horses that do have the possibility of going the wrong way.
Yes.
When these horses are slightly tricky at times.
Sure,
she
absolutely.
just knows how to produce them correctly and get the best out of them. You know, when this horse came back from his stint overseas, she really took her time in getting him settled and just developing a system that worked for him. A little touch on the front rail gets away with it.
She looks like she's really like getting that system down, because the horse is looking like...
We've seen him now probably 4 or 5 big shows in a row where he's come out looking the part on day 1 and jumping fantastically throughout the show. So that system that we talk about is obviously being fine-tuned at the moment.
What did she do there?
Whatever, it did look pretty good. Sorry, I lost
such
count.
a beautiful shot at number 9.
Rolled over in his body so well.
We were about to go 4 for 4. Wow. That's incredible.
That's our 8th clear round.
4 in a row.
Brendan,
Wow.
13 horses to go. I called for sure, 100%. We have more than 11 clears. That's what I said in the beginning of this class.
Yeah.
And
You're well on your way.
I love being right. There's no way it's at 13 horses. Is that from our next 13 horses that we're not going to get another 3 or 4 clears. So Kelly O'Connor, fantastic. A young lady who I would like nothing more than for another clear round. Tracy Carney up next, riding for Callo Warm Blood Stud, Callo Lemois. Saw a really cute picture of Lemois and Permelia yesterday in their prize giving each other a little rub.
Oh, lovely.
Tracy even sharing a little love with Permelia. So Tracy jumped straight to the top of my favorite list there.
Let's see what Lillian has in store for us today.
Lillian, a daughter of Lisbon. Jumps with that typical Lisbon.
A bit distracted by the restaurant right at number 1 there. I think jumping into all those flags definitely is quite testing.
I told Tracy that she had to be steady in that 7 from 2 to 3, and she said, no, don't tell me that because I'll end up on 8. She did 7, so thankfully I'm off the hook. She said it was all going to be my fault.
And as Tracy jumped this water tray right next to her, she just went Lily in her ear, just to remind her that best she takes off when there's a water tray in front of her.
Oh, I was that line riding either way.
So tough.
Also, do you think the brown that the horses maybe
I wonder,
don't jump
brown
the
and brown. Yeah, I agree with you. It maybe not that easy to see.
There's got to be something about that line. Oh, Tracy using her body to good effect there in the treble just to help Lily stay straight.
Tracy's got such a fantastic sense of humor, I must say. I love chatting to her about her horses and about her riding. She really does have some very interesting acronyms that she uses.
And someone that loves their horses as much as Tracy, you'd have to search far and wide to find.
Agreed.
They're her everything. It's her life, as it is for everyone. Oh, so
12 penalties.
12
it doesn't
penalties.
really sort of
Match the round. You know, she had one line where she didn't jump well, didn't love the look of the brown line. And other than that, the mare jumped out of her skin.
Right, so it looks like we're going to just have a quick break while we water, rake and prep the arena for the second half of this KUDA 150 Grand Prix here this afternoon at the STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre. So I think we'll take a quick break and join you shortly.
So to confirm how things currently stand on the outside, should we not have any more clears or any quick calls on the easy coming first on our captain's column, followed by Charlie and Cross over the one very much, and tail down the button down over the design. We then move on to the clears, where it will be the slower riders that coming first. That would be Chris Tomababa and the B4 brand, followed by Cassus, Corgan, and Media. Teddy on on, moving on to Dummy on the other, Gary on Toby, top of the order, Byron, and third on the outside.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
next one our riders, and it will be a course walk ahead of that second round. It will be the course walk ahead of the second round of competition. That's for those who are wanting to look at what that track will be. Their round riders. It's sections 9, 10, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 8, 1, 3, 4. We are finished with the midway point arena maintenance, so we're looking to get things back underway. Looking between three shines ahead from also WC, to be followed by the Trickle 334 Christo X, and into the 25 Christmas Ladder 334 Share. A reminder to our riders, no standby horse in this class, but you are welcome to come into the arena with the rider on track, go over fence number 9. So far, 8:30 from 22 starters, 22 riders.
Okay, guys, thanks so much for joining us halfway through the KUDA Insurance 150 Grand Prix here this afternoon at the STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre. It's been a fantastic class so far, Sten.
Yeah, Brendan, I think with half the class down, we have 8 clears so far. Strong field of riders. It looks like we're going to have more than just the top 25% going through. It looks like we're going to have a handful more clears, I think, in the second half. And
agreed, yeah, you called it, sir.
And I think I'd even go as far as saying we're going to have 14, 15 clear rounds in this. And that is no reflection of this track being easy.
Absolutely. I think the level of riding is amazing.
Level of horsepower and riding it's been outstanding. So we're just waiting at the moment for rider number 23, our Tack and Togs entry, Tack and Togs Ultimo WC, with Shari Michaelis to make their way up to the arena.
I think while we're waiting for Shari, just having a chat about this course and what an intelligent course builder Kate Launder is. I must say, I love coming to these events to see what the course builders have in store. I think that's just the nature of this arena being so intense and so tight. You really need to have rideability and a really good connection with your horse. I mean, those horses that are going in the jump off now, I mean, all of those horses on their day are good enough to win a World Cup. Some of them have already done that, to be honest with you. So you're really going to have your thinking cap on and your riding boots on to get on the podium this afternoon. That's for sure.
Yeah, other than from jump number 3 to 4, Brendan, there's very little time in between fences anywhere else. And I think, like we saw in the class earlier this morning, that STOKKIESDRAAI line down there by the judges box, the brown vertical on the 3 strides now to that brown oxer. That's I think where we've got most of our faults in this class so
definitely
far.
the toughest line.
But
do you not think it's also created in like where there's this equipe double right in front of us here that goes on 8 or 9 down to that STOKKIESDRAAI sort of element down there, creating balance or imbalance, whatever it would be.
For sure, and I think, and definitely the colours and where that line is placed, jumping into the corner there by the stands.
You can see all the crowd starting to pull in to watch the Grand Prix, and it's also basically jumping number 7 directly into the crowd there, which is quite tough.
So in the arena now, we have number 23, Tack and Togs Ultimo WC with Shari Michaelis. Instructor and coach Ray Corber standing here in front of us, looking quite relaxed. But I guess when you've got when you've got clients as relaxed and talented as Shari. I don't think it takes a lot of stress.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. I know that Ray obviously does help Shari a lot, and also under the watchful eye of Gonda Beatrix, making sure that everything stays in place. Wow, big effort there.
I don't know that you get a better team of trainers than that.
The results definitely speak for themselves. I think that most of the big 150 classes these days have got Gonda's pupils in them.
Sharian, just touching that vertical off behind.
That was a really soft fence, unfortunately.
I was about to say, she looked like she was just schooling around a track at home. Ew. Big effort over the middle element of that KUDA treble.
Shari's got a fantastic body position there. She really kept her balance through the treble so well.
You see how she stays slightly in front of the vertical a lot of the time, just allowing the horse to really use his body.
I know that show jumping happens at milliseconds, but if the viewers at home could notice how this horse switches his legs behind, I think it must be quite difficult for the rider to stay at balance, but he just pricks his ears and keeps going. He's a real fighter, that horse. So unfortunate 8 faults there for Shari and Tack and Togs Ultimo WC, but she's
Brendan,
getting back up there, huh?
But another round, a lot like Tracy Connie and Leroy earlier, a round sort of better than 8 faults.
I agree. It's such a tough sport. Often it doesn't, the score doesn't reflect the round.
So next up, riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud, Aisling Triggle, riding 334 Christo S. Toto, I think she calls him. Those of you that have been involved in the sport for quite some time will remember Aisling on a big grey horse called Hatsi. He was an absolute unicorn, and Aisling loved that horse beyond. And she thinks that this was her next Hatsi, she said to me. So that's just how highly she thinks of Christo.
Toto is a 10-year-old gelding by Cristello 2 out of a Lodanos mare. I must say, I know that there's been a couple that are right up your alley. I think that this horse is right up my alley. I would love to ride him. I think that he looks so orthodox in the way that he goes.
Second horse in a row just to touch off that vertical.
And I must say, he does have moments of being a brown Hatsi. He does. I mean, when he flattens his back to make a big effort, Hatsi used to do a very similar thing. I'm sure that's why Aisling thinks so much of this horse.
Aisling trained by Barry John Taylor. She has a great relationship with him. They have very good banter. And just really nice to see Aisling back at the top level of the sport.
Yeah, for sure. She also puts in a huge amount.
Another young lady who had a little bit of a break from the sport to have 2 children.
Yeah, but she's
and
back to her best.
Fighting and looking at the top of her game.
So 12 faults there for 334 Christo S and Aisling Triggle. But fantastic to see Aisling back in the 150 classes, and for sure that's going to be one to watch for the future.
Yeah,
she'll be polishing her trade, going back home, getting herself organized, and come back to jump a clear round for sure.
I was going to say, on a horse like that, she best be practicing her smile for the podium not too long from now. So from 1334 entry to another, at number 25, we have 334 Bacure with Chris van der Merwe in the saddle, riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
So 334 Bacure, beautiful stamp of a horse. He's an 8-year-old Holstein stallion by Brunsau, out of a Kessen mare.
Bacure also jumping his first Grand Prix recently now at the Shongweni World Cup qualifier in some fine style as well.
Oh, this horse has just got scope and absolute bucket loads.
Brennan's scope, ability, technique, everything you want, temperament, and no better person to show the best of their horses than Chris van der Merwe.
Absolutely.
Oh,
doesn't look like
these stallions can sometimes be a little sensitive, and as you see in the background, Chris asking really nicely, there's some kids playing on the jungle gym, which is not the easiest thing for this horse to contend with. Oh, really hard for these younger horses to keep their mind on the job, especially the stallions. They always seem to be super aware of their surroundings. But again, I mean, take away that little lack of concentration or interference from the side of the arena. Just appreciate this horse's.
I mean, there, you see how he got up the 3 stride between that STOKKIESDRAAI double?
It looked like Chris was almost a little waiting. Hey, Brendan?
Bakir, only an 8-year-old, I think.
Yeah, 8-year-old. Real youngster. A lot of growing and learning still to do. But when you have all the ingredients for a top-class performer like this,
it's just a
I
matter
think
of
it's
time,
just a matter of
yeah.
time, yeah, going through the motions, making sure all your basics and your grounding is correct.
Absolutely.
And the world is their oyster.
Absolutely, as you mentioned, I think all the ingredients are there. I mean, that horse looks like it's got the ability. I think it's just giving the horse a little bit of time to become a little bit more mileaged in the ring and learn to focus on his job and that type of thing. I'm sure he will continue to get better and better.
Barry, Chris's trainer, just asking him what he thought happened there. I mean, Barry, in his age, we can understand his hearing's not so great anymore. He couldn't hear that steering wheel spinning in the playground there, but I could hear it from here. Next up at 26, Nariska Princely returns on Capital Aiden. Big jumping chestnut horse.
Big jumping horse, this. Gee whiz. It's got huge scope.
As we see over number 1. Aiden, a son of a Rezo VDL, out of a My Lord Carthago Z mare. Another 8-year-old, so another young stallion. Ooh. Really putting in an effort there at number 3. An exciting string of young horses that Nariska has. And I think, again, not long before we see her back to her best at the top of the podium in these big classes, like she was for so many years on horses like Clinton. Well, Bill Clinton, sorry, not Clinton.
Yeah,
Bill Clinton, the big horse that she took overseas and was so successful on. Brendan jumped the World Equestrian Games on Bill Clinton.
I know she took him to Europe. Did she jump the World Equestrian Games? I think she might have. No, maybe. Oh, I don't know.
Sorry, let me rather check my facts before I mention.
What he was is that he was her unicorn. He was a magical horse in every way, shape, and form. Took Nariska overseas.
Look at her smiling there. How Aiden jumped out the treble. Yeah, Brendan, and I mean, I don't think this horse is far off the ability that Bill Clinton had.
I agree with you.
I think he's a lot younger than when we saw Bill Clinton come into the country here. This horse is younger. We've seen him, more of his production.
He's also got a little bit more rideability than Bill had. Bill was really big and did his own. He did it in his own way. This horse looks like he's much more orthodox. So finishing up. Oh, she had a couple for time.
He said. I just heard next we have Ashley Taylor riding
Largo
riding Largo. Ashley saying no.
Wow. Big effort at the triple bar at number 1 there. No problems.
That could have been a quadruple bar. He would have cleared it. Do you get those? No, you don't.
Wow.
He looks like he's just making sure he's ready for the World Cup on Sunday. He's jumping the height already.
Ash using her voice there, and Barry's growling around the corner saying, come on, keep your ground speed.
Horse cross-cantering every now and then, but doesn't phase Ash at all. She goes nice and wide in the 9.
Was that 8 or 9?
I thought she went wide in the 9, but you could be right. It could have been 8, but she had a really good shot into that 3. Smooth as you like.
Come on.
Here, give it a little groan over the middle element. Big effort there through the treble, through the KUDA treble. Super shot, maybe the best we've seen all day at number 9 from young Ashley Taylor.
5, 6, 7. Come on, Ash. Oh, I wonder if the time's going to be a little bit of a worry. Barry's been telling her to get cracking all round.
She's got 4 seconds to get home. 3, 2.
She's not going to make the time, but clear for jumping.
And Brendan, we knew there was a big plan here.
The plan, yeah, one couple for time. I think Lorette's watching on from behind our little booth here. But the plan continues.
Yeah.
The plan continues.
So
the plan wasn't for today.
This 2-year plan is really coming to fruition. The plan, I think, for this horse is the World Cup class this show, and for Ashley's first World Cup. And let me tell you, going on that performance, it's going to be quite some debut in the big class.
Amazing, amazing. Mulrood and Ash, I think, put a fantastic partnership together with a horse that they always knew had the ability. They just wanted to give him the time to get to know Ashley, and they could learn each other. Really looks like something exciting for the future for her. Congratulations.
And I think just on behalf of Barry and the team at Farnham, maybe also a shout out to the Vandenberg family, making that opportunity possible and giving Barry the chance to bring this plan, or Barry and Ash and Law, to bring this plan to fruition. Next up on track, we have number 28, Regenesis Vet Perouge, with Lisa Williams, owned by Lisa and Alexander Williams, a family affair. Brendan, much like we said about Pilgrim, Perouge starting to look more and more mileage, more and more settled at this level. I guess something we should expect with Lisa Williams doing the training.
I suppose, you know, now that Lisa's got off Campbell and she's now learning to ride these different types. You know, Campbell was a rubber ball. These other 2 horses are much bigger and longer than he was, so it would have taken her a bit of time to adjust herself.
Funny, we didn't really see that front rail of the treble, in the B elements of that treble fall at all earlier. I wonder if the sun has changed a little bit. We can see a little glare coming off the middle now, and we've seen 2 or 3 horses have a mistake at that oxa. Perouge being told in no uncertain terms that is not allowed.
Looked like, I don't know, maybe
he didn't really lock on, did he?
Yeah,
he ran a little wide.
She did the 8 instead of the 7.
But he went a little wide and just didn't really lock on.
Didn't lock on, agreed. Jumps do come so quickly in this arena, especially at the 150 level.
So an unfortunate round with 9 fences clear. Oh, sorry, she had down in the B elements in the treble, but a really, I mean, up till jump number 10, really solid round
absolutely from him. Yeah. So 29 up next. This is Leona van der Merwe, and she brings in 334 Hey Wilma. This horse is owned by Leona van der Merwe and VDM Sports Horses. She is a World Cup winner, this mare. Put a sparkling performance together at Maple Ridge at the Biogen World Cup to come out on top. It was the first World Cup win for Leona. It was amazing to see. Leona's parents were there. I must say it's always great to see the emotion on the parents' faces when their children perform like that.
Brendan Oomvota, maybe 45 minutes later, was still in tears at the back of the tent. He was speechless, and genuinely speechless.
Actually, he was speechless. It was
Yeah,
such a
gives you
fantastic
goosebumps.
moment. Yeah, absolutely.
Gets away with a little rub at number 4, but
She was lucky there. She definitely added.
you know, when you're riding well, those sort of things fall your way. Wilma is by Castellano out of a Quantum mare.
Wow. Oh, back rail there. Leona really had to put her leg on. She realized that she was quite far away, and the mare really tried, but unfortunately just not clearing the back rail.
This is another mare that the 334 Sport Horse Stud have managed to get some foals out of already. She has 2 foals on the ground, one by Aldo and another by 334 Casarimo.
Isn't that exciting?
So really just Leona choosing to circle there, obviously not just feeling right to jump number 11. But Brennan, as you mentioned earlier, a mare that has a World Cup win under her belt already
Absolutely.
this season.
Yeah,
And she'll have her eyes set on Sunday's class for sure.
Absolutely, you know, and the sport, some days it goes for you and some days it doesn't, and it's always a long journey with these horses. And today not being Wilma's day, but for sure she's had plenty moments in the limelights and will have plenty more in the future, that's for sure.
So next up at number 30, Johan Lotte returns on Best Companion Z. Melissa Nell, if you're listening, I'm sure you are one of Johan's biggest supporters. What did she call this horse? This combination would be Hottie Lottie on Spotty Dotty or something. She called him. Companion, a really blood type horse. I think a horse purchased open auction when they were sort of holidaying more than horse shopping, I think, from what I understood.
Well, it sounds like they were drinking more than they were doing anything else.
I was going to try leave that out, but Joanne Lotte, Johan's wife, decided she was going to bid on this horse. And I know when the horse came into the country, it was super difficult. And I think Johan was probably cursing his wife for having bought this horse. But I think he'll be quite grateful and thankful now after it's won just about every 130, 135 and 140 class there is to win in this country, and now has made the seemingly effortless step up to Grand Prix level.
Oh, look, I think it's got a lot to do with how this horse is piloted. I think Johan is a master of his trade. He just instills the horses with confidence. He's always riding scope into the horses.
And I think, Brendan, even throughout the show, very seldom will you see this horse in the same pitting combination from start to finish of the show. Johan just a genius at keeping this horse rideable. I think he's such a smart horse. Wow, look how he uses his body through that treble. I think he's just such a smart horse. He figures out all the different bits and how he can do it more his own way. And Johan's got to keep him.
Little rub. Lucky there, it stayed. Come on, Johan.
A rub at 10 again. That also stays up. Come on. Keep it together. One line to go.
Oh,
the horse
got a little behind him.
The horse just dropped behind the contact in the turn.
Damn,
that
so
was
unlucky
so close. That was so close to our ninth clear round.
Oh, what a cruel sport, but unfortunately,
I must say that horse jumped that for fun.
Excellent
That was super,
excellent jumping.
super.
So unfortunate that because you have one little fence down, it's almost considered not good enough. Unfortunately, in our sport, really the room for error is so minute.
Next up, you mentioned earlier one of your favorites, Brendan, number 31, PMH Pollyanna, Hannah Garten. She's already had one good trip around this track. She'll know what's expected. And this would be her horse that she would have pitched at this class. Ooh.
Shame, you know what? She, for me, almost looked like she was keen to get there. She almost went on 6 there.
She looked. I thought she was going on the 6. To be fair,
that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Brendan, I wonder as well, having ridden Will earlier on in the class, quite a different type of horse. You know, sometimes you can feel the distance on one horse.
Yes.
And it rides very different on another horse.
Yes, you try and recreate the same and you get there
think,
much quicker.
jeepers, you know, I had to ride up a little bit in the 7 on Will.
Yeah.
I might have to move Pollyanna up a little bit. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. It just, like you said, looked like she was a little bit in a rush to get there. Easy to say here from the commentators box. Very different story when you're on the horse, like you said, coming off these very square turns in this tight arena. And then she jumps that line
like
she's
nothing.
trying to get an 11 out of 10 in an equitation class.
You know, I suppose then again, this not being her round today, but for sure on Sunday,
as
we said, you can watch, definitely.
You know, if you were to pick 2 of your favorites out of this class, I think you would do well to choose Leona van der Merwe and Hannah Garten.
Absolutely.
On
Wilma
yes. And Pollyanna. I think both those 2 girls have more fight and fire in their belly than most, and I think they'll come back fighting on Sunday, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, obviously a win can make you hungry, but sometimes a round that maybe isn't as good as you would like can make you even more hungry.
I'm a betting man, and I'd go as far as saying you'll see one of them on the podium on Sunday.
I like that bet, but listen, I mean, we were hoping for like lots of clears, and we've had
It's
a little bit of a
coming.
lull in the clears here.
Well, next up, looking to give us that next clear, Sandy Monash riding number 32, Carinius.
Another one falling victim to the back rail of the triple bar at number 1, which is definitely something that I thought was going to be quite friendly. It's definitely taken more jumping than I expected.
Having said that, though, Brendan, you know, you say it's a little friendly. Sometimes, you know, you get different types of horses. Some horses jump better when it's a little bigger and more sort of shocking at number 1.
Yeah, fair enough.
Other horses, they like to ease into the track, I guess. Carinius just sort of losing his way here to the double.
Unfortunately, those square turns can do that to you sometimes.
Yeah, we mentioned before we even started with this class, that's quite a tight turn, and I think when it's not there off the turn, there's not a hell of a lot of...
And especially jumping into a big double.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you can do, is there? There's not a lot of time to make that plan B decision.
Yeah, agreed. So unfortunately, not Sandy's day today. She will be back to fight another day for sure. Jody Ambrose brings in Casco Grey, number 33 up next. Callo Casco Grey, self-produced horse. Jody bought this horse off the auction a few
Son
years
of
ago.
Callo Caspron, out of an Argentinus mare. Sometimes can do things a little bit in his own way, almost
Very much so.
reefs on the way to the jump. You can see he almost jumps invisible jumps on the way to the jump. But Jody, a well-experienced, well-mileaged 150 rider, World Cup rider, winning rider, daughter of two
Definitely.
Springbok riders, I think Sue Peters
And Willie.
and Willie.
So she's definitely, the show jumping is in her blood.
Yeah, she's well bred, as we would say.
Absolutely. Jody's also been trying her hand at producing racehorses these days.
With quite some success. I got to spend quite a bit of time with Sue yesterday during the classes, and Sue, Jody's mom, mentioned that Jody has a real knack for it and loves it. And she did also mention that if it wasn't for Casco, she's not sure that Jody would still be show jumping.
Right, isn't that
So
amazing?
that's how much she's loving it. Casco having a green error, I think, on the way into the treble there. His keenness just getting the better of him a little bit. I think similar there at number 9.
He is keen, isn't he? He really wants to get to the other side of the jumps.
It's just about harnessing that enthusiasm to do their job, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Jody, I mean, again, you look at a round that's 8 faults,
Yeah.
but a round that really classy round that deserved the
Absolutely.
clear.
And I mean, 2 little fences, 2 soft fences here and there around a very strong 150 Grand Prix. I think Jody will be very happy with that.
Next up at number 34, Shiny Swanepoel riding Nickelback de AVZ. Again, you talk about self-produced. We watched her riding one of her younger horses in the 130s earlier. Shiny really riding at the top of her game. She's coached by, I think, friend and trainer Michelle Hobbs. They have a really good partnership, the two of them, and I think a really good understanding about what their plan is always.
It's been very interesting to watch this partnership sort of develop at the 150 level. This horse has got huge ability for me. He's a big horse and does it so effortlessly.
And I mean, I giggle, Brendan, just because if you were to have looked at this horse in the 130s, if you told me that this was going to jump at the top level of our sport, I would have left a question mark next to his name. But Shani, being the professional she is, has really made me look a little bit silly in that. I mean, this horse has done it with ease.
Sure.
Just look at his technique jumping out the double there. often
really well ridden.
And again,
there.
that
Good press
difficult-
with room at number 6,
Yeah.
and the horse gets down the 3 strides to number 7 easily.
I often think when you see horses like this being produced so well, I often think, you know, would this horse have missed the opportunity to jump at this level with another rider?
Sure.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
If it didn't have someone like Shani producing the horse, would someone else have been able to bring the best out of the horse like this? I'm not sure.
Sure, absolutely. So sitting on 8 penalties at the moment.
She want to leave
Very
these last
solid
2
round.
up. Yeah, good round.
Very, very good riding. Another very exciting partnership. Shani will be over the moon with that. I'm sure she'll be eyeing out the World Cup. He does look like he's becoming more mileage at the 150 level. Looks like he's enjoying his job and doing it quite easily.
So, Brendan, next up at number 35, Jason Slade, who definitely not his first Grand Prix, but riding Data Science's Picasso V, who I'm pretty sure this is his first Grand Prix. I've been teasing Jason that he's wasting his time in the 140s after he jumped about 14 clear rounds in a row at the last couple of shows, and he said to me the horse wasn't quite ready, but obviously, sure,
Now he's feeling like he is a bit
like
more
he's
ready.
there. Picasso still relatively young, well actually still very young at 9 years old. Jason has got an amazing tune out of this horse. He really has. A buzzy horse. Can be a little cheeky in the warm-up.
Jason was smiling going around the corner there as Picasso did a little zoomy.
Well, do you think it's because the horse felt so good over that oxa?
Maybe.
Hear him just using his voice there, jumping in, and the horse still plenty scope, plenty stride, almost just being a victim of his ability there. He almost got deep in the 3.
He left the ground with such power.
This horse is really showing his scope in this class. Even there, it looked like he found that first 2 strides a little steady.
short, yeah.
Six.
Yeah.
Easy as you like, all day long on a Sunday drive. Sure. So, Brendan, really,
Nothing wrong with that
horse-
as for a first time around a
your
150
first
class.
time round a Grand Prix, and you
Nothing
got to
wrong.
think my biggest problem was that my horse has too much step, too much jump.
Yeah, it's a nice
And
problem
I've
to have.
got to work on just sort of taking jump away and taking step away.
Amazing.
That the horse listens up a little bit more.
Amazing.
Jason leaves the arena with a big smile on his face. Congrats, young man. I think that's an exciting combination for the future.
Okay, on screen next we've got Jean Corba. She brings in the famous Callo Lexington. This horse is owned by Jean Corba and Michael Whitehouse. I think a horse who needs very little introduction to the South African public. A horse who's been around for a few years now at the 150 level.
John, currently our number 1 ranked rider in the high performance rankings. Something.
Yeah,
I think
very
most-
well deserved.
Yeah, no small feat that. So obviously not just on Lexington, but on her whole string of horses, really in some amazing form. Eyes up, chin up, shoulders back over the triple bar, looking super stylish.
Easy as you like, yeah.
Another horse looking quite keen to get down that first related distance.
Oh, that's interesting, right? Sure, Lexington propping in the middle of that double, making such a good shape jumping out. Sure.
Brendan, I don't know if I'm incorrect, but it looks like Lexington is in a little Tom Thumb Pelham here. Not a bit that I've seen him in before, I don't think.
Does he not usually go in that Pelham? No.
I thought it was a different, yeah, a bit with a little action before. Could be well wrong, but also if you've seen him, she's had him a little bit, he's looked a little tricky off the turns
Yes,
and that, not his
yeah.
normal self.
Or just as smooth almost,
as smooth, yeah.
I suppose.
So, even with the 4 faults, that does put her into 11th place. Good enough to go into the second round on a time of 72.19 at this point. Next up, at number 37, Capital Kronos, ridden by Tamar Glixman. This is a very new partnership, but Tamar's looked right at home with this horse. Looks like he suits her down to a T, and I think for Kronos having been produced by Nicole Horwood, another small lady.
Yes, absolutely.
I think he's in his comfort zone here with Tamar. Really jumped number 1. Tamar trained by Barry Taylor out of the Farnham setup. And I must say, I've watched them from their very first class, I think in the 110s at Stain City. And she really gets an amazing tune out of this horse. That's our 3rd rider in a row to be caught victim of that first
Front
related
rail,
distance there. This round, though, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it would be fair to say that this round would be all about getting to know this horse at this level for Tamar.
Definitely.
And just feel them out and feel all the buttons.
Is this her first Grand Prix on him?
I think so, yeah. So really just about getting to know him at this level. Sure.
Jumps that well.
So she's going to be a little slower than Jean on Lexington. So she won't be into that second round, but finishes on just the 4 faults, a little slower, so just out of that second round, but a really nice outing for that pair.
Absolutely. Oh, there we go. So first 1 meter 50 together, nothing wrong with that. Tamar will be thrilled to be back in the bigger classes. That was definitely would have been the reason for purchasing that horse.
Yeah, and Kronos getting a big pat again and again and again. She's super chuffed with that. Well done, Tamar. Fantastic. Brendan, I'll let you introduce the next combination, because I know this is another one of your favorites.
Absolutely. Next up, number 38, Callo Chupa Light. This horse is owned by the Callo Warm Blood Stud and ridden this afternoon by Shaitan Hendricks. I think he gets the privilege of tinkling around on Chupa this afternoon.
I don't know what he did right. He seems to get the horses. I gave my horse away. Chupa Light, an 11-year-old stallion by Katoki out of a Kalato mare.
Oh, looked like he had a little look at the little gold plank at the bottom of that equestrian affair.
He can sometimes be a little spooky at the fences, Chupa Light. But I think Shaitan's so good in just being patient and allowing him to look a little and then jump the fence and do his job.
Sure. Beautiful athleticism in the middle of that double. He sat up and pushed, shortened his body.
Little toe on the back rail of that KUDA oxer, but stays up. Whoa, really jumped that number 9.
Come on, Shaitan.
Keep it up, his time is quick.
Sure, Team Callagho will be on the edge of their seats. Come on, boy. There you go.
I mean,
we're finally getting close enough to having your clear rounds that we called. 9 in the jump off so far. Well, 9 clears, sorry. Smiles all round there. Shaitan looks chuffed.
Dare I say it, equitation at Grand Prix level. I mean,
you can say it's equitation at Grand Prix level.
I did see his heel lift a little bit jumping out of this double at number 5. Shaitan, your heels went up here in the double.
He looks
another
over
young man.
Sure.
Another young man trained by Gonda Beatrix. Sure, what an outing that was. So next up, at number 39, Soakly Z with Dominique Alexander. Dominique's heels you won't see lifting.
Definitely
in the
not.
double.
Soakly, another one that's been finding a bit of form in the Hackamore.
A bit of form.
Yeah, a load of form, I should say.
There you go. Tractor loads of form. Brendan, and actually now I see it's the same hackamore that Callo was in, because this was Stokely was in a different hackamore.
He had
before.
the short shank on,
or the short shank with a softer angle on the shank.
Yes.
This one is that it's got that little 45-degree angle at the bottom of the shank.
Yeah, it's like more direct there almost.
Just touches off the front rail of number 7. That was the lightest rub.
Gee, that was a real soft fence. Ooh, Dom's lost his stirrup.
It's because his heels are too deep. No problem. Squares up to the next oxer.
Okay.
I wonder.
Not his day
no,
today.
but Dom looking a little uncomfortable there. Actually, he moved his leg. I hope he's all right. I know he's had some problems in the past with his knees. He would have been feeling maybe a little discomfort there. It looked like. Yeah, definitely. He's still. If you look, he's still having a feel of his leg. We hope he's okay. You can see just standing up in his stirrups once or twice. He definitely felt something there.
Sure, I hope Dominique's all right there. So, on screen now, this is number 40, Regenesis Vets, Callo Liantos with Tamara Rueda. He is just
snatching at the bit, ready to go.
Reefing, saying, give me these jumps, I eat them for breakfast.
Yeah, let me show you.
He's a little horse in comparison to his brothers. But what he lacks
I don't think you can tell him that.
Yeah,
though.
no one's told him that he's little, that's for sure.
See how much he had to balance in that 7. I mean, for a small guy, he's got a lot of step.
And how did he create a good shape with his backhand over that oxer? After the room that she gave him, he was able to really get his backhand out the way, throw his backhand out the way. Tam keeps him straight through the double there.
Yeah, gives herself the space to work with in the 9.
Good ride. All day like that.
We mentioned our collier often looks like he could be jumping 3 holes higher. That horse jumped that brown oxer 3 holes higher.
Oh,
like a Russian gymnast. That didn't work well there with the tractor starting in the corner here. Liantos forever mindful of what's around him in the arena.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gets a fraction deep there, but it works.
Almost looked like she planned that, Brendan. She rode up and then balanced him at the end. Lays a toe on the back
4,
rail.
5 in the jump off.
Oof, and that's going to take some beating. I think the other competitors' hearts just sank when they saw Tam go clear, because we know how fast she can go.
10 in the jump off, or 10 clears so far, with a couple more to go. Tam Rueda, Regenesis Vets, Callo Liantos. She's going to come back a little later.
So it looks like we don't have number 41, Wilberg's Classy Boy with Rochelle Cloak. So in the arena waiting to go, we have number 42, Capital My Lady, Thomas van Rijkersworsel, riding for Hetty Potgieter. From one speedy combination to another, Brendan.
I mean, we watched this horse win the 140 Grand Prix down in Shongweni. And I mean, I interviewed Thomas afterwards, and I said, like, how do you even get that horse to do those things? And
another victim of the back rail.
Isn't that amazing?
So, Brendan, I said that we were going to get way more than our 11. I ventured to say 15. I think course builder Kate Launder might have pitched this perfectly. Because at the moment we've got 11 riders who have managed to leave the fences all up. In 11th, we've got Ashley Taylor on just the 2 for time, and then 10 clear rounds. I think as a course designer for a Grand Prix
that is
like
almost
this,
perfect.
That's almost
Perfectly pitched.
Exactly like you would want it. But with 2 more riders to come, Lorette Knowles-Taylor and Michelle Hobbs, they'll be looking to get that 11th clear. Sure, this horse, I mean, you take away that little touch on the back rail.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Number 1, she is a jumping machine.
Not his day today, but we all love her. Capital My Lady, Thomas van Reyke-Vorsel. Unfortunate 4 penalties there at number 1. But pats all round. Thomas thinks the absolute world of this mare.
So, up next, Lorette Knowles-Taylor riding for Team Farnham Stables. Oriopo de Emma, she'll be looking to knock daughter Ashley Taylor out of the running for the second round.
It's going to be quite an effort to get around here with 2 time faults, I must say.
Or better.
Yeah, or better, but Ashley definitely put in an excellent performance earlier. Ori also looks like...
That line definitely, as we've gone on, the riders have found it quite difficult. We've had a lot of riders finding the front rail of that number 3, that Oxet sort of drawing them in, isn't it?
Looks like Lorette's got the same hackamore that Collier and Soakley have got.
Hackamore that Ken Farrington used on Gazelle when he won the Rolex Aachen Grand Prix. Yep.
I was there that year. Not riding, clearly.
What dreams are made of.
Come on.
Sure. Ori going a little left and right there in the treble, making space for himself.
The red sporting one of the new helmets that provide a whole lot of protection around the side of the head, temple, ear area. It's great to see that safety is definitely something that's getting looked at in our sport.
And I think that might be the first time we've seen that rail fall.
Yes,
in
agreed.
this class, that last rail.
So 8 faults there for Oripo de Emma and Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Unfortunately not good enough to come back for the second round today with 1 left to go. So the last horse in this class, number 44. This is ZM Okinawa. This horse is owned and ridden by Michelle Hobbs. You mentioned earlier that Shani Swanepoel was in this class and she's trained by Michelle. She would have known or had a definite look around here, knows what she's going to need to do to try and jump a clear round. You mentioned staying out on the 7 from the Equestrian Affair to the Talkcraft seems to be the name of the game a little bit.
I think so, and especially on this big stepping, big jumping horse. Yep, and as we said, she stays
out a little.
Yeah, she stayed out enough. Gets away with a little rub here at the Baker McVeigh vertical with those water trays underneath. Gives him lots of space on the 9 strides. Good effort there at number 7.
You mentioned big stepping, big jumping. I mean, you need one of those to get down that 3-stride related distance, and he did it with ease.
Okinawa maybe just drifting a little left there through the treble, and now she's gone around that Baker McVeigh vertical, so she possibly in for time here as well.
He is a real trier though, isn't he, Okinawa? So collecting a few poles along the way at the end of the course there. I think finishes up on a score of 12 penalties for ZM Okinawa and Michelle Hobbs, which means that Ashley Taylor squeaks into the jump off.
With her 2-time faults, yep.
And we didn't get as many clears as we were expecting, but almost bang on.
I think perfectly pitched by course designer Kate Launder, and I think, you know, the horses that didn't jump clear rounds didn't kill themselves around this course. I think we had 4 faults and 8 fault rounds, a lot of the odd 12 fault round, but horses really jumping confidently, and Kate picking up faults all around the course, which I think is always a good sign of great course design. And for the most part, the horses leaving the arena very confident after their rounds. So when we come back for that second round, our running order Okay, so when we come back after our break, Largo S and Ashley Taylor will not be coming back. They've elected not to jump their second round. So first in, we'll have the 334 entry, 334 Brandon and Chris van der Merwe. Second in will be Callo, Chippolite and Chilton Hendricks. Third in, Permelia, Kirsty Muchner. Fifth in, Capital's Moonlight Funnet, Kieserhoff and Kelly O'Connor. Fifth in, Capital Collier, Dominic Alexander. Then Dartoli, Gareth Neal, Diamond Dundee, Lara Neal, Equifox Casino, Gail Foxcroft, NCT's Callo Lord Chris and George Cutlass, and last to go we'll have Callo Liantos and Tamara Rueda.
Sure, exciting times. Obviously, they're actually sticking to the plan. The plan is that we don't need Tiny to jump another round this show.
Yeah.
He wants to definitely keep some energy in the tank for Sunday. It'll be a big day for Ashley to get around her first World Cup. It would have been a dream of hers and her family's, I'm sure, from when she was a little pip. So exciting times for her, and quite a mature decision to save her horse for Sunday.
For sure, and I mean, Barry, as we said, he's had this plan in store for a few years now, and everything looks like it's going according to plan.
Absolutely. I think... So I think what's going to happen is they're going to get the arena prepped and raked, and we're going to cut to a quick break, and we will join you shortly.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA. We choose KUDA.
Okay, guys, thanks so much for joining us. The course is ready for action here in the jump-off of the KUDA Riders Grand Prix, STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre. Sten, you had a little wander around. You have a fairly vested interest in this jump-off with your wife in contention for this class.
I like how Jonathan Clark, her trainer, just sort of palms the responsibility off onto me a little bit, asking me all the decisions. I enjoy the respect shown, but I would have liked it if he made all the big calls. So the riders are going to be coming off on the left rein to number 9, becomes number 1. Then they go on I suppose there's an option of 6 to 10, but I don't know how doable that is. I think a lot of them will just stick to the 7 there.
Yeah.
Especially thinking of that tight turn back to the KUDA, which becomes a double now, vertical to oxa. Then Kate has definitely left an option of going inside jump number 9 to what was number 1 as a triple bar, now becomes an oxa, that green jump. Then again, an option of going just inside the double H feed fillers or just around to the Equestrian Affair vertical that was number 2. Then I think almost a certainty, there's the
6.
option of 6. We've walked it back and forth, trying to decide, but I think inside line it walks 29 steps, so that could be easy cantering 6. And then land, gallop up to the last, hope that your horse is careful, leave one out and jump the water tray jump here at the Baker McVeigh jump, kick them through the finish.
Yeah, it's actually great. The finish is right here in front of our commentary booth.
Yeah,
so
we've got front row seats.
We've got front row seats for the photo finish. That's going to be taking place here. Fantastic prize money on offer this afternoon from provided by KUDA Insurance. 20,000 Rand first place, 12,000 for second, 8,000 for third. So good enough reason to
20,000 reasons to be going quick.
Put your foot down and get cracking here. So with Ashley electing to save Tiny potentially for the World Cup, actually not potentially anymore, definitely for the World Cup on Sunday. I think that the plan is definitely in place. So it looks like 3-3-4 Brandon and Chris van der Merwe is going to kick off this jump off.
Sure, I hope I'm allowed to say this. I won't be getting anyone into trouble, but Chris did say to me that he felt like Brandon was ready and mature enough now to have a go, that this wasn't going to... He told me the other day that if Brandon goes clear in the first round, he thought... he obviously had to run it by Govert, so I'm not sure if that is the plan for today.
Sure.
That's been confirmed, but he said to me he felt like the horse was ready, so I do think we could see quite a speedy effort from that combination coming out the blocks first off for the second round. He said the horse feels ready, and
he's got it in him for sure. He looks like he's such a competitor, the horse. And Chris needs no encouragement to go quickly.
Yeah, no, he doesn't need any temptation to put his foot down. I think he spent quite a lot of time producing horses of late, and I think could be quite keen to put himself on top of a 150 Grand Prix podium.
Absolutely.
And a better teammate he couldn't ask for.
Interesting to see that Kate's definitely left the options to drop strides in classes like this, and you always wonder if that's going to be the name of the game, or are the people going to put the pressure of clear rounds on and see what happens from there. It's always so interesting.
Look, we talk about plans, and I wouldn't be the only one that had a plan, but I know Kirsty and my plan for Pamelia was 2 classes at the show. She only entered 2 classes. Warm-up class yesterday and this Grand Prix today was what we worked towards. I think her and Jono, that was their idea behind the show, and I would imagine Brandon would be a similar plan. His big class for the show would be today, the Grand Prix. He's not a horse that would be jumping the World Cup yet. Pamelia, not a mare that would be jumping the World Cup yet.
Sure, so this is the big one for them for the show.
For a few of them, I think, that's not even mentioning the others, but I think for a few of them, the World Cup isn't in their game plan for the show. So today is their championship day, and they'll be giving it their all.
Okay, and then talking plans and that type of thing, when you had a little wander around with Jonathan and Kirsty, what was
not Kirsty? Jono just leaving it all up to me like he likes to do,
What was your plan with Kirsty, though? What do you think that you wanted to go out there and have a dip?
Absolutely, I said to them, have a dip, but it's up to Kirst. I didn't want to put any pressure on where she's not comfortable. That mare can sometimes jump a little weak off the left, so the only question for me was the double to from 8 to the green oxer. I said I didn't know whether she wanted to go inside or not. Anyway, we have our first horse in, 334 Brandon with Chris van der Merwe. Let's see what their decision was on whether to run this horse today. Jeepers, he looks like he means business. And someone mentioned to me he only has to jump 150, not 180. Nope, the plan was to go quick, I'll tell you that.
Sure, he's flying.
Yep, inside and 6 easy here then.
Easy 6.
Whoa.
And go.
Turns, he's on it.
Go.
That face means business.
Using his voice. Oh, and leaves it up.
Gets away with a little touch at the last.
Clear round there. 37.95. Clear round for 334 Brandon and Chris van der Merwe.
Outstanding performance. He said to me he was going to have a go. Feeling the horses
broken on Chris's bridle, so he's quickly hopped off.
Brandon, quite a cheeky character, so I think Chris just being cognitive of that and not wanting to bury himself in the arena after a round like that. Wow, what a performance.
What a performance. The gauntlet has been thrown down. There was all the strides that were dropped and all the risks taken and all the poles left up.
Can it be beaten?
I think.
Can I tell you why I think? Because Brandon spent an extra 2 seconds in the air over 3 of those fences.
Agreed.
But let's see. Up to try and beat that time next up, Shaitan Hendricks, Callo's Chipperlight. Oh, smooth as you like, back to number 8.
And
big
jump there.
He moves around. I do think if you go around, Brendan, you can land one stride more left.
Okay. Let's see if he
let's
wants the 6 here. Oh!
5, 6, easy 6.
Easy 6, yeah, agreed.
Hope Kirsty was watching that.
Good shot.
And a really good shot at the last.
Wow, good time there. What was it?
48.08. That's just over 2 seconds behind 334 Brandon's time. Shows you Chris van der Merwe was moving, although his horse does jump quite high.
Yes.
He really,
through the sweeps, he was really economical.
He was really quick. I must say, I know Chris well. I mean, you and I both know Chris well. We've watched him jump since he was, he was barely shorter than what he is now, but since he was just a tiny little kid. And you can see his face when he means business.
Yeah,
Chris.
absolutely. Yeah. He had his game face on here this afternoon. It looked like he meant business from the start.
Kirsty just practicing, showing her mare that inside turn to the double.
So next up, Sten's much better half. This is Kirsty.
You've got to come
Hoffner.
up with a better one-liner than that every time. She's
She
much
brings in
more than
this
just that.
Fabulous mare. I've loved this horse from the beginning. I was begging Sten to stay on her because I always believed in her. But if it's not going to be Sten, it must be Kirsty who jumps her.
Where she is good is she lands a bit quiet, so you can always turn her quickly.
Yeah, agreed. And you can make her move because she's so polite. Oh, come on, Millie. Big ask there.
Sure.
Eyes up, Kirsty.
Oh,
Keep
she's
going.
lost her stirrups.
Doesn't matter. You keep going. She's done lots of equitation.
Oh my, she got no stirrups.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Shame. You were a little worried about that double on the left there for her to push, and she gave such a big effort there.
She just jumped Kirst out the saddle, unfortunately. There. She's knocked the bottom rail off that pole, which allows her the opportunity to just take a breath.
So it looks like Kirsty's just going to elect to give Millie a little easier jump.
Yeah, I think Pamelia just finding that double a little bit hard work, jumping out.
yeah.
I mean, like we say, it happens. She put in quite a big effort.
As long as she hasn't hurt herself and she'll be back. She looks all right. trotting
No,
out
she
there.
looks okay.
Yeah. Can be so soul-destroying, this sport, but it's what keeps us coming back. Kirsty knows that horse is a Grand Prix horse.
Yeah, she'll be back to fight another day.
Absolutely.
Next up, Capital's Moonlight Finette Kieserhoff, Kelly O'Connor. This pair needs no introduction to speed. Sure, really jumped that number one.
He is nimble, this
Yeah,
horse.
quick on landing.
He's lost his hind leg, unfortunately, around the turn here, so he'll...
I don't think it means much to him. Inside and quick. And lands going left. Shoot.
Chris's time 37.95.
She did 7 there, waiting a little bit after
Looks
that
like
ride.
Chris's time safe, but not by much.
39.88, good enough to put her into second place at the moment.
Yeah, valiant effort there, I must say. I mean, it just again proves how quick Chris was from the beginning.
Almost looked like when she didn't get the ride that she wanted at the Equestrian Affair, she slowed up a little bit towards the end, possibly thinking of the World Cup on Sunday.
Quite possibly, absolutely, for sure. That'll be in her game plan. Nothing wrong with jumping a double clear around the 150 Grand Prix. Just a little school before the Sunday, the big class on Sunday.
No, nothing to turn your nose up at.
Number 20 up next, Capital Collier, Dominique Alexander for Holly Smith.
This pair would have the World Cup in mind for Sunday.
I mean, Dominique just tinkling along here, looking like
Definitely
very relaxed.
But definitely capable of dropping a stride here and there and staying calm and relaxed, like you've just mentioned. Lands nice and short after that vertical. So you can turn up tight here.
Good
Whoa.
shot. Wow, that was well ridden.
Also electing to go just around. So
Does look like he left one stride out there.
almost got the 6-2 easily.
I
Hey.
agree. A fraction too deep, Dominique. A wry smile on his face. He's still thinking about the World Cup, that's for sure. That horse has got oodles of ability. Unfortunately, not his day today. Finishing up on a score of 4 penalties there. Time of 38.88. So the time was there. Would have been good enough for second place at this stage, but unfortunately 4 penalties. So Kelly O'Connor
Still puts him into third place at the moment, with only the 2 clears in the second round so far. Looking to add to that clear round list of the second round, Laura Neal next up on Diamonds Dundee.
as you mentioned in the first round, looking very fancy in her KUDA Numna and her sponsored equipment. He's a big stepping horse. He should get across these distances real easy.
Really good ride to that double.
Your good Lord, go.
She stays inside like Chris did here.
Oh, it works for her. Little time check. Her and Dominique's times were very similar.
Whoa. Yep.
Time to beat 37.95.
Oh, it's
Ooh, it's
gonna
close.
be 38.66. That puts her into second place as it stands. Laura Neal, Diamond Dundee, second spot on the podium at the moment.
There we go. Everybody in the KUDA tent on the other side, they're cheering away.
Really good effort there.
Fantastic.
Laura looks elated with that round.
Yeah, it takes hours and hours and hours of blood, sweat and tears to get these horses to this level, and it really does taste so sweet when you can get it right on the day. Laura's smile says it all. She looks absolutely elated, as you say, Sten, as she went through the finish there.
So, next up on track, Casino. Gail Foxcroft riding Equifox Casino. Oh, gets that really deep ride to that second jump. Allows her to turn back really quick here to the double.
Come on,
Sure,
Casino.
she is. Oh,
Shame. She looked like she was so good in the middle there.
unfortunately, where we're sitting, we can't see their distance
Sure,
into
yeah,
that double,
yeah,
so
yeah.
it's quite difficult to judge. Oh.
Shame Gail apologizes to her bestie. She didn't mean to make that error. Got a little keen.
Yeah, she looked like she was going to get there. Not quite quick enough for the 6, but not quite steady enough for the 7 to that
agreed.
next jump.
Just
She saw
genuine
that a
half
few
stride.
strides away. Decided not to risk it. Come back and fight another day.
So 2 left in the KUDA 150 Grand Prix here this afternoon.
Two
Next up,
speedy combinations at that.
it's definitely not over until these two have jumped. Next up, NCT's Callo Lord Chris and George Kootlis. He's a very serious young man, this. Plays very, very good golf. Let's see if he can take a little bit of that.
Mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Very mature head on these young shoulders. Well protected by his GPA sponsor.
absolutely.
Oh.
I was going to say, everyone's getting across the distances quick. It's
Really
like a little
easily,
key.
really easily. After that rail, just electing to go around.
So, Sten, at the beginning of this class, you did call that Chris van der Merwe did have a particular look on his face, like he looked like he meant business today. And with 1 left to jump,
You know, we talk about plans so often. Let me tell you that Chris doesn't say those sort of things lightly to you. And, you know, it's not just in passing conversation. When he says to you, I'm going to go fast in the Grand Prix if I'm clear, he means it.
He means it. Yeah, that's amazing. He is a master of his trade. And so is this young man. He's really sort of putting his hand up every weekend, jumping good clears. Unfortunately, not his day today for a podium finish. But
4 faults in the second round,
yeah.
puts him into 6th place.
Nothing wrong with that. Okay,
So-
last to go. Speedy. I mean, this young lady is really, really something to watch. In the last Grand Prix in Shongweni Sten, I mean, we were absolutely flabbergasted with the shape that this horse creates in the air.
And the speed that he does it at.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to shut up and let Sam do her thing here as she does every weekend.
Also, cantering to that first jump with a very serious look on her face means business.
Good space there at the
The way
vertical.
she waits the vertical and he just lands ready to go. Oh, how well did he jump that? She's gone around. He is quick, this horse, though.
A little time
Possibly
check.
1 extra there to Chris. You know what? Oh, this is going to be close.
This is going to be quick. I think she's got it. She's got it. Ladies and gentlemen, Tamara Rueda, take a bow. Regenesis vet, Callo Liantos. It's never over until that horse has jumped. He is absolutely incredible. A show jumping machine. Masterfully ridden here this afternoon by a young lady who really has a solid head on her shoulders. I know it doesn't often work for her. She's had a few nasty falls as of late trying to win these big classes, but today it works for her. Tam, unbelievable riding. Liantos, you are a master, my boy.
Winners of the 150 KUDA Riders Grand Prix. Take a bow.
Sure, Chris van der Merwe must be livid with that, unfortunately, but he's also knocking at the door. It's a horse with a really bright future ahead. They're looking like they're creating a fantastic partnership together. And Laura Neal Dundee, Diamond Dundee in 3rd place. She'll be chuffed with that.
Riding as a brand ambassador for the KUDA Insurance team.
Yeah.
Our sponsors of the class, finishes on the podium today. What an effort from them. In 4th place, Kelly O'Connor. 5th, Capital Collier, Dominic Alexander. 6th place, Callo Chipperlight, Chilton Hendricks. All our arena finishers. And then in 7th place, NCT's Callo Lord Chris, George Kootlis. 8th place, Equifox Casino, Gail Foxcraft, tied with Pamela Kirsty Muchner. And then tied in 10th place, Dartoli, Gareth Neal, and Largo S and Ashley Taylor. So, Brendan, Largo S and Dartoli obviously got their eyes set on the World Cup.
Absolutely.
Gareth and Ashley electing
Yeah.
not to jump that second round.
Sure.
Gail and Kirsty are 2 retirements in that second round. And then our worst result, and I say that lightly, our worst result, just 4 faults in the second round, really goes to show how well these horses are jumping and the fantastic course that Kate Launder pitched today.
I mean, 4 double clears in the 150 class. I think if you'd asked Kate in the beginning, she would have taken that, to be honest with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So just going over our podium finishes there again. 3rd place, Lara Neal, Diamond Dundee. 2nd place, riding for the 334 Sport Tour stud, Chris van der Merwe, 334 Brandon, the young stallion that everyone's so excited about. And taking top honours today in our Grand Prix, Tamara Rueda riding Regenesis vet Callo Liantos.
Absolutely incredible riding. I think she did everything foot perfect there. When she wanted to drop strides, she didn't get too quick. She really asked him to sort of push at the right times. And I'll be honest with you, I think she won it to the last.
Yeah,
I think she
quick.
landed flying after the last 6 at the Tourcraft, and absolutely trusted his Liantos's care all the way down to the last. Today was her day, so well deserved. As I mentioned, you know, she's not so long ago I saw her try and win a class and it didn't work for her, and she ended up on the ground. And I went up to her afterwards and I said, "Come on, keep it up. You know, it's going to happen one day." And she said, "When is it going to happen?" And I'm going to remind her that it does happen if you keep on doing what you're doing and believing in the system and the trainers and the horses that you ride. And I'm absolutely over the moon for her and her mom and everybody else who's involved in that team.
Oh, not the minute you big bongo. Six yonke.
6 zonke zezinja ziyadingeka. Amabhalabhala yi6.
Okay, and viewers, here the scenes from the prize giving in the KUDA 150 Riders Grand Prix here this afternoon at STOKKIESDRAAI. Tamara Rueda taking top honors here on her magical Callo Liantos. Gosh, she just is amazing in every way, shape and form. We were dead side on here when he jumped the Tourcraft, which was the second to last second to last jump in the Grand Prix, and he gave it a foot each way. He didn't look like he was out of puff at all, and looks like he was really ready for the occasion here this afternoon.
Yeah, and Tamara up to match her horse's ability today. They just looked, I mean, it was a speed machine. And then for a horse not so quick, Diamond Dundee, to manage to finish on the podium. Amazing round from Lara Neal.
Fantastic result for Lara
great
today,
riding.
yeah. And you mentioned in the KUDA colours for the KUDA class. Well timed, Lara. Good to give your sponsors a bit of airtime. fantastic quality of horses in the lineup there. I mean, just having a look, Leantos, Brandon, Dundee, is Moonlight in there, Collier, Chupalat, gosh.
And I think Brendan, just to mention, Brandon, by far the youngest horse.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that lineup.
A horse with a massive future.
Yeah.
I mean, being piloted by somebody with Chris's ability, I mean, you can see just as an 8-year-old, I mean, he's nearly winning Grand Prix. I think if you give him another few months, give him 12 more months at this level.
I think this is more nerve-wracking for Chris and Tamara with putting the blankets on. These two horses quite flighty types.
Yeah.
They look like they got their work cut out just to stay on here with those blankets.
Again, big thanks to KUDA for the sponsored blankets. The horses, first, second, and third, looking very fancy this afternoon.
Brandon's going to have to get used to that blanket being there.
Yep.
He's going to have many more in his career.
Hendrik
looking quite worried.
And Brandon nearly kicked Hendrik earlier, so he's just making sure he doesn't get kicked. But there we go, Tamara Rueda getting her first place rosette. What a round, what a class. Sure.
She really is a young lady who knows to bring her A game when it counts. I mean, she just rides so beautifully against the clock. You mentioned it earlier, but she never looks hassled. She never looks flustered. She just, takes it in her stride.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. So second place, Brandon, as you mentioned, a horse that's probably going to be having to get used to those blankets and being on the podium finishes, a horse that oozes class, looked like he really put in a good performance today.
I think purchased by Govert Triggle as a young horse must be really pleasing and an exciting day for him to see, years of involvement in that horse finally coming to be placed on a podium like this in a big class.
Almost like a dream come true for
really, really proud moment that he can just revel in now for the day. Laura Neal taking third place on Diamond Dundee. Biggest smile from her we haven't seen in a while.
She'll be chuffed with that. She's puts in a huge amount of effort. She's got a vast string of horses and does spend a lot of her time with her kids these days. Both Emily and Matthew are getting involved in our fantastic show jumping sports. She's making sure that she doesn't spread herself too thin, but clearly spending enough time in the saddle to be on the podium on the Grand Prix day. Well done.
In fourth place, our fourth double clear, Kelly O'Connor riding Capital's Moonlight van der Kieserhof. A really good round and outing from that pair today.
And I mean, sorry to interrupt you there. No. I wonder if maybe Kelly could potentially, as you mentioned, have her eye on the World Cup.
She
didn't look like she was.
She looked quick in the first half of the course, and then when she had a little bit, maybe not the ride she wanted at that equestrian fair jump, and slowed up a tiny bit, then she just held them together the rest of the course, I think, knowing that it wasn't her day for a win.
Yeah, agreed. Really mature riding there by Kelly.
Fifth place, Capital Collier, Dominique Alexander, big jumping horse, in fine form, second in the last two World Cups.
Another one for me. I'm going to be watching that one closely on Sunday.
Yeah, you'd be a fool not to have your money on him for Sunday's class.
Absolutely. And then Shaitan Hendricks has just borrowed Gail's bestie, Equifox Casino, there to come in and get his prize. I think Chupalat's probably a little excited to come in the arena this afternoon. Often the breeding stallions think a lot of themselves, and having a whole lot of horses in the arena is a lot for their brains.
So our top three riders just dismounting. Getting ready to take their place on the podium. Chris the thorn amongst the roses there.
Okay, Vian, you guys can stand with us.
Big thanks to KUDA for the fantastic sponsorship and prize money for this 150 Grand Prix.
And an exciting Grand Prix at that as well. I think better advert for our sport you couldn't have hoped for this afternoon.
For sure, and to throw the KUDA rider in there for good measure, fantastic class.
Yeah, you got the sun.
That's a really good looking podium, barring Chris.
No, please don't stress.
Jokes aside, I mean, a young man that works incredibly hard, takes his job very seriously. Nice to see him on the podium where he belongs. Laura Neal, back at it.
Yeah, another one is often.
She's had a little bit of scarcity with that podium lately, and nice to see her back there. And then Tamara Rueda just continues to impress.
Yeah, really.
Taking top pops today.
Yeah, just so exciting seeing Lisbon putting his hand up again. There we quite exciting that there was the Callo auction not so long ago, and there was a son of Liantos that got sold for a fair amount of money. It looks like whoever bought
Son
that
of Lisbon.
Of Lisbon, sorry. And looks like that could have been a good investment if he turns out to be anything like Liantos and like KUDA.
Just mentioning those top studs that we have in the country, just lovely to see. You look at the top 7 horses, three Callo bred horses, 2 Capital bred horses, and the 334 stud stallion Brandon.
It's a good spread, isn't it?
Yeah, a good spread of the studs, and showing that how much they put into the sport. They are enjoying the fruits of their labor.
And I think it's great to have. I mean, 3 of our stud farms are producing or showing horses at the 150 level.
Grand Prix winners.
Grand Prix level,
Grand Prix winners.
So just taking a quick moment to celebrate the grooms, all the work that they do behind the scenes.
Okay, now we're going to have an action picture. When I say 3, be on your
Thanks for all that you do, guys.
Are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
There's such a character, I must say, is Brandon's grooms. Always got something funny to say.
Hendrik, almost a more experienced instructor than most that you've seen training around the show.
He's been there and done.
He knows the job.
Right, it looks like all the photos have been taken. Tam's had giving her trophy back to Betsy there.
This is a dangerous moment here for Liantos and Brandon.
Hopefully it doesn't go pear-shaped, but leading them off on their lap of honor here in the KUDA 150 Grand Prix this afternoon. Regenesis vets, Callo, Liantos, Tamara Rueda taking top honors here. Second place, the 334 Sports Horse entry, 334 Brandon, Chris van der Merwe, valiant effort leading them off from the first horse to go in the jump-off. And Laura Neal rounding off the top 3, Diamonds Dundee. Fantastic result for her, being the KUDA rider in this KUDA-sponsored class.
4th place, Kelly O'Connor, Capital's Moonlight. 5th place, Dominic Alexander, Capital Collier. And rounding out our top 6, Shaitan Hendricks and Callo Chipperlight. Viewers, I hope you enjoyed that class as much as we did. I mean, wow, what a treat. Excitement for your Friday afternoon. That was something to behold.
Sure, really, and I think if you wanted to wet your whistle a little bit for Sunday, I think everybody's going to be really, really keen, because if that 150 class is anything to go by, Sunday is going to be an absolute stormer of a class.
Well, they ready the arena for our next class, the 135 two-phase. I think we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the protein feeds 135 two-phase competition.
I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Hello.
Hi, Richard. Hello. I'm Mary.
Oh.
So welcome back, viewers, to the Protein Feeds 135 two-phase competition. First up at number 1, riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud, Rainer Korber, riding 334 Chester. Chester and Ray are a relatively new partnership. I think they've jumped just 2 or 3 shows together now. Brendan, you had a chance to wander around the track. What did you think?
I think it's strong enough for a 135 class, but I definitely think that there's tomorrow's championship class is going to be a little tougher than this. Let's see. Yeah, you know, I think these World Cup classes are always interesting. People come to win. You know, you don't come here to make up the numbers. I mean, you mentioned that this is a fairly new partnership, so I'm not sure they're going to go hell for leather. But that said, Ray does like to win.
So they jump 1, that same 7-stride distance as we've just seen in the Grand Prix, to 2. And they make a right turn back to that Peter Morrison Oxer at number 3. 5 strides up to the Double H Feeds vertical. Then a right turn here back to the Equestrian Affair Oxer at number 5. Left turn to the Stokkiesdraai treble, 2 strides and 1 stride.
Kate's liked triple combinations today.
Yeah, she's definitely given them the, you know, everything that they might be getting on championship day. And the riders make a left turn here to the KUDA vertical at number 7. 4 strides to that second KUDA fence with the white plank at number 8. And a big right turn up to the green, number 9. Riding off their eye down here to the Akip Oxer.
This is definitely where you can win this class, I would say.
Sneaky little right turn back to the back on track vertical. And then steady 7, Brendan. Yep.
I wonder if they're going to do 6 down there.
To the Baker McVeigh vertical here with the plank that caused a few problems yesterday in the class, but Ray Korber showing us the way around that track. I think that's exactly sort of how we walked it and how we thought it would ride. So from 1334 horse to another at number 2334, Capital Katori, ridden by Leona van der Merwe.
Capital Katori is a 9-year-old South African warm-blood mare. She's by Katoki out of a My Lord Carthago mare.
Floats up easily in that first 7 strides. Leona's ability to ride so many different horses so
Crazy,
well.
isn't it? Gosh.
It's just next level. In fact, I was having a lesson with David Wilkin this morning, and he alluded to one of his pupils. He said to her, is that you that's riding this morning, or is it Leona van der Merwe? Because I can't tell the difference. I think that's the biggest compliment you can pay to one of your pupils, isn't it?
That is quite a compliment, I must say.
How to stroke someone's ego for the morning. Call them Leona van der Merwe.
Foot perfect, middle to middle down there, 7 to 8.
And Katori, a horse that we've watched quite a lot together, Brendan. Quick, careful mare. Be interesting to see if she sneaks inside that C element of the treble to the back on track.
She has also had one down there. So I don't think she's going to go around. Yeah. I'm sure you could do 6.
And then let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very balanced and organized. Lovely to watch.
Oh, Leona does create such organization in her horses when she jumps courses, I must say. Not her day today, unfortunately, though.
Next up at number 3, riding for Linda Ellerine, Jonathan Clark on back on track Kazan-Z.
He's a really sensitive character, this horse.
Balabé de Rouet out of a heartbreaker mare. I don't think you could.
Yeah.
you could not be sensitive.
Yeah.
Right? I mentioned in the last class, Johan, lots of forever changing bits and tack with Companion. This is another man, genius in keeping the horses responsive and organized with tack. And
looks like he's got like
bits.
a double noseband on or something like that.
Does look like it. He does. And then just a snaffle in the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
Maybe has an extra link in it, that snaffle.
Come on. Oh, no. Gee, 2 soft fences there in the Stokkiesdraai triple combination.
And 2 rails that he barely touched. We've been saying it all day. Those brown fences have not jumped particularly well.
They really have. It's been difficult.
At one point it might be placement, but then with the jumps coming the other way, not much has changed, has it?
I mean, I think that definitely the color is something to do with it. Seven to the last, leaves it up. So 12 penalties there for Jonathan Clark, and back on track Kazan-Z.
Next up at number 4, we have Lacano Ballard. Kayla Gertenbach riding for Rebus Stables. Kayla with just the 4 faults in the Grand Prix just now. Softest touches on the back rail of a triple bar. I mean, she really did ride an exceptional round. She'll be looking on this competitive mare.
Yeah, I think she'll be
to one-up that result, go clear and quick. At this level, this mare really is a competitor to behold.
Yeah, she really does naturally go quickly across the ground. It suits this little horse's way of going. She wants to have a good shot into the triple combination here. Unfortunately, the B element there of the STOKKIESDRAAI triple bar falling. Oh. Just the nature of this arena with the shape of it and how square it is. Jumps come so quickly. If you don't have 100% organization, you can get caught out quite quickly.
I wonder if that little light patch behind number 7 there, where the ground is quite pale, because I mean, it looked like she jumped over her shoulder. I mean, I know she was slightly close, but I didn't think for that sort of reaction. And she looked down and jumped over her shoulder like that. So another one finishes on just on 8 faults, sorry. 4 faults in the first phase, 4 faults in the second phase, finishes on 8 faults. Time of 41.46. So 4 horses in, Brendan. Not a clear round yet. Quite a tough course, maybe pitched here by Kate Launder.
I wonder, I suppose there's just been a few little fences, soft fences falling here and there.
Yeah.
I'm sure that we're going to see a few clears as the class.
A horse that knows how to jump clear rounds coming up next at number 5, Capital Cashmere, Lauren Pretorius.
It's got a massive expressive jump, this horse, a huge back end that just goes for days.
We'd use the phrase, does handstands over the jumps.
Literally.
He lands so steep in front often. When he kicks out so high behind.
He's a sensitive character, this horse. Lauren's often got to just make sure that she keeps a lid on him. Wow, I mean, just you go.
How did he jump that line? I mean, his back legs go
incredible. We were side on there. You can actually even see the sand that he kicked out of his shoes there.
Kicking out of his feet.
Son of the famous Colnado.
And Brennan, a horse that's become, I know still goes in a slightly unorthodox way, but has become more and more orthodox in his way of going.
Absolutely.
As Lauren has produced him. I know she gets a lot of help from Raina Korba. And you mentioned it earlier, Ray, just an absolute master in working with slightly more difficult horses.
Yeah.
This horse has a lot of blood. Lauren always looking to keep the lid on him a little bit.
Sure, but
See
really
him going up so high behind.
Such amazing jump.
Quite an experienced pair, these two. I wonder, will she duck inside? Nope, so we're yet to see someone attempt that little inside turn. If Cash Lotter's in this class, I'm sure he'll be pulling it off at some point.
This could be our first clear. Eyes up.
Yep.
There we go.
There we have it.
First clear, Capital Cashmere, 45.69. Only clear round so far.
I know, just 1.3 seconds inside that time allowed for the second phase.
So for sure it's going to get quicker than that, but clear round nonetheless. Capital Cashmere, Lauren Pretorius.
A job well done. Next up at number 6, riding for Emilio Agliati, Jody Ambrose on SD Diabab. Oh, shame, that front rail fell so late.
It's a 7-year-old stallion by Diamant de Semeli out of a Nabab Derev mare, so really interesting pedigree. I suppose after hitting number 1 and you know that your competitive edge is gone from the round, you can have a schooling mindset, try and produce this young stallion.
Diabab looking like he has thoughts of his own, really sort of just running through the bridle a little bit with Jody around there to the treble combination.
He was a little disunited going around the turn, I think. I don't know.
I mean, Jody really has got a good tune out of this young horse.
Yeah.
He had quite a different start to his career. And Jody has taken the reins and really done a good job with him. The horse with a lot of ability.
I suppose just being a young horse, unfortunately, ran out of a little rideability there and paid the price, unfortunately.
Almost thinking he knew a little better than Jody, who was trying to assure him that she knew better. There you go, and when he does it her way, it works.
Sure, he made a really good shape through the triple there the second time. A little far away there. The horse has to put in a little effort, but he does that with ease.
Touches that off behind at the last. Not his best round, but could be put down to just a little bit of immaturity on his part, being a young horse.
Absolutely, a little bit of mileage.
I tell you now, someone like Jodie won't be put off by a round like that. She'll know exactly what went wrong and how to improve on it and how to fix it.
Yeah, for sure. I think mileage, a 7-year-old in the 135 classes, you there and thereabouts.
Next up at number 7, Callo Loretto, ridden by Gregory Scott.
The 9-year-old son of Callo's Larison, out of a Contendro mare.
Greg really loves this horse. He speaks very highly of him. He often says he knows he does things a little in his own way, but that he wants to jump, and he wants to jump clean and quick. And I mean, I often think that's just 90% of your battle won, when the horses really want to do their job. Also, if you watch his expression so often on the way to the fence, this horse, he's completely in tune with Greg. Knows exactly what his rider wants from him and tries his best to please.
Yeah, Greg having a very good upper body going around that turn, making the horse's job a little easier to work through that triple combination.
He really is a masterful rider, is Greg. Piloted some tricky horses in his lifetime and always seems to get the very best out of them.
And is a real horseman. I mean, I know I seem to say it a lot, but he is one of my neighbors, and every single morning Greg is out there training his horses.
Sure.
If he's not riding in the indoor, they're on the track doing fitness work or riding on the grass. He's a real horseman, true horseman.
Six, 7. Leaves it up, clear round in a time of 40.75. That puts him into the lead.
He is a speedy character, old Loretto, I must say.
Brendan, do you think we're being a bit... No, we won't have to wait long to find out. I was going to say, do you think we're being a bit ambitious, thinking that they're going to go inside to that back on track?
Well, we're about to find out.
About to find out. If it's possible, we will find out from Charlie Crockett next up. At number 9, the Berg's Companion.
Fred, as he's affectionately known.
Yeah.
Fred's mane looks like it's grown back a fraction. I know he's got a little allergy problem and he's often very itchy.
Yeah, he rubs his mane quite a lot, Charlie says, so she often hogs it.
She was just reminding Fred there to get in front of her leg so he doesn't end up bouncing.
Yeah, he's quite a playful chap, is Fred. Makes her way to the treble combination here.
He's a 7-year-old stallion by Comiel Foe out of a Kidam de Ravel mare.
Those brown fences have really taken some jumping all day. It doesn't matter which direction, what distance they've been on. Horses have found them a little difficult to leave up.
I really agree with you. I wonder on Sunday what Kate's plan is for the World Cup, if she's going to have a STOKKIESDRAAI triple combination.
Will make for good competition if she does. As you said earlier, often when these very competitive horses have a rail, you see the riders almost immediately change their mindset from a winning round to a schooling round. It's sort of exactly what we've seen here from Charlie. So Companion just finding those 2 rails in the treble combination, coming home in a time of 42.90. Not their day today. They had an outstanding class yesterday, and let me tell you, she'll be one of the competitors for that 130 Grand Prix tomorrow.
For sure. Don't write Charlie off ever. Along with Tam Rueda, there's a couple that you never write off. Charlie is definitely one of them. Another one that you can never write off. Next up, this is number 10, 334 Cantari, owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud, and ridden this afternoon by Christopher van der Merwe.
Young gentleman that was second in the Grand Prix that we've just watched. Another young stallion that he's producing. We spoke about going up and down in classes. This horse was phenomenal in his first Grand Prix at Shongweni recently. And then Chris just taking the pressure off, being the true horseman that he is, taking the pressure off and dropping the horse down a grade or two. I mentioned earlier that your favorite, Finale,
Yes.
had a foal on the ground. One has two foals on the ground,
Yes,
I
yes.
think. One by Aldo and the other by Cantari.
Amazing. Cantari himself is a premium licensed 8-year-old Holstein stallion, and he's by Cascadello 1 out of an Ascari mare.
Again, I best correct myself very quickly. Finale has one foal on the ground by Cantari.
Okay.
Not two.
Not 2, 1, fair enough. But by this one.
But by Cantari, yeah. Again, Grand Prix World Cup mare
Amazing.
with a foal on the ground
Yeah.
by a Grand Prix stallion at just the young age of 8 years old. Sure, how does he come up in his
Oh,
weather?
is
That was
shape.
unbelievable.
Wow, amazing. Perfect example of a bascule shape over this oxer right in front of us here. Also looked like he got a little distracted by what was behind the jump there.
Yeah, we've said it before, these stallions. I mean, Brendan, 1 year I was jumping Lord Adderstra, quite a flighty character, and they had a treble combination across this long side here by the kids' play area. He was a horse that often jumped to the left. When I tell you he jumped 2 meters to the right, jumping out over the oxer, that he had to try and clear the wing of the upright. I mean it. And I managed to just stay on, and literally the very next rider, Carlson, Sonny, with Bronwyn Meredith de Santos, jumped exactly the same but ended up tipping up. So these horses can find that play area a little bit disconcerting.
Absolutely. Very distracting.
Next up on track, we have number 11, Weston Farrier's Alpha Ruby, Stacey Lee Weston. Sure, she's been a busy young lady today. I think we've seen her in the ring no less than 4 times today.
She's tough, Stacey. She's really been building a quality string of horses, and she definitely does not come to make up the numbers at these horse shows. She has a very structured plan of what she wants to do with her horses and tries to execute it to the best of her ability.
Even sometimes listening to Barry Taylor, her trainer.
Light rub there, jumping out at the C element, but it stays. She nips inside there.
Yeah. Oh, good shot, Stace. It's the first rider we've seen go there, Brendan.
Looking like a bit like she wants to be competitive. She steps on the gas, rolls
I
up
almost
here.
saw her shake her stick like a jockey at the horse there. Definitely. As she went past the VIP area. Gets him back on his hawk. Whoa.
Wow,
Yeah.
big jump.
Does she go inside? Come on, Stace.
She's inside.
Yes, that's the one.
Come on,
Good
Stace.
shot. 6.
Yes, please.
She just hacked down there in 6.
Hacked
hey?
down on
Inside
6 on the
line.
inside curve.
Wow, gets the fist pump out. Go, Stacey. She's looking for a friend. We saw it, Stacey. Yeah, well done. Good job.
36-3-2. Weston Farrier's Alpha Ruby. Stacey Weston moves into first spot. That was a quality round.
Some 4 seconds into
Yeah.
the lead. Go, Stace.
You called it. You wanted someone to go inside
Someone
and do
had
6.
to.
You didn't have to wait long.
And this could be our second competitor to do that. Next up at number 12, Oxford Cobain. Lorette Knowles-Taylor riding for Brett Latimer.
Stacey's just said finally one clear that she's jumped today.
That just speaks of her competitive
Yeah,
edge, doesn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
I mean, she actually had a very classy round the Grand Prix. But Stacey loves a rosette and a little prize money on the side.
Absolutely.
Cobain looking like he's revving up to go quick in the second round. In the second phase, of this class.
The son of Consuelo, this horse. He's a 9-year-old.
originally produced by a gentleman that we grew up with. I guess we did grow up with him.
Yeah.
He grew up a little earlier than us.
I
Owen
think
van Breda.
he grew old and we grew up.
Yeah.
With all due respect, Elwin.
And I also think he's nowhere near old yet.
Not yet.
I mean, I was chatting to him the other day. He's just gone on a big surfing trip. Oh, Lorette's gone inside and inside there.
Yeah.
She went inside that Double H feeds jump.
That's a good shot,
Whoa,
Lorette.
whoa.
Oh! I thought she was good there. She looked like she had one less stride than Stacey, so she elects to go around. Soft fence there.
Bugger, her time was so good.
Oh, leaves it up at the last there. Unfortunate, man.
So good.
What is her time?
Sorry, just lost our visual. So a good time, 36.48. If she'd been inside there, she would have been quicker than Stacey to that last line.
Yeah, agreed.
Obviously slowing up. So up to that keep jump, she was obviously quicker than Stacey.
Yeah.
So that's just showing that there is time to be made up on Stacey's round.
That's for sure. Tack and Togs entry up next. This is Zonyati Borneo. This horse is owned and ridden by Kalo Brimacombe.
Top young rider.
I actually be corrected. This is owned by her sister Kirsty.
Kalo gets a really good tune out of this horse. I think purchased from Martin Manette. Just to the right of us, we can hear that playground area with the kids is getting busy again.
It's loud, that playground area, I must
Luckily,
say.
Borneo often is quite a trooper. He always looks like he's got his mind on the game.
Jumped beautifully through the triple combination there. The horse had a little celebration as it came through the treble. He liked that. He thought he did a good job.
Carla's partner Diego is a very good jockey. She'll be looking to show some of her skills on how to go quick in the second phase here.
Yeah, I'm sure it
She's
must be
opted
quite a
to go-
competitive household to see who can go faster.
She's elected to go around there. This horse still quite young at this level. Oh, good shot.
She's going to go. Oh, I thought she was going to quickly swing inside there, but she's also elected to go round. Stacey's time's probably going to be safe for now.
Steady on the 7. Good girl. Leaves it up. And it's another clear round.
Good enough for
Puts
third.
her to third place at the moment. I'm sure her coach will be looking from the luxury of his hotel wherever he is, swanning it on the ocean side with his family. Ronnie Healy will be very proud of that round. Great effort. And I'm sure that's what he's doing. I'm sure he's watching some show jumping on his holiday.
And not drinking mojitos in the sun.
So next up at 14, a lady who knows how to go quick against the clock, Jean Corber, riding Callo Picker's Boy K.
Just a little bit of background information about this horse for the viewers at home. He's a son
took
of
the story out of my mouth. I know exactly where you're going with this.
He's a son of Concoriano, and I think Jean owned this horse's mother, jumped her around the 150 classes, and she then went off to Callo to have some foals, and Jean lucky enough to have a fantastic foal out of her magical mare. Is that the story that you were going to talk about?
Absolutely.
Okay, we are on the right, we're on a similar page here.
And the name of that mare, Brendan?
Piccadilly.
Piccadilly Z.
Piccadilly Z.
A mare that you knew if you were in the jump off with her, you were going to have to go quick.
There we go. Jean's elected to go. And a little rub.
Touches it.
Oh, that was so unlucky. I think the world of this horse. I must say, he's young and he's sort of can be a little distracted sometimes. But I think when he really matures,
And Brendan, a lot like Leantos, I don't think you could tell him his size.
Agreed.
He thinks he's the biggest guy in this arena.
Absolutely. There's
Puffs
enough
his
fight in
chest
him
out.
for sure.
Yeah.
I think we've got to tell them it's 6 to the last.
Oh, I don't know.
Like it's getting very tight on the 7 there.
I feel like I'm going to have to rein in my competitive edge until I can get back in the ring, because everything that I think should be happening, the guys are a little bit Well, actually, they are doing it, but they're taking a bit of egging on.
Don't stress.
And I sometimes feel like it's very easy here from the commentators box to tell everyone what they should be doing. Next up, another very competitive man, Stuart Barker, riding for the team from iFarmer. The iFarmer entry, Callo Conrado.
Oh, is it Conrado? Sorry, I thought it was Ray next. Sorry, you are right. He's such a cool little horse, this, I must say.
I mean, really one of the nicest horses around. If you watch, and you can see he sometimes jumps a little bit in his own way, his knee a little bit low, but he wants to be careful, this guy. He leaves the fences up. This horse was purchased maybe 2 years ago now by Stuart. He had Ray Corber ride the horse for a while just to solidify the horse's confidence, I think.
Sure.
And then has recently taken up the ride and has been doing a phenomenal job with the horse.
I was sort of chatting to Jean about this horse and his journey, and they were looking for a 150 horse for Stuart after they bought this horse. And Ray said, well, let me just take that horse over for a little bit and we'll turn him into a 150 horse. So,
and then you can have him.
Yeah. So that's basically what they did. Ray got on him and basically gave him a little test around the 150s, and he proved himself and he proved his bravery, and obviously that's what Stuart wanted to see. So Stuart then got back on, and he's now going to carry on his partnership with this horse and see if he can put something together. Yeah, absolutely. Good shot.
Stuart riding a really good round here. Gentle on the 7. Yep, nails it. And good time of 42.42. That puts him into third place at the moment, just behind Gregory Scott on Callo Loreto.
Stuart's got a big fan club there in the Lapa, all giving him a big cheer. Happy days.
We said that our farmer team likes this show and like to celebrate in the evenings here at the restaurant. And that gives them good reason to celebrate later on.
So next up, this is an entry it's a little late. This is number 8. This is iFarmer Callao Ardennes, ridden this afternoon by Ray Corber, and man, when they get going, this combination is blitz.
She did find this arena quite a lot to handle yesterday, but we've seen that before with this mare, and then she often comes back guns blazing the next day. We can see there, that's the corner that she didn't like yesterday. But luckily, she has Rainer Corber in the saddle.
Sure, yeah.
Doesn't look like it puts him off one bit.
He just keeps reminding her about the job at hand, keeps moving forward.
Gets away with a little rub there in the middle of the treble. Inside here to 7. Whoa. Almost jumping like a motorbike going through a berm in a race course.
Agreed. The horse moved its whole body.
Looking like she really has her mind on the job today. Sure.
Ray making sure that the horse stays straight. It looked like it wanted to fall a little right.
He's gone around, but he is quick around.
He is very quick. This is going to be quicker, I think.
Oh, leaves it up. 35.87 puts him into the lead.
Ooh, shame Ray's still trying to get that horse down that side. She's not keen to go there. He knows he's still got a championship class left at this show. So just trying to make sure that the horse gets an idea of the arena that it's going to be competing in. Real professional riding there. Well done, Ray.
And I mean, despite all her sort of quirks and that mare really is a jumper, and she's quick when she's clear.
She does want to clear them, I must say, when she gets going.
Gelding, sorry. Sorry, chap. Next up, riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud, Ashley Fox on 334 Franzi U. It's a new ride for Ashley.
She's an 11-year-old Holstein mare by Casal out of a Laurenton 1 mare.
We mentioned earlier, Brendan, that the 334 Sport Horse stud has a lot of Casal blood in their stud.
So Franzi has 2 foals that were born last season. One was by Bakure and the other one is by Don Rato. And then she has another foal coming this season who's by Brunsal Blue. So definitely the 334 wanting that Casal blood in their offspring.
And see Ashley just really taking her time around the course, not putting too much pressure on Franzi. Good ride there at the Oxer. Goes steady on the 7. And you know, Brendan, I mean, that horse prior to Ashley, piloted by Chris van der Merwe, big shoes to fill for young Ashley Fox.
Agreed.
And
that was a beautiful round.
She tinkled around there for fun, looked really good. She's a young lady with a very bright future in this sport.
Yeah, and
I think amazing for her to be backed by a stud like 334, to just have that team behind her and have the horsepower coming through like that. I think an amazing opportunity for that young lady.
Yeah, for sure. And as she trotted out there, Leona trotted in one of her 334 teammates, gave her a little nod of appreciation and said, yeah, that's good enough. Well done.
So starting on track at number 17, KP Endorphin, ridden by Ryan Andrews for the KP stud.
Yeah, I've got a half brother to this horse at home who's exceptionally exciting.
Yeah, you'd have a vested interest in this rider and this horse and his round.
Oh, really, she's magical, this man. I'm really hoping that the pedigree that we've got at home are going to turn out half as good as this one. She's by Eldorado, Van der Zeshoek, this man.
Out of a Lorino mare and only 6 years old, Brendan.
Oh, she's young, this mare. Unfortunately, there, Ryan, not having a great distance to the treble.
Oh, we've mentioned it all day that jump has taken quite some effort for the horses to clear. And I think also just with its placement there, quite a short approach for these riders. Being only 6 years old, I think, you know, possibly the mare's rideability not quite there yet either.
Just a little bit of interesting information that this horse's father is Eldorado Van der Zeshoek. The Olympic Games are just around the corner. It looks like Eldorado is going to have 4 sons jumping the Olympics this year. That's pretty amazing. Looks like he's one of the strongest stallions that's going to be fielding young horse or offspring at the Olympics that's on its way.
It's full of interesting facts, Brendan.
As I mentioned, I have followed this horse's career. I'm fairly vested in the pedigrees and what Ryan's doing at KP Stud.
I'm barring that one little mistake at the treble, really showing her class, that mare.
Yeah, she's really one for the future. I know Ryan thinks the world of her, and very, very exciting for Ryan and the KP Stud to be producing horses up to the open level these days. $18 up next, 334 Matilda. This horse is owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud and ridden this afternoon by Leona van der Merwe.
Another young mare, just 7 years old, by Maestro van der Bishop, out of a Raphael mare. When these horses were still based in Joburg, Brendan, we were sort of lucky enough to see quite a bit of her production job right from the lower grades. She's always had oodles of jump. I think
for
it's just been a job to sort of harness all that ability and get it going in the right direction. And Leona really has done that. Look at that, how well she jumped through the treble.
Yeah, she really is impressive, this mare. Interesting that she was one of the first horses that Govert ever bred in Germany. And if she's anything to go by, I'm very interested to see what the 334 Sport Horse are going to be producing for the South African public. But for me, this horse has got all the all the right ingredients to go up there and become a Grand Prix horse one day.
Oh, moves up to a little bit of room at that ox, and the horse really ballooned over it.
Showing her care.
Lovely clear round and a time of 43.66. Puts Leona and Matilda 334 into 6th place currently.
That was a smooth, easy round. Lovely to watch.
Next up at number 19, Principals Bentley, ridden and owned by Bridget Kim Carls.
Bridget's trained by Jason Phillips. It's a very interesting horse, this. It's a really big horse with a soft mouth. He gets off the ground really easily.
Bridget runs a really big setup, Dunblane Equestrian. They're very busy. I think they had trucks going in all different directions most weekends to different shows. Busy setup. And
It's out in the east end of Gauteng, is that right?
Yeah, on a beautiful setting.
Yeah, it's very beautiful out there.
Beautifully ridden through that treble combination. Another horse sort of drifting. Brennan, we've seen a couple of horses do that. Drift right at number 7.
It was a very soft fence. I mean, it looked like she was...
I thought she had quite a good ride. And the
Yeah.
horse just shifting to the right. Not staying 100% straight and pushing. I know Bridget loves this horse, so she'll come out and give us a million reasons about what she did and
Yes.
how she led her horse down. I was actually chatting to her over breakfast this morning. She had 100 reasons why her horse had one down yesterday and what she could have done better. I just think for those young riders at home watching, coming out and blaming your horse gets you nowhere.
Yeah.
You're never going to improve unless you
Absolutely.
can walk out the arena and
You got to
say,
own it. Yeah.
I could have done this better, I could have done that better. We no horse, I think, goes out there, as much as no rider goes out there to do badly, no horse goes out there to
of
let
course.
the team down. And
Absolutely.
I think the only way at improving is to come out day after day thinking, I could have done X, Y, Z better. And that's how we improve our horses and improve our riding.
I think so. Yeah, just sort of nitpicking your own riding and maybe taking constructive criticism is so important, I suppose.
Up next at number 20, Linden Time, ridden by Jane Hahn for K. Schofield. Another pupil of the Farnham Stables setup.
And I mean, isn't that interesting that Linden Time is a 13-year-old gelding by the very famous stallion Lindenberg, out of a Gay Time mare, which I can imagine is a thoroughbred mare. Yeah. A little reminder to the viewers at home that Lindenberg was a very famous stallion that
Jumped
was,
with Gail Foxcroft at the top of the sport, the
Proper.
very top of the sport.
Yeah, and also produced many horses up to the open level. I know Gail's even bred a few ponies by
I was going to
Lindenberg.
say to you, even some Lindenberg ponies that have
Beautiful
been
ones.
yeah, exactly. You take the words out of my mouth every time before I finish my sentence. Jane returning to the sport after some time out. She hasn't been back for too long. Really
This
just
horse is a
settling-
real soldier. Hey?
Yeah, and I think she's just settling back into these higher grades. I think, the way we were talking earlier about missing one show and you feel like you fall behind the other competitors a little bit. To be out of the sport for a couple of years and then come back, it must almost feel like a brand new sport. The horsepower has completely changed.
Yeah, the
tracks
sports
that
have changed,
The
yeah.
tracks that we jump are completely different. The training has evolved so much. I mean, everything just, you feel like you fall behind.
Sure.
One day out of training.
Crazy. So a solid round there from Linden Time and Jane Hahn. 21 up next. This is the Tack and Togs entry, Bellamy, owned and ridden by Amy Hay. I'm sure Amy will be filled with confidence after having her first little canter around her 150 Grand Prix.
Absolutely, and she did it in fine style. this young man, just an 8-year-old by Blockbuster out of a Gladir mare.
Yeah. Gladir is another very famous stallion that's got a few progeny jumping at the Olympics. I've been doing a bit of reading up on a bit of information, useless information, as you say. Sure, this horse is...
It's only useless to the uneducated like me. To everyone else, it's very useful information, Brendan.
Sure. This horse looking like it's putting in a good effort today. She wants to be level at this triple combination.
Does it perfectly.
Using her voice.
Oh, big shot at number 7 and really did well to get the mare back to number 8.
Did she realize she was big in the air and almost started using her voice already?
Mare getting quite keen. Oh, slips inside there, Brendan. We seen another rider do that yet?
I don't think so. Now she has to turn inside.
Absolutely. Come on.
Oh, no.
No.
Do you think she lost her way there?
No, I wonder if the other riders have missed a trick.
Oopsie.
Oh, I wonder if the other riders have missed a trick not going inside that number 1.
Yeah, I must agree with you, to be honest with you. That did look pretty nimble.
Unfortunately, coming apart at that back on track vertical.
Just a little bit. I mean, again, useless information. I always find that with a turn back, it always affects your ground speed a little. If you don't realize that the horses have trimmed off the pace a little as you've turned them, so you think that you're going faster than you actually are.
Or if you're like me and you've run your horses quite a bit against the clock, sometimes they accelerate as you're turning. That can also put you in a spot of bother. Next up, another rider from riding out of the Charlie Crockart equestrian setup. Number 22, Rivens Q-Bell, GK, Amber Morris.
Yeah, the Zimbabweans are here in full force.
Again, took the words out my mouth. In fact, I actually had a little word with Penny Crockett, if she hears this, begging her to join us in co-commentary for a class. I hear she's quite a hoot. Well, we've seen she's quite a hoot. A lot of us will remember her lockdown commentating on the construction of the Charlie Crockart Equestrian Centre.
Yes, it was very entertaining.
Hell of a funny. So I hope maybe a little bit of public pressure puts Penny on the spot, and she does decide to join us.
Yeah, it's great to have the Zimbabwean riders here in South Africa. I think Zimbabwe is an interesting place. It's etched in horse history. I think great that these riders can come to South Africa and test their skills at the World Cup level.
That mare just looking like she got a bit keen, Brendan, towards the end of the track. Our brown treble claiming another victim.
But I must say the crowd's very chuffed for her and giving her a big cheer as she goes through the finish.
Yeah, her team, she's obviously a team favourite.
So it looks like Kelly O'Connor is going to be up next, number 23. She brings in Tack and Togs Layla. I had a chat to Kelly while she was walking the course and congratulated her for Moonlight and said, I'm sure you've got the World Cup in mind. And she said definitely she did, and she felt like that she could be quicker with Moonlight, but she does sometimes feel like he lands and holds his breath and he's a little nervous. And I sort of said to her, it definitely doesn't look like that from where I'm sitting. And I sort of also mentioned that I feel like he's sort of come on and leaps and bounds, that it can't be long before she's going to be on the top podium, that's for sure.
Layla, a 13-year-old mare by Lord Petsy out of a Cornet Obolensky mare. Sure.
Proper pedigree, right?
Proper pedigree. A mare that's already got some air miles under her belt. She's gone overseas and come back. Am I correct in saying bred by Dominique Alexander? Originally owned, I don't know
think
Brett,
so.
but
I think
originally
so.
owned by
I think
Dominic
so.
Alexander.
Yes, you are right, actually, Sten. You are right. I think Paige Gage had the horse for a little bit.
So I think originally owned by Dominic Alexander, then purchased by Kelly O'Connor, then Paige Gage, and then repurchased by Kelly O'Connor.
Okay. She's got that real Lord Petsy way about her.
Sure. Kicks that kick pad girth.
If Kelly's going to turn inside, yes, she does. And 6 to the last, Cal.
Inside line. No. Oh, she gets away with a little rub at the last on the 7.
37.13. Good enough for third place at this stage. Tack and Togs, Layla and Kelly O'Connor.
Next up at 24, we have Biogen's Greta G. Shaitan Hendricks riding for Shawnee Gate. This mare, previous runner-up in the South African Championships in Plet.
And is definitely a family favourite.
And I think we say runner-up in that South African Championship, but it was runner-up to Gold Rush.
Gosh.
So that's as good as a win in your day.
Absolutely.
Wow, really jumped that number 2.
Was it not Clyde?
Sorry, Clyde, not Gold Rush. Sorry.
Suddenly,
Clyde and Catherine Neal. Sorry, Brendan, correct.
I'm old, but I'm not that old.
That's showing our age that we still remember when Gold Rush was jumping.
Shawnee and the team have had a fall from this man. I'm still amazed every time I see it because it is an absolute splitting image of its mom. Crazy.
And in their holiday home in Plet, they have a huge wall mural of this horse.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So she really is the family favourite. Almost looked like she jumped too high behind there.
But how many horses have we seen do that at number 7, Brendan? Jump a little off to the right and have a look down.
Yes.
I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, give a little grunt and a groan. I mean, she really does put in effort at every single jump. This mare takes her job very seriously. You look at her expression, ears pricked, eyes set on the next jump every time. A little rub at the last, but gets away with it.
$25 up next. We've got Callo Fulvio. This horse is owned and ridden by Martin Swanepoel.
His third ride of the day.
Yeah, he's been busy today, has Martin?
Had some success on Calaho's Sambuca in the prizes earlier. Fulvio, a 12-year-old by Calaho for Joy out of a Silvio mare. So Martin really has spread his Calaho purchases across the stallions with Fulvio for Joy. Corrigan at Corinth.
Yeah. Sambuca
Sampras.
Yeah. He's got one in every colour, basically. Or every flavour.
There you go. One in every flavour. And a good one in every flavour.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here, Brendan. You had another good Callo horse that he's recently sold to Elsie Parkin.
Did he? Elsie? Who's Elsie?
Give me a minute and I'll be back.
Yeah, you have put me on the spot. I must say, Martin has so many horses I struggle to keep up with.
Is that your excuse? Are you sticking to it? I'll give it to you, though. Yeah, he does have a lot of horses.
Yeah. So finishing up on a score of 4 penalties there for Callo Fulvio and Martin Swanepoel. Nothing wrong with that. Good round.
Well, there you go. He did recently sell a horse to Elsie, but it was not a Callo horse. So we both just made a mistake there. Carthago van den Bos.
Okay.
I see him going beautifully for her. Another horse that's been going beautifully of late. Number 26, Back on Track Every Cloud. Ridden by Jonathan Clark for owner Linda Ellerine.
I think the world of this horse, I really do.
It makes two of us. We've obviously both got good taste.
Well, I mean, I know my legs are too short to ride this horse, unfortunately, because he's a really tall horse, but looks like when he gets it together, it looks like it's going to all work.
I was chatting to Jono a little earlier. He was just saying, this horse hasn't been in the country a long time. You just alluded to him being a very big horse.
Yeah, very.
And, Rome wasn't built in a day. They don't muscle up overnight. It takes these horses time to acclimatize. You think this horse grew up in Europe. Not often that it would have seen weather like this, temperatures like this.
For sure not, yeah.
So definitely just takes a little bit of time for these horses to adjust. But I think you hit the nail on the head. When this horse does get into tip-top physical condition.
You talk about ingredients. A rider like Jono, a horse with this ability and this makeup, looks like this horse has got Grand Prix written all over it.
Yeah, you throw into the mix an owner like Linda Ellerine who
so
always
invested.
goes the extra mile for her horses. I think it's got all the attributes that you would want jumping around a big World Cup course.
Soft fence there, unfortunately, but that's a really, really interesting horse for the future. Back on Track Every Cloud, TH and Jonathan Clark.
Coming in for her second trip around this track, Kayla Gertenbach up next at number 27, riding Capital Hope. Come on, Kayla. I feel like she's really due a good result today. She's ridden beautifully all day and had some soft rails.
Hope is a 9-year-old mare by Capital Hotline out of a Katoki mare.
Originally produced by Chris van der Merwe off the auction. And then purchased by Kayla, who's done a phenomenal job in furthering this horse's career. Brendan, it's hard to put your finger on it when you watch Kayla ride, what makes her stand out so much from the other riders, but it's just, I guess a little bit of everything. It's just doing a little bit of everything well.
It's percentages, as you say. So if you percentage-wise keep doing everything right, she's quick there.
She's quick inside. Yeah. Come on, does she make this little inside turn here as well? No, she swings just smooth around number one. Come on, Kayla, inside. Come on, inside to the back on track.
Inside,
yep, she's eyeing it out.
No.
No.
I really thought she was going to go inside there.
Gets a good shot. Whoa. Gets the horse steady on the 7. Clear around in a time of 37.30.
Good enough for
puts
fourth.
Her into fourth place.
Nothing wrong with that.
Again, a slightly younger horse, maybe just thinking of the bigger picture of the production job. But
it does look like there's more there,
really
right?
liking her to go inside there and finish with the top 3 today. The winner of yesterday's class up next, Jodie Ambrose, riding King of Hearts at number 28 for her mom, Sue Peters. You know, Sue Peters is now, I won't mention that, but I'll tell you that she does battle to see.
Yes.
A lot.
Yes, she told me that the other day.
She told me that standing on that top viewing platform, she looked all the way down to the warm-up arena. I mean, she can barely see who you are when she greets you, right, Brendan?
Yeah.
She looked all the way down to that warm-up arena and picked King of Hearts out from the horses in the warm-up. She said, "Sure, that was a good jump at the oxen." I said, "How on earth?" And she nailed it.
It does look like Sue's standing under the larper there, eagerly watching Jodie.
As she has done for the past probably 25 years more. No, going on 30 years. Jodie is honing in on 40 now these days, Brendan. And Sue would have been doing this since Jodie was roughly 5. How quick quick was she there after number 8?
Let's see what she has planned here.
She's
Going to keep rolling around.
Slips just around.
Let's see if she's going to plan to go inside. Good ride here.
This horse often doesn't look quick, but is, just
There we
because
go.
of how
Here's your turn. Let's see if we get
economical
6 to the
Jody
last.
is.
Come on.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, does a 7, but that was
Diligent.
quick.
Woo! 34.75.
34.75, and just like yesterday, without creating any fuss, moves into top position on King of Hearts. 34.75, that's some 1 second, 1.1 seconds
Yeah.
inside.
You mentioned that it
Ray
didn't look like
Corby's
she
time.
was going fast, and she still is. I think that's the sign of a good rider, you know, that she didn't bustle that horse or chase him or push him out of his rhythm, but still managed to make it smooth and quick.
Next up, riding for owner Linda Ellerine, Gregory Scott on the back on track entry, her BBS at number 29. Brendan, he'll hack down.
Wow.
He'll be waiting on 6 strides down this last line. For
Yeah,
sure.
this horse has got huge step. It looks like Tack and Tog Legend is up next with Charlie Crockart, and as Greg went past, Legend did a huge buck. He looks like he's ready for it.
Wow,
Big
really
expressive jump,
that
eh?
jump
Gee.
at number 5. He'll need to be a little steady in here. Yep, exactly the ride he would have wanted. Oh, picture perfect, as we've come to expect. Greg goes just around to 7. This may sometimes her rideability, the turning can be a little bit of an issue. Whew. He really had to wait in that
Yeah,
4
he was
strides.
using his voice in the air over number 7 already.
This is where she can make time up because she's got such a big stride. Goes just around here to the back on track jump. For sure, I think he'll have his eyes set on the 6 here. No, he goes a little wide.
Must.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I
Easy
think
on
it's
the
6 all day. I think the 7's slow and waiting, but I'm in my chinos, not in my breeches, so best I keep my mouth shut.
39.69 puts him into 6th place at the moment. Really good round.
Sure, this
So
is a
with
very
just-
impressive horse.
Yeah, with just 6 riders to go. Next up at number 30, Tack and Tog's Legend, Charlie Ann Crockart. Turned out immaculately by his groom Mac.
Literally, Mac, yeah.
Yeah.
Mac turned him out immaculately.
Glad you saw what I did there, Brendan. Oof. Something that we don't often see.
Yeah, that was a bit
Legend having a rail
uncharacteristic.
in front.
He does have an amazing shape over the jump, this horse, or creates an amazing shape over the jump.
Textbook stuff through that treble combination.
Looks like, well, Charlie's also another one that's always fiddling with bitting setups with this horse. He sometimes goes in a little rubber pelham. Today it looks like he's in a little egg butt snaffle of sorts.
Even a martingale today. Charlie's gone all out. You don't often see a martingale on this horse.
Agreed. Good ride.
Sure. Leaves the last up, and just that soft rail at number 2. Charlie giving him a big pat, letting him know he's done well. That's not something you often see from that horse.
Yeah, he doesn't often make mistakes, I must say. So 31 up next. This is the 334 Sport Horse entry, 334 Balabetto. This horse is ridden this afternoon by Christopher van der Merwe. And I almost want to say that this could be, bar Brandon, I think this one could be my favorite. He's got so much ability. He's a 7-year-old Holstein stallion by Baloo de Rouet out of a Diarado mare.
This horse was reserve champion in at the stallion licensing. Jumps with such ease.
Sure.
For anybody who's eyeing out Balabetto, his first crop of foals will be turning 3 at the end of this year. So keep your eyes on that stud book if you are wanting any young horses by this impressive stallion. Beautiful rhythm there down.
You just see him do that change, Chris, from the first round, the first phase of the class, steps up that gear into the second class so seamlessly.
Go 6. Come on, Balabetto.
Yep.
He was a fraction slow through that turn, but good enough there.
40.69 puts him into the prizes.
Yeah, good enough for 7th at this stage. Sure, look at him trotting out there. Gosh, he looks a real picture.
Splits Gregory Scott's 2 horses. Next up at number 32, Tack and Togs, Callo Lansing, Zandi Alcock. The son of Lisbon, always quick.
Zandi already a winner of a class here today, so she for sure knows how to win these classes.
Could she go 2 for 2 today?
Sure. Good.
Just so fluid in his body, isn't
Liquid,
he, this horse?
Yeah, amazing.
Just does all the right things at all the right times. And looks good while doing it, doesn't he?
Big press jumping out the treble there. She's nips inside the keep. Oopsie. Maybe a fraction too much angle.
Yeah, Lansing just not really locking on to the fence there. Almost looked like he might have peeked to the outside while he was looking at this Akip Oxer coming on the inside line.
Oops.
And then being the sensitive type that he is, I think once he's had a little error like that, wasting no time, canters the last. But Brendan, you were going to say, sorry, I cut you off, but another one to have a little issue at that number 7. It hasn't jumped well, hey.
Yeah, and I mean, from where we're sitting,
to us, there's not much to it, is there?
No, I mean, it may be a little shadow here and there, but I mean, I'm not sure that constitutes enough of a worry. I mean, these are all open horses. None of them are very inexperienced, and even the inexperienced ones have actually been fine there. Strange how it works. All right, looks like there's 3 left to go in this class. Next up, number 33. This is Callo Lorado. This horse is owned and ridden by Paul Garlicki. Paul making the trip up from the Western Cape.
Go well, Paul. Lorado, another son of Lisbon, out of a Granus mare. 12 years old, a slightly more experienced horse. We've seen him going around these classes for quite some time now. Am I right in saying Paul, a very accomplished event rider as well?
I think absolutely, and has an amazing relationship with this horse. I've seen him win more than one class on this horse.
And in this arena, we've seen him enjoy quite some success as well.
In almost that true Lisbon fashion, like where you just sort of throw caution to the wind, trust their care. Yeah. Absolutely, and just floor it. Which is, you can't often, there's not many horses or many types of horses that you can ride like that.
It's like Paul opting for a slightly more steady round here. He hasn't gone hell for leather.
Sure.
Obviously, probably with tomorrow's championship class in mind, I would assume.
It was a little unfortunate getting a bit open there.
hear him with his voice. Wait, wait, wait. Down that last distance.
A little bit of a shake of the head there. I think he wasn't really happy with the decision that he made to the equipe because it was a really smooth round up until there. So finishing up on a score of 8 penalties there. Sorry, 4 penalties there for Callo, Lorado and Paul Garlicki.
Next up, at number 34, it's 334 Vedette, ridden by Leona van der Merwe for the 334 Sports Horse Stud.
Vedette is a 7-year-old Oldenburg mare by Vagabond de la Pomme, out of a Chin mare. This horse has got a very interesting dam line. Her grandmother is Esprit, who's by Zeus, who is the mother of the famous Tinker's Boy, ridden by Marcus Fuchs.
Oh, not the first time today that we've seen a horse just drop off the contact a little bit in that turn to the Peter Morrison Oxa. Oh, easy as you like.
Easy as you like.
Smooth.
Yeah, such good body position from Leona. Doesn't look like Dominie's here, which is the last horse in the class, which means that Jody's won another one.
So I was going to say,
is that right?
You and I take each other's words all the time. Sign of a good relationship.
Big time.
With that 4 faults, that makes it Jody Ambrose 2 for 2.
Hey, pretty good. Well done, Jodes. Nothing wrong with that.
In your newfound love for horse racing, in your new lingo, go as far as saying you're heading for the trifecta. 3 from 3
there
tomorrow.
We go. Absolutely.
Bring it home.
Yeah.
Real classy ride by Leona van der Merwe there on 334 Vedette. Vedette definitely a mare for the future, showing a real class through that treble combination. Nice to see what's in store for us with these young horses.
Yeah, very much so. Such interesting pedigrees, very impressive pedigrees. Horses are being really well produced up the grades by the 334 riders. Very interesting, exciting times for that stud.
So, official results in. Taking pole position today, Jody Ambrose on King of Hearts. Following her win from yesterday, second place, Raina Korba, Ifama Callo Ardennes. Third place, Stacey Lee Weston, Western Farriers, Alpha Ruby. Fourth, Kelly O'Connor, Tack and Togs Leia. Fifth, Kayla Gertenbach, Capital Hope. In sixth place, Gregory Scott, back on track, BBS for owner Linda Ellerine. In seventh place, Chris van der Merwe, 334 Balabetto. Eighth place, Gregory Scott on his Callo Loretto. Ninth place, Stuart Barker riding iFarmer Callo Conrado. Lovely round, Stuart.
Yeah, that was a strong enough class, I must say. I think just having a triple combination in a 2-phase is always quite testing, especially when it's those brown poles that we saw. But congratulations goes to Jody. 2 from 2. Nothing wrong with that.
Big smiles all round.
I must say that
2,500 reasons for that big smile.
I mean, if King of Hearts has just walked past us. Yeah, he's a substantial horse. He's quite a big, solid horse. Jody's a slight girl. Interesting that a horse of that size can be so nimble and go and beat a horse like Ardennes, who, even though it was a little spooky, is really quick across the ground.
Yeah, and I think Brendan, just speaking to the horsewoman that Jody and Sue are, this horse has good experience and successful experience at 150 level. However, in his later years now, his body has been battling, so they decided just to take the pressure off. Well, when I say they decided, they were told by Barry Taylor, take the pressure off a little bit, let's drop him down, let him enjoy the rest of his career, and jeepers.
Seems to be working.
Yeah, apparently he feels better in his body, and the results speak for it. I mean, he's just really, he's been fantastic these last few shows. Really enjoying some great success.
Absolutely, and I think listening to the horses' bodies and what they are trying to communicate to us is so much about being a horseman or a horsewoman, whichever way you'd like to look at it. And I must say, as you say, that when the results sort of speak for themselves, you've got to realize that you're on the right track.
Stacey Weston just trotting into the arena. She finally gets her podium for the day.
Finally,
Third
Stace.
place, Stacey Lee Weston. Congratulations on Western Farrier's Alpha Ruby.
Finally jumped to clear, she said today when she went through the finish.
As if she'd had a bad day. She had one soft rail here and there. Horses looking fantastic. Kudos to Gregory Scott. Two horses in the prizes in this class. Testament to his ability to go quick against the clock.
Yeah, 2 horses in the top 8. Nothing wrong with that. Job well done for this class.
Stuart Barker and the team behind him coming with a good 9th place today on the iFarmer Callo Conrado.
And I suppose another iFarmer entry in the who was second.
Yeah, so their team, lots of reasons to celebrate this afternoon at the restaurant here at STOKKIESDRAAI.
All right, then the groom, you can...
Images there of Jody and King of Hearts receiving their lovely rosettes for first place.
Okay, now you can take pictures. Stay there for pictures.
And then, okay, you can stay there and have your picture taken with this horse.
I was quite looking forward to seeing Ray receiving his rosette. Oh, he is coming in. I thought Ardennes, the way how he was so spooky going around the track, I'd like to see him cope with that.
Try and get a
big rosette next to his eyeball.
So close. When Jody just came.
Brendan, you talked about Ardennes being slightly smaller in stature. He really is a little guy. I haven't noticed before how little he is.
Yeah, absolutely is little. Stuart going down there.
Oh, but he's obviously won enough in his lifetime because he seems quite chuffed with that rosette. Not spooky about that at all.
Oh yeah, so he's had plenty of practice at that. Not so much
I think
practice.
Ray should be
going
asking
past
him, what's your problem about the flags then?
Yes.
If you can cope with this thing next to your ear.
Sure, Jody's horse is posing away there with his ears
He's
forward.
done this once or twice in his career.
He knows the buzz.
Stacey Weston getting her rosette finally.
Finally, Stace, well done. Job well done for today.
Float around twice, it doesn't fall off. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
This class sponsored by Protein Feeds, and just a big shout out to the team at Protein Feeds and a big thank you on behalf of the riders for your sponsorship. It means the world to us.
Fortunately, shows like this don't happen without the sponsors, so to everybody involved, massive thank you. Good prize there, 5th place for Capital Hope, Kayla Gertenbach. You were willing her onto the podium, but the show's not done. I think she's definitely one to watch.
Nice top 6 finish on the second day or third day of the show.
So all these 135 horses have the day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then they come back and jump the 135 Silver Tour, which is going to be after the World Cup on Sunday.
Which always has a few fences, I think, at 140, Brendan. So it's
that's a staunch course.
Step up for these horses that are at this level. These guys in the prizes, though, will have no hassle with that. Up one hole. These horses are all looking in tip-top condition, good form.
Big smile there from Greg Scott and Habibi.
Nice result for Linda Ellerine. So as Jody Ambrose leads them off on their lap of honor, I think a great day of show jumping, Brendan. I hope everyone at home has enjoyed it as much as us.
Yeah.
Massive shout out to the team from KUDA Insurance for bringing the live streaming to our viewers. I think we've had a fantastic day of show jumping. That Grand Prix really
quality show jumping.
Quality class.
Big class, 40 horses, all around 150 level, amazing.
And to take nothing away from the 130s and the 135s now this afternoon, some really exciting show jumping. And I think we're in for another fantastic 2 days of excitement.
Yeah, I must agree with you. I think tomorrow is going to be another exciting day. We start off with the 142 phase tomorrow morning. And then we move on to the 130 champs. And then it looks like there's the 130 bronze tour after that. And then the 120 champs rounding off the day. So tomorrow is going to be the beginning of the championship days, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, everyone brings out their whitest breeches and their best elastics in the horses' manes. Gregory Gregory Scott very pleased with his result today, looking quite chirpy as he walks out, and as he should be.
Stacey and Greg both giving us a little chirp on the way past here.
They're lucky we're only commentating, because if we could ride those tracks as well as we can speak about them, they'd all be in trouble.
I'm telling you.
Brendan, thanks for a good day out. I hope our viewers have enjoyed it. Have enjoyed the live stream.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks a lot, everybody. Stan, another great day show jumping, and I think we do it all again tomorrow. Another fantastic day, stack class, 4 classes in the main arena, and then not taking anything away, Sunday, another massive day. We're going to have the 140 Gold Tour, and then obviously the World Cup Qualifier, which is the big FEI class, and then the 135 Silver Tour, which is going to round off our Sunday. So, Sten, yeah, thanks very much for joining us, viewers. I hope you've enjoyed this as much as we have, and join us again tomorrow morning. I think we're going to be starting at 8. I stand to be corrected between 8 and 8:30. So please, if you want to, join us then.